Han Sen was planning on stepping out to reveal himself. When Berry Path God and Ancient Devil appeared, he hastily shelved the idea. Berry Path God and Ancient Devil had agreed to claim the gene seed and give it to Bauer. Deep inside, what they were really thinking was something only they knew. If Han Sen went out now, and they thought he had the gene seed, it was difficult to gauge what might happen. My poor Bauer. She does not even get to see her birth mother. Han Sen sighed. He remained waiting in hiding, watching what was going on outside the hole. Han Sen did not know what items the God Chaos Party leader had left behind. He did not know what any of them were for. Judging from the faces of Berry Path God and Ancient Devil, he knew they had to be something special. Aside from the free items they took away, there were at least 100 items left to take in the hidden hall. For as long as just a few of them were worth something, they were enough to attract people to commit crimes for them. When a sword was drawn and a bowstring pulled, Ancient Devil looked outside the hall. Ancient Devil, where are you going? Big Sky Demon asked. Ancient Devil said, Mr. Leader gave me what I deserved. She did not say she would give anything else to me, so they are not mine to take. He ignored their reaction. He left the hall and did not touch anything more. Berry Path God and Big Sky Demon looked as if they were deep in thought. They did not know if Ancient Devil wanted to leave now and wait until they were injured before swooping in to mop up the goodies or what. They weren't sure if he had learned something the others hadn't either. They couldn't be sure if he knew they weren't supposed to touch the items there or what. Big Sky Demon looked at the items in the hall. She suddenly laughed and said, Ancient Devil is right. Mr. Leader is like my mother. She gave me all she could. If she did not give the items to me, I should not take them. You can keep the items if you want to. After that, Big Sky Demon turned around and left the hall. Now only Berry Path God remained in the hall. The situation seemed to be much improved, but Han Sen was still secretly complimenting them. He thought Ancient Devil and Big Sky Demon were people who were tough to deal with. They were afraid the God Chaos Leader had done something to the other items, so they did not dare take them. That was why they decided to leave. They deliberately left those things behind for Berry Path God so he could test their safety before them. Even if Berry Path God took the items and nothing more happened, he would not be able to use all of the items anyway. Berry Path God seemed to know what Ancient Devil and Big Sky Demon were thinking, so he coldly grunted. You guys might be scared, but I am not scared. Whatever I get, no other can take. Without hesitating, Berry Path God took the legacy items. He spoke proudly, but he was still being extremely careful. He pulled out a sword and carefully poked a wine barrel. He was really soft and gentle. The wine cask was picked up slowly. Came before Berry Path God. Nothing else really happened. Berry Path God felt grand relief. Berry Path God then picked up the rest of the items. His sleeves were like bottomless chasms in which anything could fit, all without a modicum of trouble. Berry Path God was being extremely careful when picking up all these items. It had been half an hour by now. It was around then that he finished collecting all the items and stuffing them into his sleeves. Mister, putting the items in there is pointless. Why don't you let me use them all, so I can work harder for Little Master? Berry Path God bowed to the jade statue. He then took all of the items and left the hall with them. When Berry Path God left the hall, the copper door closed. Han Sen wondered if he should leave, but he gave up on that idea. He planned to leave via the rat hole. Before the door closed shut, Han Sen heard Berry Path God coldly shout, Big Sky Demon, I knew you would do this. Immediately after, there was some scary striking sound. Han Sen shook his head. If this was in the past, he would have liked to take the treasure too. Now he had the gene seed. There was no point in needlessly exposing himself. God Chaos Party leader said that item mattered to Bauer's life. Without a gene seed, Bauer might not survive. Han Sen only wanted to bring the gene seed back to Bauer safely and hoped nothing went wrong. Pang! The copper door completely closed. Han Sen was readying himself to leave when he suddenly saw the jade statue possess a mysterious halo. The jade statue, which had closed its eyes, suddenly opened them again. Since you are here, why do you not come and meet me? The jade statue asked with a smile. Its eyes that looked like crystals were peering at the rat hole. Han Sen was shocked. This one is strong. It is just a remnant of her soul, yet she made Big Sky Demon and the other two be all messed up. She had them believe the soul remnant was gone. But it is actually still here. It is just a remnant of a soul, yet she was able to find me. She is much better than Big Sky Demon and the other two people. Cough. Ancient Devil was here. I did not want to reveal myself and disturb the others. Han Sen coughed and walked out of the rat hole. He bowed before the jade statue. The jade statue looked at Han Sen with interest. A while later, she said, "You are good." "What?" Han Sen was shocked. The jade statue's words did not really make sense. He did not know how to respond to her. "You are the one that raised my daughter? Han Senator, you are Mr. Han, yes?" The jade statue did not respond to Han Senator, she merely smiled at him. "I am Han Sen, but I am not really a Mr. Before the greatest person in the universe." Han Sen did not want to sound cocky. "You did a good deed for my daughter, so of course you are considered a Mr. I should be thanking you a great deal." After pausing a moment, the jade statue said, "If you have a wish to make, you can tell it to me, and I can fulfill it." Before Han Sen could speak, the jade statue blinked. "But I am just a soul. If it is something too hard, I may not be able to satisfy you." Han Sen's head developed a lot of black lines. He did not think this God Chaos Party leader was this sort of person. "I treat Bauer like a real daughter," Han Sen said. "I do not need a wish, but there are a few problems I want to quiz you about." "You may speak." The jade statue nodded. "Why do you say Bauer won't live without a gene seed? And why must that person fight Bauer?" Han Sen asked her the questions he cared about the most. In fact, Han Sen really hated this. The so-called destiny was just an elder's wish forced down on their inheritors. As Bauer's mother, the God Chaos Party should not have shouldered Bauer with so much. The jade statue looked at Han Sen with surprise and sighed. "Bauer was raised by you. It is her pleasure. It was my luck too." After pausing, the jade statue sighed and said, "I do not want Bauer to fight him. If he knows Bauer is my daughter, he will look for a way to kill her. As a mother, I want my child to live a happy life. Why would I want her to fight other people? Why must he kill Bauer?" Han Sen wanted to figure out why this was the case. The jade statue looked at Han Sen and said, "That doesn't matter anymore. You just need to know that Human Alpha will not give up on Bauer. If Bauer does not have the gene seed, she cannot go against Human Alpha. No matter what, please deliver the gene seed to Bauer for her to live." "Do not worry," Han Sen said with a look certainty. "I will take this gene seed and put it in her hands. Plus, I will not allow anyone to bring harm to Bauer, no matter who that person is." The jade statue shook her head and said, "You are already strong, but you cannot beat Human Alpha. Only Bauer can once she receives the gene seed. In this universe, no one can do combat with Human Alpha and succeed. This is Bauer's destiny. Therefore, you must survive. Give the gene seed to Bauer. Until then, you must hold on. In this universe, there are no absolutely invincible beings, right?" Han Sen asked. "I should be able to find a way to beat him. If I cannot do it alone, I can find other elites to help me. I will find a way." "Things are not that simple," the jade statue said. "You do not understand Human Alpha, which is why you feel this way." She then went silent. Not long after, she sighed and said, "If you really want to protect Bauer, you have to bring her the gene seed. That is the best chance she has of surviving." Han Sen could see the God Chaos Party leader was still refusing to divulge details on the grudge with Human Alpha and knew there was something about all of this she could not reveal. Ergo, he decided to stop asking her questions about it. "I saw Bauer enter the 33 skies, but I am not sure which sky she entered," Han Sen said after looking at the jade statue. That was the biggest problem he was currently facing. If he could not find Bauer, then everything up until now was all for nothing. Bauer is in the 33 skies? That is bad. The Geno tablet has already returned to its origin. If my real body was there, I could find her. Now, I am just a leftover remnant of a soul. I can't do anything about it. The worst thing about all this is you and Big Sky Demon suggesting Qin Shou might be the human alpha, and his power is best to its best potential shape. If he sees Bauer now, he might be able to recognize her. As far as I know, Qin Shou did not have many talents when he was young. Han Sen asked with curiosity. Could he be human alpha reborn? Although reincarnation likely erased the memories a spirit possessed, people who were as strong as human alpha would carry with them a strong gene message even if they reincarnated. He could not have reincarnated into garbage that could not practice. If it was not for Qin Wan'er giving her blood to Qin Shou would not have even been able to practice. Could a person like that really be who human alpha reincarnated as? The jade statue said, "This is normal. Me and Bauer's father did something to the soul. Even if he reincarnated, he would have been restricted. He would not be able to pass the last stage. With his power, getting past the restrictions is only a matter of time. Perhaps in this life, he has already broken past the restrictions and become something more. If he can do that, he might be able to complete the final step. The only thing that can fight him is me and Bauer's father, and our genetic child, Bauer." The God Chaos Party leader sounded remarkably chill. But Han Sen could tell she was very proud of Bauer. There cannot be just two genetics. Bauer used my blood to be born, so her genes should have a part of me inside her. Han Sen only thought that. He did not dare say it aloud. The jade statue did not look at Han Senator. It did not feel anything weird. She thought about it for a while. She then looked at Han Sen and said, "Right now, our only hope of finding Bauer is you." "How can I even do that?" Han Sen quickly asked. "Your body has some of Bauer's genes. You can use a special method to activate the gene message you have because of your connection with Bauer. You will be able to feel where she is. By doing this, you might have a big problem. You will have a lot of burdens in your body. It will mess up your own gene message. It might even change your gene message." The jade statue was not planning on hiding these issues. "If there is no other way, then I guess I will have to do it," Han Sen said. "Plus, even if I can feel Bauer, I cannot even go past the 33 skies barriers. I will be unable to find her." "Let me handle that for you," the jade statue said. Her eyebrows looked a bit dewy as she said, "This will take the last bit of my power. After that, I will be gone forever. Bauer will only have you to depend on. Don't worry. I told you I won't let any harm come to Bauer because she is my daughter just as much as yours." Han Sen then thought of something. He decided to ask, "Are you the fairy of the White Jade Jing?" The jade statue smiled and said, "The White Jade Jing was what I was born with." Although Han Sen could guess the God Chaos Party leader was from the Geno universe, he was still shocked hearing her voice confirm it. In those endless years, there had been a person who managed to break the main and reverse universes and almost broke the ruling of the god spirits in the reverse universe. That was something no other person had done before. Han Sen wished to ask something, but the jade statue's spirit light broke out of its body. It shot into Han Sen's forehead. It resulted in a voice playing into Han Sen's ears. "There is nothing more I can give you, but I do believe you will do all in your power to help Bauer. Now, the only person I can put my faith in is you. Before you accomplish what you need to, you must be careful. Deliver the gene seed to Bauer. If you see one black and one white genoprototypes combined, that person is the human alpha. If the genoprototype is not on his body, that means he has already managed to break the restrictions. You and Bauer must be more careful than ever." After that, the spirit light went into Han Sen's forehead. Han Sen felt as if there was some really clear power coming into his brain. His body was like an erupting volcano, and he was melting in its midst. All of his cells became steel juice. 2 genoprototypes, one and one white, combined. Han Sen's brain kept thinking about the God Chaos Party leader's final words. He also felt compelled to think about the ultimate egg. Is Wu Wei Dao Alpha also human alpha? Did God Chaos Party leader create the ultimate egg and leave it for him and his soul? Time did not permit Han Sen to think about all of that for too long. The God Chaos Party leader's spirit power was like a firework in a barrel of fireworks. Han Sen's gene messages exploded, and a part of his gene messages was reinforced. When the explosive feeling was gone, Han Sen's body started to calm down. It was not as bad as God Chaos Party Leader had said. God Chaos Party Leader's final spirit power modified a part of his genes. It did not mess up his gene messages. After it was modified, Han Sen's sense powers, which always felt like they were there but not there, were stronger than ever. It enabled Han Sen to find where Bauer was. That sense power only worked between Han Sen and Bauer. His other senses did not become stronger. That sense power was more like a deepening connection between his genes. God Chaos Party Leader did not lie to me. I am able to feel Bauer. Han Sen was thrilled by this. He also sensed that Bauer could now feel him as well. He knew she was coming his way. God Chaos Party Leader said she would be able to help me sort out how to navigate through the 33 skies. I wonder if she has sorted that out for me yet. Han Sen ceased his hesitation. He bowed to the jade statue and returned to the rat hole. He ignored Big Sky Demon and the others. He returned via the way he came in. He reached the entrance where the evil god beard proved troublesome. This time, before Han Sen could even get close to the evil god beard moved back. It was like it was meeting someone scary. It hurried away to avoid him. Han Sen rushed out from the copper tablet and peered into Dust Sky's sky. He then flew up high. He headed into space. He wanted to break the Dust Sky barrier and reach the next sky. Han Sen felt that Bauer was someplace above him. Although he did not know which floor, he knew she was above him. When Han Sen reached Dust Sky's barrier, he felt a lot of pressure. The rule powers of Dust Sky were attempting to suppress him. He suddenly felt a weird, clear message surge through his body's cells. Dust Sky's rule powers combined and made Han Sen go through the barrier and reach the 11th sky. The 11th sky was a flower world. It was full of flowers and vines. There were countless swarms of bees and butterflies soaring through the skies, harvesting nectar. Han Sen had only just entered the 11th sky when he felt as if there was a weird power landing on him. Because he had the weird spirit power protecting him, the rule powers did not invade his body. With that spirit power mixing, it accepted him. The God Chaos Party's leader really is different. It was only a remnant of her soul that did this, yet it clearly demonstrates vast power. Han Sen could not help but compliment it. In fact, Han Sen overestimated the God Chaos Party leader's leftover spirit power. Aside from the fact that the God Chaos Party was very strong, the reason why this happened was due to another important reason. She used to be the Geno Tablet's master. She was the one that designed the 33 skies. No one could be more understanding of the ways that place worked than her. Although she was not the master of the Geno Tablet anymore, she could still use some of her power to enable Han Sen to have a free reign of travel in the 33 skies. Han Sen did not stop. He kept going up to a higher place. He could tell that Bauer was not in the 11th sky. She was somewhere higher, so that was where Han Sen was going to go. Han Sen kept breaking through all the skies he could. The barriers of the 33 skies were unable to deny his passing. The spirit power's presence combined with the barriers each time. It made the barriers become a part of Han Sen, letting him pass through easily each time. Han Sen felt Bauer's presence become stronger with each sky he scaled. Bauer was happily flying toward him at the same time. There was only one sky left separating the two. Han Sen broke through the barrier again, reaching the 15th sky. This time he could feel Bauer was nearby. Of course, before Han Sen saw Bauer, he had already heard Bauer's voice in the distance. She indicated that she was on the way just as he was for her. Dad, cannot believe it. After all this time, it looks like I have finally found you. When Han Sen saw Bauer, she had already jumped to him. Beside her was a flying fish and a small cat lying on her head. When Han Sen held her, he complained. Did I not ask you to wait in the Feng's family castle? Why did you come to this place all alone? I should hit you. After Han Sen said that, he lifted his hands and smacked Bauer on the bum. He raised his hands high but smacked gently. Bauer blushed. There was this old man saying you were in danger in this place. He told me to go and help you, but he was clearly lying. You are doing just fine here. How dare that old man curse you? The next time I see him, I am going to twist his ears off. Han Sen was shocked. He looked at Bauer as he asked her, "Old liar? Do you mean Han Jinji?" "Yes, it was that old liar," Bauer said with a nod. Han Sen's face changed. He thought, what did Han Jinji mean? Why would he trick Bauer into going to the 33 skies? Does he know Bauer's true identity? Plus, who really is Han Jinji? Han Sen was still so curious about who Han Jinji was. Even now, he was not sure if Han Jinji was his real family. Suddenly, Han Sen's heart jumped. He quickly clutched Bauer and left the area. Pang! A beam of fire suddenly came down from the sky. It was like spring water, but the beam of fire was a pure beam of fire. It blew 30,000 feet into the sky and came to an end. Han Sen held Bauer. He looked in a certain direction. He saw something red with wings on its back. It looked like a tiger. Its tail was still burning with fire. It was a break-world beast. It was standing on a cliff, staring at Han Sen and Bauer. "How dare you enter my 15th sky? Do you have a death wish or something?" The break-world beast roared. It was a roar that shocked the sky. Its roar shocked the whole sky. The whole 15th sky shook because of its roar. It was like a big earthquake. Fire geysers kept opening up on the ground. Each one sent 30,000-foot-height pillars of fire into the sky. It made the 15th sky look like purgatory. Break-world beast had a weird fire-like symbol on its forehead. It created a resonance in the 15th sky. The 15th sky's firepower kept going to the break-world beast, making the break-world beast's presence and atmosphere become scarier. At the same time, the Geno tablet's 15th sky text started to light up. It was like a fire that was burning. It was brighter than the text of any sky. 15th Sky Leader, Ultimate Tail Fire Beast. The main and the reverse universe creatures could see the Geno tablet, but they had no idea what was going on. The 15th Sky's leader had only appeared a few days ago, but it was now lighting up again. That had never happened before. Before, all the leaders of each sky would only have their names shine on the tablet when a sky was first claimed. Now, the 15th Sky's leader's name was flickering again. That had to mean it was something quite profound. As the 15th Sky and its leader's name flickered, everyone in the 33 skies, which looked like a headstone, were curious. Han Sen saw a ring shining on the Geno tablet. If he calculated correctly, he knew it was not too hard to take over the 15th sky. Boom! The Geno tablet was shining. The tablet unleashed light in 4 directions. It revealed a purgatory-like scene that was ravaged by fire. A red beast was standing on a broken cliff in the sea of fire. It raised its head and roared with the volume of thunder. The scorch marks that represented him as the leader were on his forehead, and they were glowing. The main and revere universe creatures watching saw the scene, no matter how stupid they were, easily guessed that the big red beast was the leader of the 15th sky, Ultimate Tail Fire Beast. The scene the Geno tablet depicted was the 15th sky and its burning red sky. They did not understand why the burning red sky was exhibiting these changes. Even the Geno tablet was showing the burning red sky. That was very rare. They were quickly given the answers they sought. That was because a few people were in the shadow of the Geno tablet. A young man was holding a little girl who was 5 or 6 years old. The little girl was holding a little red cat. There was also a flying fish flying around her with wings. Not many people knew about the girl and the 2 pets. But the man's identity made the creatures of the main and reverse universe scream, Han Sen, why is he in the 15th sky? Dollar is finally going to do something. Who said the Geno universe has nobody? What is he doing in the 15th sky? Shouldn't he be trying to take down another sky and secure a leader seat? That is what Dollar God does. You can be a leader, but he will wait until you become one and dethrone you. Holy shit, it looks like it is real. Dollar God is going to be so powerful. Dollar God, you can chill out. Don't scare off the reverse universe assholes. The people in the Geno universe kept talking. As the strongest leader of the Geno universe, most of the high races and low races supported Han Sen. That asshole, he always makes people worry. In Space Garden, Han Yufei lifted her glasses and smiled. Qin Xian, Tang Jinliu, and the others who saw Han Sen and Bauer were fine felt a huge rush of relief overtake them. They could not, however, see Wang Yuhang. That worried them quite a bit. Wang Yuhang had gone into the 33 skies to look for Han Senator now. Han Sen had appeared, but Wang Yuhang was missing. In the universe of kingdoms, many people spoke about Han Senator, they especially did in the Qin kingdom. Many people saw Han Sen up there on the Geno tablet, and they all looked conflicted. That evil officer better die in the 33 skies so that he cannot come back and wreak havoc and harm on the Qin kingdom again. A loyal Qin kingdom officer prayed as he gnashed his teeth in spite. San Mu went to the 33 skies. Is he trying to take the leader's seat? Qin Bai looked excited. He held a bowl of seeds and kept eating them as he watched. King Qin's face looked a whole lot more conflicted. He did not have much life left in him. With Han Sen not around, his body had become much worse. He was probably not going to live much longer. He wanted to use Han Sen and Qin Bai's relationship to allow Qin Bai to become king, but Han Sen did not like to be ordered around. He was a headstrong character driven by his own volitions and never on the whims of others. One could not trust him much. If Han Sen was the same as teacher Jian, that would be great. King Qin continued to miss his old teacher, Jian Bugu. In the Geno Hall and all the god halls, many god spirits focused on this fight. They knew more about this than ordinary people and creatures. The Geno tablet was on the same level as the Geno Hall. It could even replace the Geno Hall as a place that could be used to suppress the sky. Now, every leader in the 33 skies was considered a god figure. If there were any changes with the leader, it would have a big impact on the future. Plus, this fight now involved Han Senator. They wanted to see how far Han Sen had gone, and how far he could still go. God Hall leader looked at Han Sen in the burning red sky with interest. He said to himself, "This guy has improved quite a bit. Can he walk out of this and carry on to face off against Qin Xiu?" Qin Xiu, who had just been mentioned by God Hall leader, was watching the fight too. All the world's new leaders were watching this fight. Many leaders did not understand that even if they did assume the position of leader, there was a chance they would not remain as a leader for all of time. When Han Sen stood in front of the ultimate tail fire beast, the Geno tablet exhibited a lot of movement. Everyone now realized that the leaders could be challenged and risked the prospect of losing their position. He does not have what it takes. That ultimate tail fire beast's break world rate has reached 95%. How dare Han Sen think he can challenge ultimate tail fire beast? Some people knew ultimate tail fire beast had made some noise in his time there. He had scared entire systems. Even if he does have a break world rate above 95%, a break world rate is useless. He will still lose. Ultimate tail fire beast is the leader of the burning sky. He is a fire break world beast. He has the buffs of a red and fire-filled sky, yet Han Sen dares to challenge him. He must have a death wish. A scary creature from the Chu kingdom made a sound that shocked all of the Chu kingdom. Not bad. The pride of a sky leader is not easily challenged. I am afraid this kid will not even have a dead body left to bury. Many break world beasts of the universe of kingdoms were speaking. Ever since the Wu Wei Dao Alpha created the Wu Wei Dao Palace, humans were able to take over the universe of kingdoms. The gene races had been suppressed for a very long time. Now that was on its head. The entire universe changed. Too many life souls were possessing the gene races, and that made the gene races jump higher on the food chain and evolve. They were starting to have a power that made them able to fight back against humans. The fight between Ultimate Tailfire Beast and Han Sen made the break world beasts that came from gene races willing to speak for Ultimate Tailfire Beast. They were willing to show their power and have it serve as an example to scare off humans. There were some upset voices amidst the humans, but at this point, no one was willing to speak for Han Senator. Most people from the Qin kingdom thought Han Sen was evil. Those from the other 6 kingdoms did not have a good impression of Han Sen either. They would not risk speaking positively about him. Only the Feng family castle's Feng Fei sisters and the Zhao family sisters were worried about Han Sen's welfare. Jian Bugu was his usual self, tidying the garden Han Sen and Bauer used to use. When he saw Han Sen appear on the video stream across the Geno tablet, he stopped working and looked into the sky. Ultimate Tail Fire Beast flapped its wings. It opened its mouth, but it did not spit out fire. The fire, which was like an endless sea, went into his mouth. It went right into its body. It was just a beast with a body that possessed a tail that was on fire. Now, his entire body was on fire. When he sucked in the sea of fire, the fire blazed stronger. It was like a beast of fire stepping off a cliff. The cliff was melting with its feet. It made lots of steel juice drip. It is no wonder he is a sky leader. With the red burning sky power buff, Ultimate Tail Fire Beast's break world rate has increased. When someone saw this, they were shocked. Tail Fire Beast's body was on fire. Its eyes were burning like a vortex of lava. It looked at Han Sen with an overbearing aura. It then unleashed a geyser of fire. The fire was very unique. Just as it left the Tail Fire Beast's mouth, it activated all the fire elements in the universe's universal cogwheels. The power of the fire subdued the rules of all the others, created an absolute fire rule seal. This was an absolute break world power. It was the type of power only break world creatures that had a break world rate over 90% could use. It was very close to an ultimate aura. As a sky full of fire descended, all the rules were replaced by fire rules. The fire scorched the entire world. Han Sen did not plan on backing down. He used his jade skin to break the world. A mysterious ice jade marking revealed itself. It came together to become an ice jade ball that put Han Sen, Bauer, and the two pets inside its protection. He has a break world rate that is only 60%. This fight is going to lack excitement. The break world beasts that watched Han Sen saw his break world mark and acknowledged that he was not spawning an absolute by Sema. They were all coldly laughing at him. It was just a layer of power. The Tail Fire Beast had a burning red sky power buff to fuel its strength, and it looked as if the fight was going to be over very soon. Pang! The fire was like a disaster coming down. It buried Han Sen and his ice jade shield with endless streams of fire that seemed able to bully the world. The whole burning red sky became a purgatory of fire. Everything was melting. It was such a scary scene that everyone was shaking. Tail Fire Beast was like a god beast that managed fire. It made people feel scared just seeing it. If it wanted to, it seemed it could cast disasters on a whim and set the whole world on fire. In the next second, everyone froze. Amidst that endless purgatory of fire, there was an icy light. A holy shadow emerged from the fire. When the shadows disappeared, one could see that the scorching fire was frozen. It was like an ice statue that looked like tentacles in the air. How is that even possible? Many break world beasts were shocked. They looked at Han Sen with a gaze of disbelief. A man with a break world rate of 60% was squaring off against a foe with a 90% break world rate. Despite that, the former was using a weaker element and could repel the fire conjured by Tail Fire Beast. It was extremely difficult to believe. Although the break world rate was not real power, there was a difference between the combatants' levels. Furthermore, the elements were weaker. It was hard to believe something lower could defeat something higher. Tail Fire Beast's pupils became small. It roared madly. The fire in the burning red sky started to explode. The fire coming to attack Han Sen raged even more. Han Sen looked cold. He appeared clean and icy. It was not like he was a being from Earth. The Ice Jade power fought the fire power. It separated two worlds. There was only a wall of fire in front of Han Senator. It was a lava fire. Behind him was a frozen path of ice and jade. The two powers with different levels collided. No one could prove greater than the other, which made time freeze in place. On a distant planet far away, there was a god temple wrought of metal. It was near a forest and a river. A woman was sitting atop a rock on the banks of the river. Her white feet dangled in the water. She kicked and splashed it merrily. A man with white hair was not too far from the river. He was cooking fish on the nice flames of a campfire. The woman held her jaw and looked up. She saw Tail Fire Beast battling against Han Senator. She lifted her lips and said, "What a fool! It has been so long, and he has only practiced Cold Sutra to this level." The white-haired man smiled. He is a man practicing Cold Sutra. It is merely lucky he has not been consumed. It is not easy for him to practice that. The woman was not happy. No matter what body he has, if he took my cold sutra, he must do his best to master it. The white-haired man laughed and did not speak. He knew what the personality of this woman was like. It was not that she was not enjoying Han Sen's performance. She just wanted Han Sen to be able to do better. What a fool. It is the cold sutra. What did he do with it? He cannot even put out a small fire. He is making a fool out of me. The woman complained again. Even so, when she squinted her eyes, it looked as if there was a faint smile forming. The white-haired man asked, "If you hate him that much, why do you not invite him here? Perhaps you can teach him the true cold sutra." The woman shook her head and sighed. "It does not matter anymore. The water is too polluted. It would be best if we do not touch it anymore." The white-haired man did not respond. After cooking the fish, he gave it to the woman. The woman accepted the fish and had a bite. She resumed watching Han Sen in combat. As she continued to eat, she said, "The cold sutra he practices with is weird. It is different from my cold sutra. Even if he has taken a shortcut, I wonder what it will be when he practices it at its ultimate level. The same Geno arts turn out differently depending on who practices them," the white-haired man said. "Plus, men and women are different. It is normal for this to be different." The woman looked at the white-haired man and asked, "So, if he and I practice to the max, whose cold sutra would end up stronger?" "Of course, yours would be stronger." The white-haired man did not hesitate to respond and looked sincere as he spoke. The woman puffed from her mouth and rolled her eyes. "You answer me honestly now. Do not lie." The white-haired man laughed and said, "I am speaking the truth. If it was just a matter of cold power, I think yours would be better. Regarding interest, I think his modified cold sutra might prove more interesting." "What do you mean by interesting?" the woman asked. She looked at the man with confusion. She was not entirely sure what he meant. "Unknown things are always interesting due to the infinite possibilities one can think up," the white-haired man said. "No one can see what lies ahead to determine the outcome. Therefore, you are always made hopeful in seeing the unknown." The white-haired man looked weird as he proceeded to say, "Like this." When the white-haired man spoke, the burning red sky's power exhibited changes. Han Sen's ice jade power suddenly lessened. The ice jade shield became smaller too. The stalemate of balance between the two was broken. The crazy fire came down to cover Han Sen's holy body. The creatures watching were shocked. They thought Tail Fire Beast had taken the advantage and beat Han Sen. The Break World beasts were so excited that they roared. The Geno Universe's creatures looked terrible. If the Geno Universe's strongest elites lost, they would not stand a chance. "Are San Mu and Bauer okay?" Qin Bai asked with worry. While everyone's emotions were in the realm of weirdness, something strange happened. A vortex appeared in the sea of fire. A lot of fire went into the vortex. Everyone was quickly able to see Han Sen's holy body manifest inside the swirl. It was a bit different from what they previously believed. Han Sen had not been melted by the flame power. Instead, he had become very strange. The outside of his body was covered with an ice crystal shield, but the ice crystal shield had turned into a weird, screw-shaped thing that looked like a sea conch hooking outside Han Sen's body. The crazy fire went inside the sea conch shield. It followed the sea conch's shape like a screw going inside. It looked like many fire dragons were surrounding Han Sen's body and dancing strangely. The fire power kept going in. It made the fire vortex in the shield go faster. The fire was restricted in the movement and controlled by the ice jade power. Its mass was going to be suppressed. Created a weird vortex. Could not get close to Han Sen's body. "Let's see just how much you can endure." After witnessing this scene, Tail Fire Beast did not stop. It coldly laughed and made the fire rage at Han Sen with even greater ferocity. The burning red sky lacked everything but fire. It was going to break Han Sen's sea conch shell shield. The transparent sea conch shield was hit with more fire. The whole sea conch turned red like a sculpture made out of red crystal. The fire inside was red and burning. The flames looked white and gold. It made the people spectating start to worry. They thought the shield might be melted by the fire. Yet, Han Sen's face remained as still and stoic as ever. His situation appeared dangerous, but it was not as dangerous as others might have imagined. He used the white sheep fairy's hollow structure to separate a few pipelines in the sea conk's shell. It looked like there was only one fire inside it. In fact, it was separated into many different paths of fire. The self-impact power was used to suppress it all during the process. Of course, that was just the first step. Han Sen ultimately did not want to control the fire. When the whole sea conch shell turned purple and white, Han Sen's eyes blazed with a cold light. He reached out his fingers. The sea conch shell rose up and became smaller in space. It turned into a marble-sized sea conch shell in Han Sen's hands. There was a very strong sense of suppression in that mini sea conch fire. Han Sen looked at Tail Fire Beast and put the sea conch between his thumb and middle finger. He flicked it at Tail Fire Beast. Tail Fire Beast felt the scary flame power inside the sea conch, but it was not afraid. It coldly laughed and asked, "Do you want to use this power to beat me? You must be far too naive to believe that is possible. Even if you put your flame power into it at its max, as long as it is firepower, it will obey me. No matter how strong it is, it will not hurt me. What you have done has only helped me. It is also enough to kill you." After that, Tail Fire Beast shot out another scary fire. He was going to break the sea conch and release the undying suppression fire inside. He was going to use that fire to burn Han Sen. It is scary to be ignorant. What a dumb fool with just limbs and power. Han Sen coldly looked at Tail Fire Beast but did not do anything. Pang! The fire arrow struck the sea conch. The fire arrow's power worked with the fire inside from the outside. The sea conch suddenly cracked. The purple-white fire flowed out of it, burying everything around. Han Sen and Tail Fire Beast were drenched in the fire. "Humans are so naive," a scary break world beast said with a great look of disdain for the exhibit. "He wants to use suppressive fire to kill Tail Fire Beast. Does he not know the burning red sky's leader Tail Fire Beast is a fire god? No fire can hurt him." Many powerful creatures thought Han Sen had used the wrong skill as well. Against the burning red sky's leader, fire was useless. Suppressing fire was not stable. It suddenly released a scary power, which quickly vanished. When the purple and white fire was suppressed, everyone was able to see what was happening on the battleground. Han Sen was still safe standing on the ground and holding Bauer. There was a sea conch shield outside of his body. It guided the fire to spin inside it. It reduced half of the explosive impact. While it was in the air, Tail Fire Beast was riddled with several holes. The lava-like blood of the beast was gushing out. Its eyes were rendered into smoky holes. How was that possible? Many scary creatures looked on in disbelief. Tang Xunliu lost his voice as he laughed and said, "Ah, typical. It really does appear as if those dumb break world beasts have a really low level of intelligence. Do they not know anything? Do they not understand what bullet theory is? The real deadly fire is not the energy of its explosion. It is the substances that are pushed by energy." Tail Fire Beast was bleeding lots of blood that looked like lava. It roared, wanting to stir up another incendiary storm. As it roared, its body collapsed. Blood came gushing out of every orifice in its body. It was like countless amounts of volcanoes were all erupting at the same time. Boom! Boom! Tail Fire Beast's giant body fell. It fell into a hot lava sea and sank into it. As many scary creatures were watching this in shock, a light flew out of the lava and came before Han's senator. It was a mysterious spell. It was the mark that had been on Tail Fire Beast's forehead moments before. It represented the burning red sky's will. It was the Sky Leader's mark. Now that it was appearing in front of Han Sen, everyone understood what was happening. Han Sen had replaced Tail Fire Beast to become a new owner of Burning Red Sky. Break World Beast hunted. Ultimate Tail Fire Beast. Found Break World Gene. An announcement sounded in Han Sen's brain. Han Sen looked at the Sky Leader's mark. He raised his hand and let the mark appear in his palm. The mark blended into his skin. When this was all done, the fires of Burning Red Sky went mad. They did not seek to hurt Han Sen though. It was like the sky and the ground were releasing fireworks in praise. It was as if they were celebrating the birth of a new fire leader. The Geno Tablet's video stream ended there. There was a new ranking on the leaderboard. The names on the 15th sky were still glowing. However, Tail Fire Beast's name was no longer there. 15th Sky Leader Hansen. That line of words shone in the main and reverse universes. It drew the attention of many creatures. All the races in the Geno universe were happy. Finally, a creature from the Geno universe had obtained the seat of a leader. It was also done by slaying another leader. The Geno universe's creatures were all very happy about this. What a scary man. He only has a break world rate of 60%, and he only used a simple skill to easily kill Tail Fire Beast. Many break world beasts felt conflicted about this. Hansen's fight gave many weak break world beasts see the hope of being weaker yet still being able to topple the strong. They also knew that they could not outright do it as Hansen had. Hansen dug up the Tail Fire Beast's broken body. Its body was riddled with wounds, but it was still crystal like jade. The flesh was like red, burned steel. One was able to see how strong it was. After digging out the break world gene, he gave the dead body to the small flying fish and small cat. Hansen swallowed the break world gene. Tail Fire Beast was a break world beast with a break world rate of 95% or above. It increased Hansen's break world gene tally by 8, so the reward for the effort was not too shabby. Bauer. This is for you. Hansen carried Bauer to a no-man's land. He used his Burning Red Sky Leader's power to hide the Burning Red Sky rules. He took out the gourd seed and passed it to Bauer. Bauer's eyes opened wide as she looked at Hansen and the gourd seed he was offering to her. She was confused and asked, "Dad, what is this? Why does this thing give me a familiar feeling? I found it on a gourd vine. You came from a gourd, so maybe it is related to you." Hansen did not tell Bauer about the God Chaos Party's old leader. Although the God Chaos Party leader's soul was gone, telling Bauer about all that would likely upset her. It was best for him not to say anything. "Thank you, Dad." Bauer happily accepted the gourd seed. The gourd seed, which looked normal in Hansen's hands, exhibited weird changes when it was in Bauer's hands. It was like the seed came alive. It grew fast and quickly became a gourd vine. It surrounded Bauer. Hansen did not interfere. He merely watched. If that gourd vine did anything explicitly negative to Bauer, he would do all that he could to destroy it. As Bauer subjected herself to the gourd's treatment, she looked very happy. The gourd vine surrounding her kept growing. It was like a living thing that could grow on its own and become a set of vine-wreathed armor cladding Bauer's body. When the vine armor was composed, the gourd vine started to die. The leaves looked like dust as they fell and scattered. The green vines looked dry. They changed from yellow to brown and from brown to gray and black. As the vine armor kept changing, it became a gray vine armor, perfectly wrapped up Bauer's small body. It looked very delicate. It was like it was tailor-made. Bauer tried to move with it. The vine armor did not affect her movement. It was very light. "This vine armor is interesting. I feel as if I can hear it." Bauer waved her hand, and the vine armor swam around it. It became a vine hammer. Bauer kept morphing. The vine armor kept changing into whatever she wished it to be. It turned into a knife, spear, sword, or whip. Could easily become anything like that. It was also able to create a Gatling gun. It made Hansen freeze. "Bauer, quit playing around," Hansen said. "Let's see if this thing actually works." He could not sense a special power in the vine armor. All he could feel was a presence that was quite similar to the black crystal armor. It was, however, a bit different. It was unknown what sort of power resided inside it. This was something the God Chaos Party leader had left behind for her daughter. It was likely something quite special, so Hansen could not wait to see the true power of the vine armor. Bauer paused and thought for a moment. She then turned the vine armor into a big vine hammer. She smacked a rock next to her. Pang! The vine hammer smacked the big rock. It made a huge sound. Hansen's eyes opened wide. He did not open his eyes wide because of the vine hammer's power. The rock was not broken. It bounced the hammer back. Bauer fell onto her head. She dropped her butt on the ground, and her little head rolled around. She looked dizzy. Holy shit, the God Chaos Party must have tricked us. Why would she leave something that lame behind for her daughter? Hansen wanted to laugh. Hansen knew something had to be amiss. God Chaos Party leader would not actually leave something totally useless for her daughter. Bauer shook her head. She stood up and looked a little bit mad. She lifted the hammer and used even more strength to break the stone in front of her. There was a pang sound. Again, the stone was not affected. The vine hammer flew out of Bauer's hands. It hit the ground, bounced a few times, and stopped moving. Hansen and Bauer were frozen. This was the first time they had ever seen such a useless weapon. With Bauer wielding it as a weapon, even an ordinary steel sword would make the rock be hewn in two. But the vine hammer did not even leave a mark on it. Bauer could not help but summon the vine hammer back. She turned it into a knife, sword, spear, and trident. She tested all its forms out, but the results were always the same. The vine, which once looked really powerful, was unable to damage a stone. What is going on with this thing? Hansen knew it might be that Bauer had not yet found the proper way to use it, so he had Bauer put it away for further research at another time. Bauer madly tossed the vine on the ground, but the vines surrounded her again. It became a set of vine armor that wrapped up Bauer's body. Bauer, you go back. Without my permission, do not come to the 33 skies again. Hansen picked up Bauer, small cat, and the small flying fish, and readied himself to send them out of the 33 skies. He was the leader of Burning Red Sky. He could take people out of Burning Red Sky whenever he wanted to, which meant he could also leave. Before Hansen left, a scary presence suddenly appeared in Burning Red Sky. The suppression was like hell. It was like a sea, covered all of Burning Red Sky. Hansen's face changed. He could not see who this person was. But this was a scary suppression. He had not seen this very often. This power indicated that whoever had it was not someone ordinary. When Hansen saw who had arrived, his face changed. One could have said that his face looked very glum. A gold light was coming down from the sky. A blonde lady wearing white, royal clothing appeared. She was like an angel descending on the land. She was like a holy goddess floating down from the godly realms. Hansen recognized her. She was the blonde Wanner, but he had turned Wanner into the black hair variant. He did not know why she was blonde again. Seeing blonde Wanner and her cold eyes, Hansen knew he was in trouble. Qin Xiu, that asshole. He turned Wanner into a cold, killing machine again. Does he not know Wanner is the happiest when she has black hair? Hansen knew Qin Xiu had done something to make Wanner blonde again. He was very annoyed. At the same time, Hansen no longer felt safe. Mr. White said, I will face bad luck in the 33 skies. Does that disaster have something to do with Wanner showing up? The blonde Wanner did not display the slightest flicker of emotion. It was like she was incapable of rendering them. Her eyes were very cold. It was as if she saw nothing. When she looked at Hansen, it was as if her focus wasn't even on him. Wanner. Hansen gently called out her name, but he could see Wanner's emotionless face show no difference. He knew blonde Wanner didn't like him as the black-haired Wanner did. Wanner's body was wreathed with gold fire. Her blonde hair was straight. She went from an angel goddess to a scary, demon woman. Hansen was shocked. This time, the blonde Wanner looked a bit different from how she did before. The power she wielded was still the reverse super god spirit body that had not managed to break the world. Within her reverse super god spirit body, Hansen sensed a familiar power. A power that was highly similar to the black crystal armor. Wanner peered at Han's senator. She then raised her arms like she was wielding a blade of judgment. She immediately slashed toward Hansen. A gold flame came out from her arms like a blade. When it slashed, it was like a gold punishment. It suddenly broke all the rules and landed on Hansen's head. Hansen drew his inch-gray sword and used his xenogenic battle body. The inch-gray sword's blade struck Wanner's gold light, created a scary sonic boom. Hansen clutched his inch-gray sword tightly, but he was driven back so that his feet cleaved a trench in the earth 100 miles long. His face changed. "Wanner, what did Qin Xiu do to you?" He could tell that the strike Wanner had just unleashed was not merely the reverse supergod spirit body's power. It had a black crystal armor power. With the buffing of the black crystal armor power, Wanner's reverse supergod spirit body had not managed to break the world. But she had a battle power that was far scarier than any break world creature. Even if Tail Fire Beast was alive, it would not have been able to withstand this power. Wanner did not speak. She teleported in front of Han Sen like a killing machine and slashed toward him. Han Sen's body exploded with xenogenic battle body power. The inch gray sword was glowing. He tried his hardest to fight Wanner, but it almost seemed certain that he was going to lose. Wanner was using her power to fight. This sort of fighting was something that exceeded what Han Sen's body could realistically compete with. No one would have been able to gain an advantage. Their fight came to a moment in which their brains no longer had to think. Sword lights and gold lights kept crossing each other. Even though they were using the same skills, Han Sen's strength was no greater than Wanner's. He was at an obvious disadvantage. However, Han Sen's skills were better than Wanner's. Despite not being able to win, he used all of his skill to prevent actually losing. He could keep things going, but Han Sen clearly felt that Wanner's power in the fight was only becoming stronger as time went by. It was like her entire body was showering in the holy gold light. Every inch of her godly body was releasing godly light. Every time their attacks connected, it was like the volume of her body's glow became brighter. What did Qin Xiu do to her? Why does her body wield the black crystal armor's power? Han Sen strongly asked. He knew the black crystal armor was something truly amazing, but he did not know how to commandeer the black crystal armor and take authorship of it. When the black crystal armor belonged to Han Sen, the only way he could engage xenogenic mode was through its aid. There was one thing weird about that. The black crystal armor's power seemed to work for xenogenic creatures and gene races, but it never really worked much on humans. Even if Han Sen swallowed it, its power did not help him evolve. Its only benefit was helping Han Sen practice the story of genes, and that was it. If the black crystal armor was the one that the God Chaos Party leader mentioned, then why can Qin Xiu use the black crystal armor? Is he really the human alpha the God Chaos Party leader mentioned? Han Sen did not quite understand. Dong! Han Sen blocked Wanner's next hand slash. He fell back in the air, holding the inch-gray sword as it quivered in response. The impact of that last hit had been far too fierce. In the few minutes their fight had lasted, Wanner's power seemed to be getting stronger. Her strength was still accelerating. Bauer! Wait for me over there. Han Sen let Bauer go. He had to use all of his power to engage in this battle. If he did not, the prediction of a disaster befalling him might come true. Bauer was tossed to the side by Han Senator. The small flying fish and small cat went with her. Bauer rode the big version of the small flying fish, holding small cat as she observed. Both of Han Sen's hands clutched the handle of the inch-gray sword. His eyes looked as if they were spreading. Under his eyes, the whole world was now a composition of various substances. He used his sword like a knife and used under the sky knife skills. Everything was a chess piece with under the sky. Han Sen gave up his reaction to the fight. His brain started spinning like crazy. Swords and humans, humans and the ground and the sky, were all becoming one. The person was in the game using themselves as a base to affect the entire situation. Han Sen's knife skills looked messed up. After all, Han Sen's knife did not seem to go for Wanner's weak spots. The many traces and movements he made looked weird. A commoner would have thought that Han Sen was just messing around. This knife skill was in the 33 skies. Qin Xiu was watching and said, "Interesting knife skills, but this knife skill can only block once. He cannot defeat Wanner. Our grudge is something best resolved through Wanner's participation." While he was talking, Qin Xiu's eyes followed Wanner's left hand. She was wearing a black crystal ring on her left pinky. It was releasing some mysterious light. Han Sen's hand had the inch-gray sword mid-swing. It was unknown how many times he had slashed at this point. He suddenly fell back and departed the battleground with his sword slashing forward like mad. Boom! Burning red skies fires exploded. Countless flames started to ravage. It became many different fire knives that were crazily going toward Warner. Warner's eyes froze. Her gold light exploded. All of the fire knives became gold light air. But there were too many fire knives. The sky and the earth became a river of fire that kept going for Warner without reprieve. The fire knives that were destroyed quickly returned to endlessly assault Warner. Han Sen's under the sky knife skills reached the max. The permission to be burning red skies leader reached the max. An infinite fire knife river madly attacked. With as much obscene power as she had, even Warner was getting grounded amidst the river of knives. The gold light dimmed. Upon seeing Warner's gold light start to dim, the fire knife river became crazier. Han Sen's face did not get better. On this day he was feeling very restless. He just did not know where this sense of restlessness came from. Catcha! A fire knife air broke the gold light that carried Warner. It slashed through Warner's shoulder. Blood was everywhere. Warner's shiny god body had a small blood mark. Suddenly, fire knife airs were coming down to cover the sky and ground to break the gold light that was protecting Warner's body. Many knife airs cut her clothes to impart many small marks on her body. Although the wounds were not that deep, the fire knife airs were countless in their numbers. More knife airs came raining down, making Warner suffer many big hits. She looked more and more wounded as time went by. There was blood on her snow-white, royal-like clothing. The blood looked like flowers. Seeing Warner's super god spirit body be ripped, Han Sen started to feel a bit unsettled. Without really thinking about it, he found himself clutching the inch-gray sword tighter. He stared at Warner, hoping to see something. Before Han Sen could see anything, Warner's body looked as if it had just been vaporized. The fire knife airs went through her body. Warner's shadow went through the sea of fire to appear in front of Han Senator. All her wounds were healed, and her clothes were fine. It was as if she had not been harmed at all. A hand like a knife came slicing down. Warner's shadow had become solid again, but Han Sen was prepared. The inch-gray sword was swung. It slashed down and collided with Warner's hand. Dong! The inch-gray sword and Warner's hand crashed into each other. The indestructible inch-gray sword was unable to cut Warner's skinny jade hand that wielded a gold light. Upon their collision, the two of their hits made a golden jade sound. Han Sen felt as if there was some unstoppable power coming at him very quickly. It made his body fall back into space. His body broke through a lot of blockages and created some kind of air explosion. The force of air exploded all of his clothes, revealing his muscular body. That power was super god spirit body power. Han Sen's eyes looked as if they were on fire. He looked at Warner as she adopted a shadow that did not look at all different from Han Sen's own super god spirit body. It was not the skill that was the reverse super god spirit body. Warner has not been able to break the world, so how can she use the super god spirit body power? Han Sen did not understand. Warner did not give him time to think. She was already slashing toward Han Sen again. He waved his sword to fight back. Warner's body became a shadow again. She got close to Han Sen and became solid again. She slashed toward his neck again. Han Sen seemed to have prepared for this. He entered his own super god spirit mode, which made his body become a light shadow that could evade Warner's slash. Blood spilled like crazy. Han Sen's neck was delivered a bloody mark. His super god spirit body did not dodge Warner's hand slash. Luckily, Han Sen was just trying this. He was able to dodge the brunt of the attack. She was unable to hit anywhere important. Otherwise, if that slash had been able to unleash its full capacity on him, Han Sen's head would have definitely been lopped off. This is wrong. This is so wrong. Why can Warner switch between super god spirit mode and the reverse super god spirit mode on a whim if she has been unable to break the world? Han Sen moved quickly. He kept evading Warner's attacks while thinking. Warner, who was able to switch between the two powers freely, had become stronger. On top of that, two of her powers were strong enough to resist Han Sen's own super god spirit mode. Han Sen's situation had definitely taken a turn for the worse. Seeing Wanner slash again, Han Sen had nowhere to fall back to. There was a subtle glint of coldness under Han Sen's eyelids. The presence of his body changed. There was a very primal, scary power coming out of his body. It generated a sword light on the inch-gray sword. It carried a destructive power that was unleashed in Wanner's direction. The reverse version of the story of Jean's power was the scariest type of destructive power there was. With the indestructible inch-gray sword and Han Sen's super spank skill, this was going to be the greatest and most powerful attack Han Sen had ever cast. Catcha! The inch-gray sword struck Wanner's hand like a saw striking metal. Sparks erupted everywhere, scattering light all around. If one looked closer, one would notice where the inch-gray sword was. It was not actually Wanner's hand. Han Sen had aimed at the black crystal ring she was wearing. Han Sen had been watching Wanner quite a bit. He sensed something was wrong with her. In the end, he decided to lock onto that ring. Although the ring had never revealed its presence, Han Sen knew for sure there had to be something wrong with it. Eventually, the black crystal ring was broken by the sword power unleashed via Han Sen's inch-gray sword. It fell off of Qin Wanner's finger. It was split in two. When the black crystal ring shattered and broke, Qin Wanner looked shocked. She stood where she was in shock. The gold light around her started to go dim. Her blonde hair started to look black. Was it discovered so soon? Oh well, that is fine. He is someone Wanner is close to. Maybe he knows that already. Qin Xiu spoke to himself, but his eyes did not shift. It was like he had already expected Han Sen to break the black crystal ring. Mister, should we open the portal and take Miss Wanner back? Sky King came before Qin Xiu and bowed. After Wanner entered Burning Red Sky, she did not trigger the Sky Theft fight sequence. Sky King used his 33 Skies spirit body and power to send Wanner to Burning Red Sky. Aside from Qin Xiu and Sky King, only the people in Burning Red Sky could witness the events unfolding in Burning Red Sky. No, Qin Xiu coldly said. He was still staring at the spirit mirror Sky King had opened. He peered into Burning Red Sky. Han Sen watched the blonde Wanner turn back into the black-haired Wanner. He was feeling happy. Suddenly, the black crystal ring, which had been broken, arose. It did so with a cloud of black smoke. It became a black smoke that drifted toward Wanner. Run! Han Sen's eyes and hands were swift. He palmed the black smoke. The hollow structure of the ice jade field blocked the black smoke's approach. Pang! In the next second, the black smoke broke the ice jade shield. It went in front of Wanner and drilled into her mouth. Han Sen's looked glum, but it did not seem as if there was anything he could do to stop it. He stopped hesitating and slashed toward Wanner's neck. He wanted to stop this entire thing before the black smoke reached her belly. Wanner was frozen. Her body strangely fell back. Her movements were very weird. Her body did not move. She went backward like a ghost. As she slid, Han Sen missed with his inch-gray sword. When Han Sen looked at Wanner's face, he noticed her eyes were entirely black. She looked scarier than any ghost possibly could. She looked far scarier than the eye color she had before when she was blonde. Han Sen gripped the inch-gray sword. He wanted to swing the sword and attack, but he saw Wanner sprout two god lights from her back. It tore the clothes on her back like a flying butterfly. Those two gold and silver god lights were like two wings spreading behind Wanner's body. They created a scary spirit light. Super God Spirit Body and Reverse Super God Spirit Body exist in the same body, but she has not been able to break the world. Yet, there is no conflict. How is something like this even possible? Han Sen looked at Wanner's sky-shocking skylight wings. His eyes narrowed. Wanner was adorned with shocking skylight wings. Because of those light wings, one part of her body was shining with a gold aura whereas the other half of her body was white like ice. Her eyes, which had been overtaken by black pupils, were now staring at Han Senator. They looked weirdly ghost-like. Is Qin Xiu mad? What did he do to Wanner? Han Sen frowned. Based on the way Qin Xiu supposedly loved Wanner, the man should not have done anything that would negatively impact Wanner. What was happening to Wanner now was far too weird. He could not think of a reason as to why Qin Xiu would turn Wanner into something like this. Han Sen did not know that since he had turned Wanner into the black-haired mode, Wanner had been missing Han Sen a lot. She consistently spoke highly about Han Sen in his absence. Qin Xiu did not say anything about it to her. He remained very gentle toward Wanner, but he still used some intense methods to make her revert to her blonde mode. Qin Xiu was going to finish Han Sen off, so that he could be the sole recipient of Wanner's love. He was unable to accept her holding someone else more important than him in their heart. Wanner was now floating in the air. The back of her wings were shaking. She put her hands together. She looked like a praying angel. Wanner's face had no depiction of faith or liveliness. She stared at Han Sen and looked at him in an extremely cold way. When she put her hands together, a strange sort of light manifested. It did not belong to her super god spirit body or her reverse super god spirit body. Is that a break world power? That does not seem right. Han Sen looked at Wanner's hands and felt a weird power moving. After his super god spirit body managed to break the world, it had become a pure super spirit god body that could not break anything in the world. He would, however, not receive damage from anything in the world. The power in Wanner's hands was not a spirit power. Even so, it still had elements of the super god spirit body's power and elements of the reverse super god spirit body's power. Does a super god spirit body have another way of breaking the world? Han Sen looked at Wanner's hands with intrigue. Her hands, he noted, were strongly glowing. This power was almost transparent, but it was not a spirit power. Upon looking at Wanner's hands, he saw that there was a transparent sort of power rising. After her hands adopted this sort of transparent power, they turned crystal clear. When the transparent power started to spread, her entire body, including the light wings behind her, took on the form of transparent crystals. Wanner now looked like a transparent crystal statue. It was only her eyes that were different. They had remained black. If one did not look closer, one would have thought she was just a pair of strange black eyes floating in the air. It was only after looking closer that would one see her body was transparent. Does the super god spirit body have another way of breaking the world? Han Sen was incredibly shocked by what he was witnessing. Wanner was breaking the world, and she was breaking the world in a completely different way. The two of them had both used a super god spirit body to break the world, yet two different super god spirit powers were created. Han Sen did not know if his super god spirit body's break world power was correct or if it was hers. Either way, Wanner was releasing a scary presence that put Han Sen on high alert. When Wanner parted her hands, Han Sen felt a flare of goosebumps overwhelm his body. He quickly sensed that something bad was going to happen. He did not hesitate. He immediately engaged his super god spirit body's break world mode. He put on his break world body. In the next moment, Han Sen saw Wanner's hand on his chest. She was so fast that he had been unable to dodge her move. Han Sen was watching that nearly transparent, weird hand thrust through his chest. It went right through his body. When Wanner pulled back her hand, Han Sen noticed a hole had been created in his spirit body. He had been severely damaged. Her break world power can even deal harm to my pure spirit body. Han Sen quickly moved his body. While he was moving, the damaged spirit body reverted to normal. Wanner looked at Han Sen weirdly. In the next moment, her strange body moved again. This time Han Sen was prepared. He peered at her body with an intense gaze, hoping to be able to predict her next attack. Even so, when Wanner raised her hand, it once again fired through Han Sen's body. Han Sen now knew that he couldn't avoid Wanner's attacks. He ignored his damaged spirit body, gathered up all of his power, and tried to throw a punch at Wanner's strange body. Han Sen felt his fist thrust into what felt like liquid. There was so much resistance that it was like he was punching a rock. When his fist went inside Wanner's body, he felt that her body was very soft. It was even boneless. It was like he had shoved his fist into water. Boom! Han Sen wanted to pull his fist back out and try to attack other parts of Wanner's body, but he suddenly felt as if he had been electrified. His spirit body was numb and paralyzed. He then felt a force of suction grip him by the fist. He could not draw his fist out of Wanner's body. The strangest part about all of this was that Wanner seemed to be in the same condition as Han Senator. Her body was shaking as if she was being electrified. Her hand, which had been forced through Han Sen's chest, could not be withdrawn. As Qin Xiu watched this scene, his expression became very strange. He asked aloud, "What is happening here?" Han Sen's break world power and Wanner's break world power has created a weird rhythm. Not even Qin Xiu knew what was going on. He had taken the black crystal ring from the black crystal armor. He used the black crystal ring's gene prototype's power to make Wanner break the world. After Wanner managed to break the world, she was exceptionally strong. Not even Qin Xiu would have dared underestimate what she was now capable of. He thought Wanner could defeat Han Sen easily without any trouble. Who would have expected that Han Sen's break world power would create a rhythm alongside Wanner's break world power, and that this was also going to affect Wanner? She was just like Han Senator. She had been robbed of her ability to fight. Sky King, open the path to burning red sky. Qin Xiu did not want Wanner to experience any danger. He gave up on the idea of letting Wanner deal with Han Senator. He was going to go to burning red sky to deal with Han Sen himself. Before Sky King was able to answer, something weird started happening in burning red sky. Han Sen and Wanner's bodies were combining. They were both in front of each other, but their bodies drew closer until they started merging. Face to face like Siamese twins, their bodies kept merging. Before Qin Xiu was able to go to burning red sky, Han Sen and Wanner's bodies had completely combined to become a new person. The process of their two bodies merging seemed to be painful. They raised their heads and roared as it happened. Their bodies released scary powers that suddenly ripped space. They themselves went into space and disappeared. Where did they go? Qin Xiu looked at Sky King with an unhappy gaze. He was more than glum. Sky King's heart jumped. The spirit mirror began to display strange changes. They were no longer in burning red sky. They were actually in another sky. He finally saw Han Sen, who had just combined with the woman. His body broke space and started to soar through many skies. He was racing through the 33 skies. The barriers that separated the 33 skies no longer seemed to exist. They were unable to stop the penetration of that scary body. Within a moment, Han Sen and Wanner's combined body came before the genotablet of the 33 skies. He used his body to pass the 33rd sky. Even the leader in the 33rd sky could not do something like that. Qin Xiu was in front of the genotablet. He looked at the transparent body that had been breaking through space to get there. He was trying to find out which of the two souls belonged to Wanner. Qin Xiu. A transparent body came before Qin Xiu. It appeared and quickly disappeared. It was similar to a flickering light. It was like it was going to be extinguished yet remain gone forever. Wanner, please speak to me. It pains me to see you endure all this. Qin Xiu looked at the body and asked, Wanner? Oh, Wanner, are you still there? I am. The transparent body seemed to be wrestling with pain. It held its hair and roared. It was going crazy. It threw its fist into the sky. A transparent power exploded in the air. It turned into an invisible shockwave, and it was spreading everywhere. It was destroying everything, including the life souls. Sky King was the first to be affected by the power. With his nearly 100% break world rate, not even he was able to withstand that power. His body was ripped to pieces. He was going to vanish alongside his soul. Boom! Qin Xiu stepped away. The black crystal armor swiftly clad him as he appeared before Sky King. A hand reached out. It was like an invisible wall was coming out of his hands to block the shockwave. Han Sen's will started to control the combined body. He saw Qin Xiu and did not hesitate. He threw a punch forward. An invisible power teleported in front of Qin Xiu. The fist struck Qin Xiu's black crystal armor, making his body slide away. Qin Xiu's face changed. Ever since he had successfully controlled the black crystal armor, he had never been able to feel what it was like for a damaging power to touch him. The strength of Han Sen and Wanner combined surprised him. Before Qin Xiu was able to do anything, Han Sen waved his hand and attacked. He felt as if his entire body was brimming with explosive power. It was like one punch was enough to break the sky and the earth. Qin Shou froze. He moved his hand and blocked Han Sen's own. Han Sen's body was like a killing machine. He looked at Qin Shou and used a crazy storm-style attack. Almost every part of his body could do incredible damage, including his finger, hand, fist, elbow, and knees. Any one of those attacks was able to destroy an average God Spirit elite, but these attacks were still able to be blocked by Qin Shou's hands. His hands were like a wall that was unable to be broken. No matter how strong Han Sen's attacks were, they were insufficient in making him fall back. Qin Shou, however, could only defend and not attack. Even so, it gave him the chance to watch Han Senator because his body was not entirely Han Sen since Wanner was still somewhere inside. Qin Shou did not want to attack. Han Sen, on the other hand, did not care. He felt his body power was exploding. He was like a volcano that could erupt at any second. If he did not release the power he had now, he felt as if he was going to blow up. Plus, he was starting to feel as if there was a power encouraging him. It made him really want to break the black crystal armor. It was like a moth drawn to a fire. Qin Shou kept blocking Han Sen's attacks and coldly said, "Han Sen, leave Wanner's body alone, and I will permit you to live." Han Sen did not say anything in response. He felt as if the power that came from his body was enough to melt his own body. He had to keep going. He had to keep fighting so that he could release the power and make his body feel better. Pang! He landed another punch on Qin Shou's hand. This time, the power sent Qin Shou back half a step. The black crystal armor developed a swirl on it. Qin Shou frowned. The power of Han Sen and Wanner combined was already greater than he expected it to be. When Han Sen attacked again, Qin Shou moved. He evaded Han Sen's fist and appeared behind him. He grabbed Han Sen by the neck with his arms. He used a scary power to immobilize Han Sen's body. His foe was unable to move. Qin Shou was behind Han Sen, coldly talking to him. "I demand that you leave Wanner's body now. This is the last chance I am willing to give you. Otherwise, I will end your life." "Really?" Han Sen's body flashed away. He vanished from the area, which resulted in Qin Shou's power being thrown wide. When Han Sen's body appeared again, he was above Qin Shou's head. His legs were like a bat leaks striking down. Qin Shou raised his hands to block Han Sen's strike. A scary power created a swirl in space. The universal cogwheels were broken by the destruction. Han Sen's body kept flickering. When he vanished, Qin Shou's power could no longer lock onto him. The two of them fought like mad. The 33 skies kept shaking. Aside from the genotablet, there were no substances that could withstand their attacks. Han Sen knew Qin Shou's power was scary, but he did not expect him to be that terrifying. He and Wanner had combined. The power that exploded was greater than what he had. Qin Shou still seemed fine dealing with it though. Han Sen even found himself thinking that if it was not for Qin Shou's fear concerning Wanner's welfare, his situation would have been much worse. In fact, Han Sen did not know Qin Shou was actually feeling more shocked than he was. Qin Shou was strong, but the reason he was so strong was because of the black crystal armor. The combined body of Han Sen and Wanner was just pure body power, and it was now fighting him. Qin Shou understood that when he was at his strongest, he could not be like that. This kind of body power is able to make the first step by using the body. Qin Shou's eyes looked cold. If that power belonged to Wanner, Qin Shou was willing to give up. He would have done anything to help Qin Wanner. Now, half of the power belonged to Han Sen, who had asserted control of the body. When Qin Shou thought of that, his eyes turned even colder. Qin Shou's body was like a ghost. Han Sen's attacks were like thunder. They created a storm all around. Even so, the rage was unable to move Qin Shou. Since he was wrapped up by the black armor, it was like he was walking around extinguishing Han Sen's attacks and rendering them absolutely futile. Although Han Sen moved his weird body to the max, he was unable to achieve breakthrough success. He was still unable to deal damage to Qin Shou. Qin Shou's eyes looked frozen. The black crystal armor became smaller. His hands were thrust into the sky. The black crystal armor that wrapped up his fist started to produce a black halo. Pang! Han Sen emerged from the nothingness. He was punched in the chest. That punch made Han Sen stumble back, but he was not injured by it. Beneath the force of that punch, the black crystal armor that clad Qin Shou's fist actually cracked. It was like it had adopted a new life. It was becoming many black crystal shards. They locked onto Han Sen with the intent to pepper him with holes. Suddenly, Han Sen's body was wrapped up by black crystal pieces. Han Sen wanted to rush out and escape the black crystal armor's binding technique. Despite being a shadow, his body was unable to escape the black crystal armor's trap. Qin Shou looked at the prison armor and spoke to Han Sr. It is pointless. This Geno armor was created by a Geno prototype. The gene messages of the entire world are in here. The power of the entire world resides within it. In this world, there exists no type of power that can prove a threat to it. Han Sen did not believe what he was being told. He kept using his powers to try and escape. Despite the strength he exerted, the black crystal armor was unaffected. The power that was able to destroy the sky and the earth was just a wave upon a sea for the black crystal armor. It was the same black crystal armor, but Han Sen did not feel the black crystal armor was the same one he used to own. Han Senator ever a pest, aren't you? But aren't I ever gracious? Qin Shou coldly said, I am going to make you that offer one more time, and I recommend that you take it. It is far greater than you deserve. Why don't you remove yourself from your weird connection with Wanner and let her body be free? Do that, and I can allow you to live. You think you know me, but I can assure you that you don't. I have never accepted a life that is given through the mercy of others. I never have, and I never will. Han Sen's power kept exploding. His power was becoming stronger. The black crystal armor that wrapped him up became bigger, but it never fell away from him. Qin Shou coldly said, I have already told you that the Geno prototype is the origin of the world. The power that exists in this world, no matter how much your power changes, comes from this. You cannot overcome this power. There are only two powers that can affect it. One power enables a reboot of the universe, which is something only a reboot-class God Spirit can do. Even if your break world rate reaches 100%, you cannot be a reboot-class God Spirit and enable a universe reboot. Even if the universe reboots, you cannot break the Geno prototype. There is a power inside it that transcends the world. It is something greater than the world. You need something greater than that to break the Geno prototype. It is a shame no one possesses such a power. Han Sen did not speak. He just wanted to madly explode his power. He felt his body surge with many powerful powers. For some reason, he could not express them. Qin Shou saw that Han Sen was refusing to speak, so he started to look mean. He stopped talking. He put his hand on Han Sen's head, which made the black crystal armor develop a black and weird light. Qin Shou looked into Han Sen's eyes and spoke each word sternly. Leave Wanner's body. This is your last chance. Only Han Sen's power answered him. His black crystal armor was bloated. It made a walla sound. Even so, it still imprisoned his body. Qin Shou did not speak. His eyes looked strange. The black crystal armor had a weird substance chain light. It made the black crystal armor, which was wrapping up Han Sen, start to flicker. The black crystal armor that wrapped up Han Sen became smaller, trapped Han Sen's body. It made Han Sen feel as if countless needles were pricking him deep within his nerves. It was like all these needles were madly sucking the substances out of him. You used to have the Geno prototype armor, Qin Shou coldly said. It is such a shame you were never able to become its master. You will never know its true power. Let me show you its power now. Han Sen finally spoke. No matter how grand this Geno prototype armor is, it is not your work. How can you speak so boisterously? Qin Shou coldly laughed. It looks like you already know where this Geno prototype armor comes from. Yes, this Geno prototype armor belonged to the God Chaos Party's old leader. It is the greatest armor to ever exist in the entire universe. With this armor, the God Chaos Party leader was able to battle the Geno Hall. It could have even allowed him to be above the Geno Hall. God Chaos Party leader depended on the Geno tablet, Han Sen said. It looks like what you truly know is quite limited, Qin Xiu said. The Geno tablet is an item designed to replace the Geno Hall. It is powerful, but it was never meant to be used by one person. It was a tool used to control the main and reverse universes. It is a sign of power. I see. Han Sen felt the power in his body be taken by the black crystal armor. This kind of action did not actually drain his power. It made him feel how strong his body was. After the power was sucked away, it made the power inside his body become vast. It was sort of like an endless sea. Qin Xiu's body of black crystal armor flickered with the lights of a mysterious spell. The spell kept appearing like countless codes flickering. Qin Xiu's eyes looked very evil. He wanted to steal Han Sen's gene message and remove it from his body. That way only Wanner would remain. This was the black crystal armor's unique power. Aside from the black crystal armor, there was no other power that could analyze the gene messages of creatures. Only the black crystal armor could do this. After Qin Xiu took Han Sen's gene messages, the power of the black crystal armor kept calculating. It did not stop. How is that possible? Qin Xiu was shocked. The Geno prototype armor was a gene base for the universe. Even the genes of spirits resided within it. It could not just analyze the gene message of a creature. Even the whole evolution of a race could be seen by it. Now, the Geno prototype armor was still madly analyzing. It was like Han Sen had too many body messages. It was going to be overloaded. They still could not analyze things. Qin Xiu started to frown. His face looked miserable. As he did so, he felt something stir and jump in the middle of his soul. By all accounts, it made Qin Xiu's face look even more unpleasant. Damn it! The black crystal armor on Qin Xiu's body was madly spinning. It was uncontrollable. Catcha! There were cracks all over Han Sen's armor. Within them, a familiar power existed. It is her. Han Sen was able to sense what that familiar power was. It was the presence he experienced when he had the Geno prototype armor. When that will went to Han Sen's black crystal armor, the black crystal armor that surrounded Han Sen kept exuding a weird sort of power. It turned into something that could help Han Sen. Han Sen was very happy about this. He quickly gathered power and threw a punch at Qin Xiu ahead of him. Qin Xiu accepted the strike, which sent his body flying through the air and into space. His body flew back 400 miles before it started to descend. Qin Xiu froze. He looked at Han Sen with a look of disbelief. Rather, he was not even really looking at Han Senator, he was looking at the black crystal armor Han Sen was wearing. Chaos. Did you give up fighting me with the Geno prototype for him? Qin Xiu looked shocked as he stopped all movements. He started to look mad. He stared at Han Sen and the black crystal armor. Han Sen's black crystal armor disassembled. After it fell off of him, it recomposed itself. It rebuilt itself as a bodiless black crystal armor that seemed more fitting for a woman. The black crystal armor was now the same as the one Han Sen knew in the beginning, except the armor now looked livelier. The woman in the black crystal armor looked at Qin Xiu and said, "Oh, you are the worst villain I have ever had the displeasure of dealing with. Your actions never make any sense, and you just force your way into places you shouldn't belong, raising the stupid stakes. After everything, now you're just moaning and moaning. Why are you moaning? Isn't this what you wanted? Haven't you always wanted this and everything going on in this place? Well, now you have it." After that, the woman in the black crystal armor looked at Han Sen and commented, "Han Sen, would you look at that? We meet again. Are you the leader of the God Chaos Party?" Although Han Sen already knew her identity, he still asked the question. "I am Chaos," she said. "You have my will. You have seen the remnant of my soul. You should already know me." Han Sen wished to say something. Before he could, Chaos went on to say, "Now is not the time for talk. You and I should kill him now. If we do this now, it will be the best chance we have." Before Han Sen said anything, Qin Xiu was already coldly saying, "Chaos, you relinquished your control of the Geno prototype. Do you really think you can beat me with your measly amount of power? I can't, but together we can. Chaos said. Her body went to Han Senator. The black crystal armor wrapped up Han Sen's body. As the black crystal armor wrapped up Han Sen, Chaos' voice was in Han Sen's brain. Let me handle your body. This body has an incredible amount of power. With my control power, along with using this body, we can kill Qin Xiu, who has the Geno prototype armor. That way, we can prevent the need for Bauer to fight him. Sure. What do you need me to do? Han Sen had no doubts about letting Chaos do what was needed to protect Bauer. Just let your body go. Allow me to control all of this. Chaos's voice echoed through Han Sen's brain again. Han Sen's body madly shook. It combined with the black crystal armor. The black armor suddenly looked transparent like Han Sen's body did. It was like a diamond glowing with a god light. Han Sen felt his will clearly. He could control his body, but his body was also being controlled by a different will. That felt particularly amazing. It was like playing a video game when one used two controllers to control one character. Even so, it was a bit different from that. Han Sen was not controlling anything, but he felt everything the body was feeling. Qin Xiu seemed to sense he was now a major threat. He looked very serious. The black crystal armor's power started to spin and push his power to the max. Ah, Chaos. Tut tut tut. Chaos. You silly, silly girl. You naughty, naughty girl. You always were bold. But I fear I have always held you in higher regard than you deserve. It turns out you are pretty naive if you think that petty body has what it takes to defeat me and the Geno prototype I look awesome wearing. Qin Xiu's body grew stronger. Space around was affected by his power, and it all started to twist. Countless weird scenes were around him, creating something like a mirage. Chaos coldly said, "You are the naive one. I created the Geno prototype armor. No one can understand it more than I, but you do not know how scary this body is. So what? Even if your body is really strong, do you really think he can break through the last stage?" Qin Xiu looked at her with disdain. "Everything is possible," Chaos coldly said. She then stepped forward. Her step made it seem like the whole world was following her feet. That transparent power was going for Qin Xiu. You created the Geno prototype armor, but there is only one person who can push its power to the max. That person is me. Qin Xiu looked cold. He did not falter or take a step back. His body surged with an incredible black power. The two powers collided in the 33rd sky. The whole of the 33rd sky became a half-black and a half-transparent weird world. You are right, Chaos said. Only you can push the power of the Geno prototype armor to the max, but it is a shame you have not achieved that yet. You have the Geno prototype armor, but your body is not reboot class yet. You yourself have not made that last step. So today you will only die. You will not be reincarnated. She took another step forward. Catcha! The half-black world started to collapse and break when Chaos stepped forward. Chaos kept walking toward Qin Xiu. With every step she took, the black power collapsed a lot. Qin Xiu's power kept exploding, but he could not prevent Chaos from walking forward. How is that possible? Is there a body that can take such steps? Qin Xiu's face started to change, but he suddenly smiled again. He said to himself, "It is no wonder this is Wanner. Qin Xiu die." Chaos was not going to permit Qin Xiu to have another chance. She stepped forward. All of the dark power collapsed. Qin Xiu's black crystal armor displayed many cracks. It looked like it could collapse at any second. Chaos's fist was being thrust toward Qin Xiu's skull. It felt like the whole world relied on that one punch. Carried an incredible power. Qin Xiu was suppressed by the power of the whole world, but his body was still standing very straight. He had no fear. He smiled and closed his eyes. Chaos, to be able to kill me, it won't be you. Only Wanner can kill me in this world. I owe her that much. Just die already. Chaos did not move. The punch was still madly going toward him. BZZT. When Chaos's punch was about to hit Qin Xiu's head, it suddenly stopped. Chaos's body started to shake. Oh no! Han Sen sensed what was going on. It was Wanner's will. The body did not just belong to Han Senator, it belonged to Wanner too, who was Qin Xiu's little sister. This girl had given up so much for Qin Xiu, so she was not going to let her body be the one to kill Qin Xiu. Pang. Following the strong will, Han Sen's body started to dissolve. Han Sen, Wanner, and Chaos split into 3 separate entities. They all flew in different directions. The scary power suddenly vanished. Qin Xiu looked cold. The black crystal armor started again. It was like a devil in front of Han Sen aiming at his forehead. Han Sen still kept his pure spirit body mode engaged. His heart jumped. He wanted to break the rules of the universe and reduce the restrictions. Unfortunately, the black crystal armor's power could control a pure spirit body. The whole of space was not trapped. Han Sen's spirit body was unable to leave. He knew this was a life or death moment. Without hesitation, Han Sen gnashed his teeth and exited his pure spirit mode. His xenogenic battle body madly exploded with power. The Dongxian armor wrapped up his body. The story of genes broke the world and created a white flame that hastily wreathed his body. The blood pulse sutra boiled in his blood. Jade skin unleashed its frosting chill. Han Sen gunned his power to the max and threw a punch at Qin Xiu's finger. The finger touched down on the tip of his finger. It led to Han Sen being petrified. His power was uncontrollably going forth to strike Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu looked at Han Sen coldly. I already told you that the Geno prototype armor is an origin point of the whole universe. No matter how much you change it, for as long as it is in the rules of the universe, you will be restricted by the Geno prototype armor. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want to see you die, you will die. Even though Qin Xiu said that he didn't have to, Han Sen knew it all too well. He used to have a Geno prototype armor. He used the Geno prototype armor to evolve creatures and beast souls. It did not cost him any energy to do that either. Now that he thought about it some more, if it was not the universe's origin that could wrap up every gene message in the universe, he could not have done that. While Han Sen was staring down this immense power, it was very hard for him to deal with it. If you want to suck it, I will let you suck it. Han Sen did not fall back. Instead, he moved forward. His long hair was flying. His entire battle body went mad. He absorbed his power, trying to shake Qin Xiu away. The black crystal armor spells were floating. No matter how powerful Han Sen's strength was, it was going to be absorbed by the black crystal armor. The stronger Han Sen became, the stronger the black crystal armor would become. The black crystal armor was like a monster that could keep on evolving. Any power that landed on it would be nutritious, and it would work to make it bigger. Han Sen's power did not harm him. All he could achieve was making the black crystal armor stronger, lending aid to Qin Xiu. Even though this occurred in a single small moment in time, Han Sen felt his body become empty. It was like he was going to be sucked dry. Qin Xiu said, "For you to be able to evolve to this level, I have to confess that you aren't all that bad. Considering the fact that you looked after Wanner for me in the past, I will give you the ability to reincarnate. Next time, don't make yourself my enemy." He then raised his other hand, turned into a fist. He aimed at Han Sen's head as he launched it. No! Suddenly, there was a scream. A person had managed to rush there and shield Han's senator. It was Wanner, who had been separated from Han Sen. Wanner's body was looking very clear. It was starting to go back to black. It was clearly the witch Wanner's will that was suppressing Qin Wanner's will. It was taking over and becoming the primary. Brother Qin Xiu, I beg you, please do not hurt big brother. Let him go. If you do not like it so much, I will make sure I never see him again. Wanner was in front of Han's senator. She kept begging. Upon seeing all the tears roll down Wanner's cheeks, Qin Xiu lowered his fist. He suddenly looked rather soft. He stroked Wanner's hair and said, "Wanner, if you like him so much, I would do anything for you." After that, Qin Xiu put back the finger that was against Han Sen's fist. He held Wanner's waist. He took her with him and fled. "Brother Qin Xiu, I thank you. I will listen to you from now on," Wanner said. She went back to Han Sen and shouted, "Quick! Leave! Leave and never come back." Qin Xiu softly pulled Wanner away with him as he said, "Let's go, Wanner." When Wanner turned back, Qin Shou's other hand cast a silent power. He had collected it for so long, but he suddenly launched a fist toward Han Sen, who was now in the air. Han Sen was not as naive as Warner. He knew Qin Shou was not going to just let him go. He saw that beam of light, which was made of countless black spells, come silently for him. He had to gnash his teeth and explode the leftover power he had in the welcome of the nasty light. The silent power exploded in the air. The whole world looked as if it had been disturbed by that mysterious power. Warner was being held by Qin Shou, but she moved. She was not able to feel the power floating. She did not realize the disaster that was happening behind her. Qin Shou quickly took her out of the 33rd sky. Catcha! Catcha! Han Sen's Dongxian armor was starting to crack under the duress of that scary power. His muscles and bones were being torn apart. His powerful xenogenic battle body could not withstand the scary attack. A black light came from space. It was the black crystal armor Chaos had. It suddenly clad Han Sen's body with a strange type of power that fought back the scary power alongside Han Sen. Chaos herself was just a spirit, and she had given up the Geno prototype armor. She did not have much power, and Han Sen was weak. With the two of their powers, they could not block the scary attacks. All the bones in Han Sen's body were moaning and crying. The black crystal armor started to crack more and more. It seemed as if it was going to break. I am going to die. Han Sen felt his body break. He roared and adopted his super god spirit body's break world shape to try and survive the onslaught. He suddenly felt a power inside his body. That power was very weird. He suddenly reversed everything. Qin Shou's scary attack suddenly became a nice beam of light. Ultimate egg. Han Sen felt some sort of power inside him. The ultimate egg had not moved for a long time. Han Sen thought he had refined it already. Now, he was able to notice the ultimate egg was still in his body. It was spinning fast, unleashing a weird sort of power. Is that thing inside you? You are lucky. Let us escape now. Chaos was surprised by this too, but she still hurried Han Sen to leave. Han Sen did not dare hesitate. He dragged his weakened body to employ the super god spirit mode, break the world, and leave the 33 skies. He had the ultimate egg. Qin Shou frowned. Looking back in the 33rd sky's direction, Qin Shou was not looking too well. Seeing Warner hold his arm, the corners of his eyes trembled. He gave up on going back to the 33rd sky. The Geno prototype armor is mine now. I will be able to kill them whenever. They can live for a few more days. Qin Shou looked calm, but he still sent a message. The scary creatures that obeyed Qin Shou received Qin Shou's messages. They went on the move. Han Sen was forced to break his way out of the 33 skies. He used his identity as the leader of the Burning Red Sky to return to Burning Red Sky. Dad! Bauer saw Han Sen and immediately ran up to him. Bauer, let's go. Han Sen picked up Bauer and readied himself to leave Burning Red Sky. Before they could leave, many space tunnels opened in Burning Red Sky. They looked similar to black holes. Many scary creatures were coming through the black holes. Han Sen, we meet again. A weird voice sounded. Han Sen saw a shoot shadow of the God Chaos Party emerge from a black hole. The people accompanying him a few of God Chaos Party's elders. One of them was Rocky D, with whom Han Sen was already quite familiar. Han Sen ignored Shoot Shadow's presence. He grabbed Bauer and used his identity as the Burning Red Sky's leader to leave Burning Red Sky. He soon heard a scary beast make a roaring noise. The whole of Burning Red Sky started to shake and shiver. Space seemed all wrong. Han Sen was unable to leave Burning Red Sky. A break-world beast that looked like a real dragon entered the place from a warp in space. Wherever it went, space was twisted. This giant body appeared in Burning Red Sky. Its presence affected the entire space of Burning Red Sky, trapping it and everything else in there. Han Sen, you should just die. You have been able to prompt the whole God Chaos Party to send out this many elites, so be proud. Your death will be a noble one. Shoot Shadow looked at Han Sen with an expression of pride smearing his face. I might not be the one that ends up dead, Han Sen said while putting Bauer down. If it isn't you, Are you suggesting it will be me? Shoot Shadow laughed as if it was a funny joke. Yes, it will be you. Shoot Shadow had only just finished speaking when he heard a cold sound come from behind. Shoot Shadow obviously wanted to turn around and see who it was, but a paper knife came swinging down. His vision started to roll as his head flew into the sky. His dead face had an expression of disbelief. The other God Chaos Party elders looked shocked. They saw Rocky D murder Shoot Shadow. Mister, allow me to handle this. Han Sen, you take the master ahead and leave first. Rocky D put his right hand against his chest as he bowed before Han Senator. He then turned around and faced all the creatures with his paper knife. Han Sen knew Rocky D was not bowing to him. It was the black crystal armor he had on. He was bowing to the leader of the God Chaos Party. He knew Rocky D would probably end up dead. But Han Sen was in a weakened condition. Even if he fought alongside Rocky D, he would probably end up dying with him. Han Sen did not say anything. He picked up Bauer and used the last of his power to break space and leave. The scary break world beast that looked like a real dragon roared. It was trying to consume Han Sen. Almost at the same time, many break world beasts rushed there too. Rocky D's eyes looked cold. His hands opened. Paper appeared like snowflakes. His 10 fingers became pairs of scissors. They crossed each other. The paper looked like a blizzard as he made many silhouettes. The silhouettes turned into many scary creatures that could battle with the break world beasts. They blocked most of the advancing break world beasts. A God Chaos Party elder coldly questioned Rocky D. Rocky D, how dare you become an enemy of the leader? Do you even know what you are doing? Rocky D's lips were crooked at a very disdainful angle. In his eyes, there was only one leader for the God Chaos Party, Chaos. After that, Rocky D swung his paper knife and went straight to the break world beasts that were rushing in like a mad tide. If you want to die, I cannot help you. The God Chaos Party elder looked cold as he waved his hands. Many more break world beasts came charging at Rocky D. Han Sen gnashed his teeth. He did not look at the fight that was behind him. Even though he did not look back, he could imagine what it looked like. Out of the way! Han Sen gathered the last of his strength to throw a punch at the real dragon-looking break world beast. With the skills of his super spank, a powerful power broke the break world beast's massive body. His punch punctured the fiend and created a big and bloody hole in its chest. Han Sen used that impact crater to cut through the break world beast's body and escape the 33 skies. Sky King was helping Qin Xiu, who was a son of the 33 skies. The 33 skies were no longer a safe place for Han Sen to be in. He would only be able to survive if he got out of the 33 skies. Before Han Sen was able to get out of burning red sky, a body suddenly blocked his way. I am one of the 4 kings of the God Chaos Party. Ichi, I will be taking your life. The shadow came before him. Time felt as if it stopped before that man. Han Sen shockingly noticed his body seemed to be moving despite nothing around him changing. It was like all of space was frozen around him. The voice of chaos started to speak in Han Sen's mind. That is a time element break world creature. Its break world rate is almost 100%. Only by using a Geno prototype armor can you make a break world creature like that. Han Sen felt glum. His power was almost all drained. He did not have the juice needed to deal with a top-class break world beast. Time is like my needle, Ichi coldly said. Thousands of years of time reside in my fingers. Your time in existence will be erased by my hands. You will vanish from the river of time. He waved his fingers. Han Sen felt as if time around him was freezing. It was as if he had fallen into a place where time did not advance, and everything remained still. Suddenly, Han Sen felt space become lively again. Things started to move. What is going on? Han Sen was shocked. He suddenly heard a voice. Do you want to play with time? You are very far from being able to. Before me, no one else can control time. A long shadow appeared out of the river of time. It seemed very slow, but it was very fast. The shadow walked past Han Senator wherever she went. The frozen time returned to its ordinary flow. It was like a river of ice was being melted. Moment God! Han Sen looked at the proud shadow. He was shocked. This moment god was not the one in the God of Wealth temple. This was the moment god that was one of the 12 annihilation class god spirits. Han Sen would have never guessed that moment god would show up now, seemingly with a desire to aid him. What are you looking at? Do you want me to throw you into an endless time loop? Moment god did not look back or look at Han Sen. Thank you. Han Sen did not know why moment god had shown up to help him, but now was not the time to talk. He picked Bauer up and left. Stop! Ichi looked dim. He wanted to stop Han Senator when he moved. Moment god stopped him. Do not die yet, moment god said. I am the one that is supposed to kill you. Han Sen was finally able to escape the burning red sky. Outside the 33 skies, even more beasts were coming. They were like a tide consuming all of space. Suddenly, the whole place was very bright. A sharp light lit up the entire universe. Within its brightest part, one was not able to see anything. I am in the light looking for darkness. Under the holiness, things might be dirty. Perhaps that is the final compromise. Within the light, a goddess revealed herself. She was shining a trail through the stars. Light goddess. Han Sen was shocked by her sudden appearance. He was already still reeling from the surprise of moment god coming to help him. He did not expect light goddess would also appear. Now watch my amazing attempt at humor. For I want you to start calling me dark goddess. Light goddess displayed an evil smile. She was glowing. Suddenly, all that was bright went dark. The entire world was plunged into darkness. Without the dark, there can be no light. If you follow the light, you will be led to where you want to go. As he heard the voice of light goddess, Han Sen knew he had a spirit light for guidance. He listened to light goddess's voice and went to the light. The whole world was dark. The break world beasts that looked like a tide could not see where Han Sen was. They were like headless flies hitting each other. They were even going so far as to kill each other. Light goddess, save your game. In front of me, your light world is useless. A mean voice emerged from the black, tinting the void. It was a red, Kirin-like gene race. His body was wreathed by a red light. Wherever it went, everything was dyed red. The break world beasts in the dark could not see anything before, but they could now see that which was colored red. It was not like a real graphic, but it enabled them to find out just where Han Sen was. Shock! Wave! Before Han Sen could react, a giant-looking strong body was standing behind him. A godly voice came down, punching into space. The whole of space felt as if it had been rocked by a tsunami. The group of break world beasts was punched. They flew into space. Suddenly, the entire area became one huge vacuum zone. Crazy battle god. Han Sen recognized the god spirit's shadow. It was one of the 12 annihilation class god spirits called Crazy Battle God. Go! Crazy Battle God did not look back. His strong body was like a big wall blocking the break world beasts that came. Roaring sounds were heard all over the place. Thanks. Han Sen did not know why the god spirits were all deciding to help him, but there was no time left to waste. He bid his thanks and flew away. I would not advise you to get ahead of yourself. Do not think too much about what we are doing here today. It will only disappoint you. Why? Well, for one, we are not here to save you. A cold voice was heard. Empty God appeared behind Han Senator. He was holding a golden arrow in space. If he did not have the golden arrow, Han Sen's spine would have been severed. Han Sen developed a wry smile as he shook his head. He broke space and kept on going until he was finally away from the crowd of break world beasts. The 33 skies were in chaos. Han Sen could see 6 annihilation class main gods do battle with the break world beasts. A voice sounded in Han Sen's head. Go! Bauer's body has her father's blood. Even half of the Geno Hall's blood will permit Bauer to fall into Qin Shou's hands. By doing that, Qin Shou will stir, wake up, and come to understand Bauer's true identity. We should just leave. Do you mind telling me where we're going after we leave? Han Sen asked. With Qin Shou's power being what it was, he could not think of a place to hide. Qin Shou would want to kill him. The sanctuaries, Chaos said. By going to the sanctuaries, we will be able to buy ourselves some time. Qin Xiu is already in control of the Geno prototype armor, but his body has not been rebooted yet. Before that happens, he does not have the power to make the last step. This whole last step thing has been mentioned more than a few times, Han Sen said. It would be nice if someone took the time out to explain what it is to me. Can you tell me what the last step is? Now is not the time to talk, Chaos said. Right now, we should just go to the sanctuaries in case Qin Xiu finds out about Bauer. Han Sen had to take Bauer back to the sanctuaries. The two universes had been fighting for so long, but peace had been able to prosper in the sanctuaries. There was wind there and there was sunshine there. It was like nothing had happened. Han Sen used galaxy teleportation and returned to his home in the Alliance. He sat his butt down and did not want to get up ever again. He had spent too much power. In the end, he risked his life to use galaxy teleportation. Bauer stood next to Han's senator. Her big eyes stared at his black crystal armor. Catcha! The black crystal armor broke. It fell away from Han Sen to recompose itself in the shape of a woman's set of armor. She proceeded to touch Bauer on the head. Bauer was confused, but she did not avoid her. Chaos! What is going on? Han Sen sat on the floor, gasping. Chaos shrugged with her shoulders and said, Nothing. I did something. Qin Xiu knows and should be called Human Alpha. Something has made him really mad. He is so mad that he will want to kill Bauer and not just me. Han Sen looked at Chaos with a conflicted look. He did not know what Chaos did to Human Alpha to make him reincarnate many times yet still go on with the desire for killing her daughter. Killing people's children was not something beyond Qin Xiu's capacity for evil. If it was not entirely necessary, Qin Xiu might not go through with it. Do not look at me like that. It is not solely my fault. Back in the day, Bauer's father. Chaos seemed to know she had exposed a buried secret. She changed the subject by saying, You just need to know that Qin Xiu will not let Bauer go. You and Warner combined can defeat Qin Xiu while he has not completed the final step, but Warner has a strong connection with Qin Xiu. Using her to break Qin Xiu seems like it would be impossible. Before that can happen, Qin Xiu will not give you another chance. In that case, what do you think we should do next? Han Sen asked. It depends entirely on Bauer. Only she can beat Qin Xiu now. Chaos looked lovingly at Bauer and touched her head again. She seemed rather sad. The chance you speak of cannot be the gourd seed, can it? Han Sen asked with a weird look. Chaos laughed. That was not a gourd seed. That was the super gene seed me and Bauer's dad researched. It was only half finished. It was never completed, but don't worry. Bauer has the genes of me and her father. With her genes, the ability to make a super gene seed is hers. Can be made, assuming we have enough time. When Qin Xiu makes the final step, Bauer can fight him. Aside from doing that, is there no other way? Han Sen did not want such an important responsibility to fall to Bauer. Chaos sighed. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance of pulling this off, I would rather opt to take it than let Bauer risk her life. Qin Xiu is special, but I know for sure only Bauer is capable of defeating him. After that, Chaos looked at Han's senator. She seemed to understand his will. She shook her head. There is no need to be cross. I am just saying this. After all, you should know how scary Qin Xiu is by now. You practiced the story of genes too. That was the first life of Qin Xiu, and it was made by Human Alpha. What? The story of genes was made by Qin Xiu? Han Sen's eyes opened wide. He looked at Chaos in utter disbelief. One could have squeezed an egg into his mouth. Human Alpha was very proud back in the day. He wanted to use his body to accomplish that final step, so that was why he created the story of genes. Chaos laughed and went on to say, It is a shame that the story of genes was just a theory. It did not actually happen. No one was able to practice it. Not even Human Alpha himself. Through the aid of the Geno prototype's armor, wasn't I able to practice with the story of genes? Han Sen asked because he was curious about it. Chaos shook her head. The story of genes includes a line of every gene in the universe. My Geno prototype's power was able to make your body's requirement sufficient enough to practice the story of genes, but that was just at the lowest possible requirement. The story of genes still requires your own genes when it comes to making the final step. That doesn't just apply to you. Even Qin Xiu, who has the Geno prototype armor, cannot do it. Fine. It is almost time. We must hurry up and help Bauer combine with the super gene seed. I am going to need your help. Chaos pointed at Han Sen's chest and said, "Your body has half of the super gene, so it should be able to help Bauer. Do you mean the ultimate egg?" Han Sen was shocked. He now understood what Chaos meant. "That is not an ultimate egg," Chaos said. "It is a product of me and Bauer's father's genes. The two of our genes combined to form the super gene's half-completion with the knowledge that it could be used to suppress human alpha. Back in the day it was a half-complete super gene, but there were too many flaws. There was no effective way of improving it. Using it to help Bauer evolve her own super gene seed should be fine." "Are you saying this ultimate egg is for suppressing human alpha?" Han Sen asked. "From what I know, the ultimate egg belonged to the Wu Wei Dao Alpha. The Wu Wei Dao Alpha you mention is the afterlife of the human alpha," Chaos said with certainty. "It was the life in which the ultimate egg became free. If I have guessed correctly, after the Wu Wei Dao Alpha was reborn, Qin Xiu came into existence." Han Sen knew for sure that human alpha, the Wu Wei Dao Alpha, and Qin Xiu were the same person. It was kind of funny that Qin Xiu was the Wu Wei Dao Alpha, but the Qin Kingdom was a kingdom that did not support the Wu Wei Dao Palace. Chaos was not in much of a mood to explain too many things. She just went ahead to try and teach Bauer how to use the super gene seed. It was the gourd vine. In fact, only Bauer was able to use that gourd vine. When her genes grew up with the gourd vines hurried the evolution of Bauer's genes. The two of them helped out each other. They both required each other. Chaos helped Han Sen recover quickly. She then taught him a way to control the ultimate egg. She let Han Sen control the ultimate egg. When Han Sen was able to control the ultimate egg, he was able to use the ultimate egg to recharge Bauer's power. Controlling the ultimate egg was not easy. Although the ultimate egg was just a failed result of making the super genes, its power was already fairly close. Han Sen tried it many times, but he was only able to learn a bit of skill through it. Every day, he used the ultimate egg's power to rinse Bauer, hoping Bauer and the gourd would be able to evolve faster. After the fighting in the 33 skies, Qin Xiu did not show up again. The God Chaos Party's battle with the God Spirits had only just begun, and the 33 skies were to be used as a battleground. Many God Chaos Party Break World Beasts battled the God Spirits for a leadership position. In the 33 skies, 23 of the skies had a master. God Chaos Party had 1/3 of them, while the God Spirits managed to claim another 1/3 for themselves. The last 1/3 was taken by other powerful creatures. The Geno universe and universe of kingdoms were both in chaos. Break world beasts were everywhere. Many elites had been created. That was especially true in Space Garden. Many humans, spirits, and creatures were able to break the world. Even in the middle of that chaotic environment, humans were still able to adapt, overcome, and keep a hold of their Space Garden home. Han Sen was in Space Garden. He killed a break world beast and put a break world gene in his belly. Break world genes +1. Han Sen's break world genes tally had reached 97 or something. Recently, killing break world beasts to earn break world genes had become very difficult. Eating one break world gene was only able to increase his break world gene tally by 1. Even so, there were too many break world beasts. Han Sen's break world genes had almost managed to max out by this point. Recently, Qin Xiu had not been all that active. So, Han Sen rinsed Bauer every day before going into the Geno universe to hunt more break world beasts. Although Chaos said only Bauer was the one who could fight Qin Xiu, Han Sen did not agree with that belief. If it was possible, he did not want Bauer to be the one at risk. He did not think it was right to put so many responsibilities on one child. The story of genes, Jade Skin, Dongxian Sutra, Blood Pulse Sutra. While Han Sen was resting, he thought about all these skills all over again. The Geno prototype armor has a power that stems from the origin of the universe. All the gene lines are in there. No matter how strong my power is, it still comes from somewhere in the universe's base. I will not be able to break the genoprototype's armor. So, how do I break through and gain a power that resides outside existence as we know it? Hansen had been thinking about this issue a lot. Hansen knew that this would not be easy. The ultimate egg was such a massive power, but it had failed to ascend and go beyond the rules. It was a failure. Qin Shou was very strong, yet he failed to make the last step. In the end, he was going to use the genoprototype armor to do it. Bauer had the God Chaos Party leader and the last good gene from the God Hall leader, but she still needed to combine with the super gene seed to make the final step. Does this mean there is no way to use your own power for making that last step? Han Sen asked himself. When I and Wanner combined, I did feel that restriction. Now Wanner is gone, but my power might not have to go through the next step. Han Sen was not someone who gave up easily. Although many people had told him Bauer was the only one able to make the final step, he did not want to give up. He did not want to wait for Bauer to solve the issue. While Han Sen was thinking, a shadow was approaching. It was the Geno Hall leader, God. You look like you are in trouble, God said with a laugh. Thank you for saving us. Han Sen knew moment God and the others most likely joined because of him. God shook his head. I did not do that for you. I am merely saving myself. If Qin Shou killed Bauer, then no one in this world would be able to stand against him. Han Sen looked at God and asked, including you? God seriously said, yes, including me. Is Qin Shou really that strong? Can't a reboot power stop him? Han Sen asked with a frown. Of course, the God Chaos Party leader was very strong, but she would still have to fall to the whims of the rebooting powers. Why could it not be used against Qin Shou? It was something that confused Han Sen. Did Chaos not tell you that Qin Shou has the genes of a reboot-class God spirit? What God said surprised Han Sen. Does Qin Shou really have a reboot-class God spirit gene? Which reboot-class God spirit gene does he have? Han Sen was completely shocked. He only knew two reboot God spirits. One of them was Bauer's father. The other was the God Hall leader, God, who was currently in front of him. If Qin Shou had a reboot-class God spirit gene, there was a 90% chance that the one Qin Shou had was not the one currently in front of him. That seemed to leave out one of the options, which meant there was only one possibility remaining. This manner of guessing seemed to surprise Han Senator if Qin Shou had the previous God Hall leader's genes. What could that mean? Han Sen felt as if his brain was not working right. Did Chaos not tell you about Qin Shou? God looked surprised. She told me Qin Shou was human alpha, who was also Wu Wei Dao alpha, Han Sen said. That is correct, but human alpha himself is... After saying that, God stopped speaking. He looked at Han Sen and said, if Chaos did not tell you, then I should keep my mouth closed. Numerous frown lines sprung up on Han Sen's forehead. He was very frustrated and wanted to step on God's face. What are you doing here? This cannot just be a social call to check up on how I am doing. Han Sen looked at God. He sounded very displeased. We are friends. I would never be cruel to you. God smiled and said, I came looking for you because I want to know how Bauer is doing. If Qin Shou makes his final step and controls the genotablet, that would be disastrous. We are going to need Bauer. What does Qin Shou actually want? Han Sen didn't get it. He did not actually know what Qin Shou wanted. God sighed and said, I am not a bug in his stomach, so I do not know what he is thinking. Judging from his current course of action, I would say he wants to reboot the universe. Reboot the universe? What does that have to do with him? Han Sen did not understand. Last time, the previous God Hall leader rebooted the universe by sacrificing himself. Fortunately, aside from stopping the rise of the God Chaos Party, nothing truly terrible happened. God said, ordinary universal reboots are a way to set the universe back to its origin point. It is similar to the genotablet being rebooted. It will not really distort space, but Qin Shou has the genoprototype armor. On top of that, he has reboot powers. He also has the genotablet's power. Maybe he can really reverse the universe's space and have it go back to the moment Qin Shou precisely wants. Han Sen was shocked. He seemed to understand something, so he asked, "Does Qin Xiu want to reverse the universe and send everything back to the point when Wanner died?" "Maybe. Qin Xiu's relationship with Wanner is very intimate," God said. "He has real feelings for her. Aside from his feelings toward Wanner, when Qin Xiu was human alpha, a massively bad thing happened. So, I am not sure how far back he wants to take the universe. If Qin Xiu successfully reverses times, what will happen?" Han Sen asked. God shook his head. "I do not know. No one has ever done this before. In theory, it should not be possible because time and space have a line. If it exists, there is always a trace. Things can never go back to how they used to be. Even if we have the reboot class God Spirit reboot power, it will only make the universe return to its origin. That is not really a reversal of time and space." After pausing for a moment, God said, "If this is really successful, there are two possibilities. First, when time reboots, all the time and space markings will be erased. Whatever happens after that will never have existed before." Han Sen was more interested in the second possibility. The first possibility seemed rather normal. Even he was able to guess that. "The second possibility is probably much worse," God said. "That is because the reversal of time and space betrays the laws of karma. It is a basic law and something that cannot be allowed. The existences that betray this causal power become erased." Han Sen did not understand. After thinking it over a few times, he suddenly developed a cold sweat. Upon seeing Han Sen's face, God understood the man before now understood what was being said. He seriously said, "It is just as you thought. If the second situation happens, it will be the end of the world. Everything will be reduced to zero, and that will include you and me." Han Sen looked at God and asked, "If you knew this, why did you not try and stop Qin Xiu? Do you think I did not want to? I am God. I am the master of the God Hall. But even what I do must abide by the rules. What Qin Xiu does is outside the rules. Do you understand what I am saying?" God looked bitter. "Is there no other way?" Han Sen frowned. God looked at Han Sen seriously as he said, "Yes, we must make the last step and go beyond the rules. If we beat Qin Xiu, he cannot reboot the universe. I do not want Bauer to take on this much responsibility." Han Sen shook his head. "I did not say we should use Bauer. I was saying we should use you." God's words surprised Han Sen. "Did you not just say only Bauer can fight Qin Xiu?" Han Sen looked at God with a confused expression. "In theory, that is correct. From a gene perspective, only Bauer can fight Qin Xiu. There is no third creature that has great genes like that." Han Sen knew God must have had more to say. He remained silent so he could keep going. God went on to say, "There is an exception to everything. Perhaps you can be one such accident." Han Sen looked at God Hall leader and asked, "What are the chances of that?" "Up until now, I have not seen such a chance." God's answer made frown lines form on Han Sen's forehead. God smiled. He patted Han Sen on the shoulder and said, "If I can find a chance, it will not be an accident. So, just give it a try. Maybe you will be lucky enough to get the 1 out of a billion chance needed. Even if you fail, it will not matter to me. You are the one who will be dead, not me." Han Sen was speechless. He felt as if God had only just gone there to make him angry. "Okay, I should go." God turned around and readied himself to leave. "Are you just going to sit there and wait for a result?" Han Sen did not believe God was going to sit back and do nothing, putting the fate of everything in the hands of others. "Me? I am going to try my luck. Maybe I will end up the lucky one." God did not look back. He smiled. His body then vanished. Han Sen was shocked. God had said it so relaxed, but Han Sen had a bad feeling about this. As he watched God leave, Han Sen looked surprised. He shook his head. "It is pointless to think about these things too much. I just need to be myself more." Han Sen kept looking around for break world beasts. He wanted his break world tally to reach 100 to see if his super god spirit mode might exhibit positive changes. After killing a few break world beasts, Han Sen thought his break world gene tally would hit 100. The results made him wonder. When his break world gene number reached 99, he consumed 2 more break world genes. They did not, however, increase his break world gene tally. Is it because the break world rate of these break world genes is not high enough? Does the final break world gene just require more juice? Han Sen did not know, so he had to continue his search for break world beasts. He swallowed a few more break world genes, but the results were the same every time. He did not get any more break world genes. Han Sen had been thinking about whether or not he should give up hunting break world beasts. When he killed the next break world beast, he heard a familiar sound after he swallowed the break world gene. Break world gene +1. Han Sen was happy. Before he had any other ideas, he heard another sound. Evolution requirement reached. Super God Spirit mode is evolving. In the next second, Han Sen's Super God Spirit mode started. He turned into a spirit body. This time, his Super God Spirit body was different. Aside from his Super God Spirit body, the 4 Geno arts started running. Han Sen felt the power of the 4 Geno arts start changing. The break world rate was increasing, and his body was changing. These effects were affecting his Super God Spirit body. In the past, the Super God Spirit body did its own thing. It would not combine with other powers. It would not be affected by other powers. This time, the Super God Spirit body felt as if it was infected. The spirit body's mode exhibited tangible changes. Bloodpool Sutra was there, and it made the blood of the Super God Spirit body solid. It was no longer just an empty spirit body. Wherever Jadeskin's power reached, it made ice jade-like skin appear. Wherever the Dongxian Sutra reached, every inch of the soul-like body seemed to change. The story of Jin's power made the spirit body become closer to being a body. Han Sen felt his body become incredibly itchy. It was like a wound that had scabbed over with the production of new flesh. It did not hurt, but it felt rather awful. It made him really want to scratch himself all over. Han Sen knew he could not scratch things right now. If he tried to do anything, he would only end up interfering with the evolution process of his body. He had to resist the urges he had. His entire body felt as if countless bugs were crawling all over. His body was growing flesh. Even his bones were visible. If someone saw Han Sen's face right now, they would have been given a shock. Han Sen was half human and half spirit. He looked extremely weird. He looked like a demon from hell. Time went by. The Super God Spirit body returned to the shape of an ordinary human. It looked quite normal. Han Sen still knew that he was in Super God Spirit mode. He never left that mode. Compared to before, Han Sen felt freer than ever. When he used his Super God Spirit body, it led to many burdens blistering his body. Now those feelings were gone. It was like this was always how his body was supposed to be. When his body finished evolving, Han Sen's body felt relaxed. He felt as if something was different with his body even though there were no differences. He looked at his information. Han Sen. Super God body. Lifespan. 3,246 years. Han Sen was frozen. Humans from the sanctuaries all had Super God bodies, but his Super God body was a Super God Spirit body. Right after he evolved, his Super God body had become nothing. Han Sen tried using his powers, but he noticed his body was unable to use his Super God body anymore. Gosh, this is all just so strange. I mean, how is this possible? Why is my body totally out of whack now? It's starting to make me think that the further I take my body, and the more I evolve, the further back I go. Have I just gone so far past the limit that I've looped to start over again? Han Sen was confused. Han Sen tried casting his Geno arts, but his face looked terrible. He felt as if his body had become a real, average body. He was so slow that he could not feel his body moving. What is going on? Han Sen was shocked. He cast a few more Geno arts, but it was exactly the same. No matter what Geno art he used, his body had no feeling. It felt as if his body was just a stone that did not work. Han Sen walked back to Space Garden. His body did not move fast. He was like a normal person. He was not faster than any average person. When he ran, he did not feel tired. He ran all the way back to base without blushing. He was not winded and he did not gasp. All in all, he did not feel tired. Mr. White. Help me have a look at what happened to my body. Han Sen sought out Mr. White. Mr. White looked at Han Sen and weirdly said, "Judging from the state of your body, I would say you are fine. What is wrong with you?" "I cannot feel my powers anymore." Han Sen told Mr. White about what had happened. Mr. White had Han Sen lie down. He inspected Han Sen's body and told him that his body was fine. There was no problem with it. "If there aren't any problems, then why can I not feel my powers?" Han Sen was very depressed. He was like a wizard that did not have an element. He could not use his superpowers. Felt terrible. Mr. White thought about it for a moment and told Han Sen, "Let me think about this some more. Let me think about this before I give you an answer. You go to Han Yufei and let her do a complete body check for you." Han Sen had no other options, so he did just that. He went to see Han Yufei. Han Yufei listened to Han Sen's entire tale, including Mr. White's hypothesis. It made her eyes turn bright. She dragged Han Sen to the laboratory. Han Sen's heart jumped. He felt bad. He looked at Han Yufei's face. It looked as if he was now about to go through all sorts of weird torture. "I do not want a checkup." Han Sen turned around with the desire of leaving. "Do not be afraid. I will be nice to you." Han Yufei put on the white lab gloves. She smiled at Han Sen and dragged him into the lab. Normally, Han Sen could have easily teleported away without Han Yufei being able to catch him. On this day, he could not feel his powers. He was like an average person. He could not escape. He was immediately dragged into the lab by Han Yufei. Weird. Han Yufei examined Han Sen in various ways. After a while, her eyes seemed brighter. She was holding a laptop, continuously reading the statistics that appeared on the screen. Han Sen emerged from the test chamber and asked Han Yufei, "Do you mind telling me what you found that is so weird?" Han Yufei's discovery was not as scary or concerning as Han Sen thought. She had only been doing ordinary tests. Mostly, she had just taken samples from his body and blood. Han Yufei looked at the test results and said, "Your body is fine. There does not seem to be any issues. If it is fine, why am I no longer able to feel my powers?" Han Sen asked with a frown. Han Yufei raised her head. She looked at Han Sen's body with interest. "That is the problem. Everything about your body is normal. It is too normal. Therein lies the problem. Can you try saying something I might understand?" Han Sen had a wry smile. "How about this? Your body is like a human from the Geno universe who has only just arrived here. The fitness level and data are all at a very basic average standard. According to this standard, you are at the lowest tier a creature of the universe can be. Any creature that practices will be stronger than you. After that," Han Yufei put her hand on Han Sen's head and squeezed his cheeks. As she did this, she said, "I have performed a few simple pressure tests on your body. The results of the pressure tests tell me your body is normal too. There were no changes. All of the tests indicate no change. If I did not double-check the machine and realize there weren't any problems, I would think the machine was broken, and all the data and test results were nonsense. Take a look at yourself, document. You are some freaky scientist surrounded by test tubes and laptops displaying nonsensical data all day. While I feel thrilled, perhaps almost privileged, you think so highly of my intelligence that I can keep up with the gibberish you consistently spout like a cliché. I have to confess and admit that I do not have a clue about what you are saying. So how about slowing it down a bit and explaining things a bit better? What does all this mean?" Han Sen did not understand this. Han Yufei touched Han Sen's chest muscles. With eyes that looked like they were on fire, she said, "Well, the average temperature of a human is around 98.6. According to the environmental temperatures your body adjusts. Everyone can adjust, but there is a limit to how far one's body can adjust. If your temperature swings too far, your body could end up shutting down. You'll be in a very bad state. You, however, maintain your temperature. No matter how bad the conditions are, your state remains. That is very shocking. We need to conduct some stronger pressure tests to confirm how far your level is," Han Yufei said. "After that, we can make judgments." Han Sen's eyes looked bright. "Are you saying my body is not affected by environmental factors? Does that mean no power can harm me?" Han Yufei shook her head. "According to my theory, yes. Judging from the data collected via my tests, it is not like the theory suggests. Sometimes your body is very stable. At other times it is too normal. With your test results, if a break-world beast tries to chop you up, your body should not be harmed. But when I use a needle to pierce through your skin and your private part, that goes right against the theory. Is it just my body in a state of adjustment? Han-sen asked. Han Yufei replied, that is possible, but I cannot be entirely certain. The maximum and minimum yield too much of a difference. Usually, there should not be a big gap. After that, Han Yufei pulled Han-sen into another lab. She walked and said, I need more data to be more accurate with this stuff. Let's just continue our tests. Han-sen wanted to reject her, but Han Yufei did not care. She dragged him into the lab. Han-sen was thrust into a test chamber. He saw many mechanical arms come toward his body. They were all clutching all sorts of tools and needles. Han Yufei, are you going to cut me open for your research? Seeing so many machines, Han-sen's head felt an itch. Do not worry. Living test subjects are always better than dead test subjects, Han Yufei coldly said. She then operated the machines and had them come even closer to Han-sen's body. Han-sen felt a needle prod into his skin. He felt as if there was even more than one. The pain was not severe, but it still made him feel rather depressed. Suddenly, Han-sen had a flare of goosebumps develop. His body started to tighten. He suddenly exploded with a strange sort of power that blasted all the machinery and mechanical gizmos away. The entire test chamber exploded. All the fluids and pieces of stuff pinged away everywhere. Han Yufei, are you trying to do a test or trick me? Han-sen stared at Han Yufei. He felt a needle go into the important part of a male body. His body reacted, and that had the power explode to destroy everything. Han Yufei put down the umbrella she had used to shield herself from the mess. She pointed to all the bits and pieces on the floor as she said, if I did not give you some excitement, how was I supposed to tell whether or not your body had a problem? Now that you are fine, we can prove your power is still inside you. You just have a problem feeling it is there. Han-sen was shocked. He looked at the machine pieces, bent needles, and drills. He then looked at his body. Earlier, he was only just complaining. He did not think much. His body should not have been able to unleash that much power on a whim. Whatever happened earlier resulted in the release of some power that was beyond what his body should have been able to do. He wanted to feel it again, but he could not feel the power anymore. Weird. What is wrong with my body? Am I only allowed to have this power when I feel something exciting? This is so weird. It is like some legendary sort of body type. Han-sen glumly looked at his body. It is simple enough to know the answers, Han Yufei said. We must continue testing. Cough, cough. Maybe next time. For now I am busy. I will come back later. Upon imaging his private parts hurting, Han-sen immediately refused Han Yufei. No matter what she said to him, he did not want to do any more tests with her. So he put his clothes on and left. Although the pain had not been too bad for Han-sen, it did not feel great either. If I just need excitement, I can just conduct my own tests. I do not need that devil. Han-sen ran away from the lab because he was afraid of the mad scientist, Han Yufei. Seeing Han-sen escape, Han Yufei did not plan on pursuing him. She opened her palm and held a broken needle. The contents in the needle made Han Yufei's lips develop a weird smile. After Han-sen left the lab, he went straight to Zero. He thought, wanting excitement is easy. I should just ask Zero to chop me a few times. When Han-sen found Zero, she and Little Angel were learning how to cook with the chef dragon lady. The two of them looked very serious. Han-sen felt really warmed by the sight. When he occasionally came back, it was always Zero and Little Angel who looked after him. His heart melted at the thought. When the three girls saw Han-sen, Dragon Lady Chef called him over. Han-sen spoke to Zero and explained to her why he had come there. Dragon Lady said, you did not need to find Zero for that. You only have to find me. I am very good when it comes to killing people. Han-sen saw her eyes beam brightly. He thought, I only want Zero to cut me a little. She is going to kill me. Dragon Lady was very excited about pulling Han-sen over to the training yard. Cooking was only Dragon Lady's second favorite thing to do. Her absolute favorite thing to do was catching her prey. Han Sen would have been an excellent hunt. When Han Sen entered the training yard, Lin Feng, Tang Jinliu, Qin Xian, Huang Fujing, and Yi Dongmu were all there already. Lin Feng and Yi Dongmu were in the middle of a fight. Lin Feng's power was definitely defensive-based, whereas Yi Dongmu was all about raw attacks. The two of them were fighting as polar opposites. It was very exciting to see. Han Sen saw their powers were hidden and not being fully revealed. He knew they had already broken the world. Seeing Han Sen arrive, Yi Dongmu and Lin Feng stopped. Dragon Lady explained what was going on and how she wanted Yi Dongmu and Lin Feng to give her the arena. Yi Dongmu's eyes looked bright. He asked Han Sen, "Do you want to get hit? If that's what you want, then why did you not come and ask me? I am very good at killing people." Tang Jinliu came over and said, "I should be the one to do it. Your skills are too rough. It will be bad if you end up killing Sanmu. Recently, I have been practicing how to control knife skills. I am very good at controlling my knife. I can promise you that you will not die. You will be injured, but you will not be disabled." Seeing Qin Xian and Huang Fujing's eyes also look bright, Han Sen felt very depressed. What is this guy doing? I only wanted a few hits, and they want to kill me. Go, go, go. You are all queuing from behind. I brought him here. I should be the one who gets the first swing. Dragon Lady pushed Yi Dongmu and Tang Jinliu away. She was shouting. Han Sen was depressed hearing that. Since he was there, he did not want to leave. So he went to the training yard. Yi Dongmu and Tang Jinliu were watching from the outside. They saw Han Sen go up to Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady smiled at Han Senator. She grabbed something from the air, which had the presence of a knife, and a force appear in her hands. She said to Han Sen, "Tell me where you would like me to cut you. Wherever. Just cut me a few times across the arm. There is no need to go too deep. Just a light mark." Han Sen watched Dragon Lady's presence explode. It was as if she wished to gut him open and skin him alive. He quickly developed a cold sweat. "Okay, I will cut your shoulder first." After Dragon Lady said that, her cutlery knife slashed toward Han Sen's arm. In the long time that had passed, Dragon Lady's skills with the knife had matured. The most important thing about her ascension was her ability to now break the world. Her powers and speed had increased. When she slashed down, she was so fast that one could not even see the shape of the knife. Although Han Sen could follow the trail of the knife, he was still shocked. Dragon Lady was very strong. She was not going to just shave his arm. What she was doing was a big chop. It was like she was going to cut his arm right off. If this was before, Han Sen would not have cared for such an attack. It would have been easy to evade it. Now, Han Sen could not feel or sense the incoming power. He did not know if he was able to avoid such a strike. Han Sen stepped forward. He moved faster than he thought he could. He dodged Dragon Lady's knife, which came very close to his clothes. Upon seeing Han Sen evade her knife, Dragon Lady slashed again. Han Sen did not have any power in the movement. His speed did not seem all that fast, but he managed to keep on dodging all of her attacks. Dragon Lady's cutlery knife was cold and flashy. From top to bottom, she did not even manage to touch Han Sen's sleeves. "Stop!" Dragon Lady seemed to be in a rush. Her left hand held a fork. She tried to perforate Han Sen with it. She wanted to throw Han Sen into the air. Han Sen's body was not frozen by the fork. He was still able to dodge it with ease. Dragon Lady's fork was unable to do anything to Han Sen's body. Dragon Lady gnashed her teeth. Her voice had an old roaring sound in it. Many weapons appeared behind her back. There was a whole wheel of weapons for her to select from. Back in ancient times, weapons were not used for fighting. They were designed for hunting. Eating was all soldiers ever needed. Dragon Lady used all kinds of weapons to attack Han Senator. The weapons in her hands were mysterious. Her skills were very weird and cruel. Every weapon had its own special, unique powers. No matter how much Dragon Lady's skills raged, and no matter how well she performed, she was unable to skewer Han Sen. Han Sen's body was like a thunderstorm, attacking and running. He was always able to do just enough to evade Dragon Lady's attempts. Han Sen thought this was weird too. He no longer sensed when or if he was using power. Yet, whenever he needed it, he had the power and speed he needed. It was the precise amount each time. This feeling was extremely weird. Even though Han Sen was not sure about it and what sort of power he was actually using, he knew one thing for sure. His body had not been ruined. He still had a powerful power. It was just that he was unable to feel its existence. Allow me. Seeing Dragon Lady exhaust all her tricks and still failing to hurt Han Sen, Yi Dongmu waltzed right into the training yard. He held a knife, but he did not draw it. He grew stronger with every step he took. He quickly walked up to Han Sen and coldly said, "My break world powers are based on pure speed. When my knife is drawn, people die. You better be careful." Dragon Lady retreated into a corner. Yi Dongmu stepped toward Han Sen as if he was a sea with shocking waves swelling. He pushed his power to the maximum. In the next second, Yi Dongmu's knife was out of its scabbard. Lin Feng and the others thought the knife air was very suppressing. It was like an invisible knife had just slashed their throats. But they did not see the knife light shine. People were shocked. Yi Dongmu's knife was very strong, and they could feel the knife slash their throats by merely watching the man. They did not know Han Sen's situation, so they could not tell if he could block the knife. Han Sen did not plan on blocking it. His body just followed what it saw like the wind. He slowly retreated. Yi Dongmu's knife was coming fast, but it missed. This even shocked Yi Dongmu. After the shock subsided, Yi Dongmu's hands kept going wild with repeated knife strikes. Every swipe of the knife was faster than the last. The slashes were so fast that even the wind was changing color. It was like countless wind blades were dancing. Still, not even one could ruffle the sleeves of Han Sen's clothing. "Let me do it." Huang Fujing sounded calm. When she walked to the battleground, she suddenly teleported and appeared behind Han Senator. She tried to strike his shoulders with her legs. Han Sen was unable to use his Dongxian aura. He was not supposed to be able to know what Huang Fujing was planning to do to him from behind. Han Sen was still somehow able to see what Huang Fujing was planning to do from behind. He was able to see everything she was doing. His body moved horizontally. He avoided Huang Fujing's attempted strike. Huang Fujing seemed to know that was going to happen. She did not land her strike. She teleported elsewhere. She appeared next to Han Sen and tried striking him down with her legs again. Han Sen did not fall back. He went forehead. He got close to Huang Fujing and followed her body. Huang Fujing's sweep attacks were not working. She was unable to land a hit on Han Sen. Huang Fujing froze. Her body suddenly split up into several copies of herself. With all sorts of different positions and angles to attack from, her clones unleashed all they could. From the sky and the ground, it was like many Huang Fujings were attacking Han Sen. Han Sen's body kept moving. He was like a prophet. He put Huang Fujing's infinite attacks into nothingness. No matter how much raging she unleashed, she was unable to bring harm to Han Sen. Yi Dongmu coldly shouted. He found the right time to push Han Sen into a corner, but Han Sen's body turned. He exited from the corner he was not supposed to be able to leave and avoided Yi Dongmu's attacks. Huang Fujing's infinite teleportation attacks and Yi Dongmu's knives were covering every inch of the training yard. Still, neither of them was able to hurt Han Sen. Han Sen was feeling very good. Although he could not feel the power he was using, and he could not use Geno arts, his body's natural reactions were being honed. He was starting to get used to his new way of fighting. Lin Feng and the others did not strike. Huang Fujing and Yi Dongmu were attacking Han Sen, yet they were unable to hurt him. Even if they were to join in and try to hurt Han Sen, it would have been pointless. Qin Xian said to Zero, "Zero, you come and give it a go." Zero's powers never missed. If there was someone able to land a hit on Han Sen, it would have had to be Zero. In fact, Han Sen's whole reason for seeking out Zero in the first place was for her to use her falsified Sky Sutra power to see if she could hurt him. He hoped that would trigger his body's power. Zero nodded. She raised her hand like it was a knife. She went silent and tried slashing Han Sen. Zero's falsified Sky Sutra power came raging at Han Sen's arm. She was not trying to kill him. The falsified Sky Sutra had cause power, so it would be the same no matter where it hit. Zero slashed. Han Sen's heart had some kind of alarm. His hands slashed out. It led to the production of a ding and crunching sound. It was like Han Sen's hand broke a glass. Falsified sky power is useless. Your body is fine. It is very strong. Why are you telling us you cannot feel your power? You are merely trying to make us jealous. Tang Jinliu sounded angry as he spoke. I really cannot feel any power flowing through me. While I was fighting and affected by your power, it seemed as if my body could still react as it should. Still, it is just me reacting. I cannot feel any power flowing through me. I cannot use power to fight back either. The three of them stopped fighting while Han Sen tried to feel out his own body. He could not detect any power in his body. It was just like an average body. Han Sen conducted a few tests. He noticed his body was rather like a mirror. The stronger the opponent unleashed their power, the more power Han Sen react with it. If the opponent was weak, Han Sen's body could not unleash explosive power in response. Therefore, Han Sen could not actually control his own power. If the opponent was just a commoner, he could only use the type of powers typically reserved for goons if he fought that person. What is going on here? Han Sen did not understand how his body had turned into what it was. Han Sen was not happy about the changes because his body could not use powerful powers. He needed strong enemies to elicit stronger responses. If he met weak people, he would respond appropriately. He could only tie with his opponents. He could not discern the reason why his body had changed this way. Han Sen had to wait for Mr. White to come up with answers. Regarding Han Yufei, Han Sen did not plan on going back to her. He firmly believed that every researcher was mad. There is no point in me being here, but now I do not have any geno-arts. I cannot go back to the sanctuaries. I will have to ask Little Flower to take me there. Han Sen went looking for Little Flower. The sky suddenly flashed. Something changed on the Geno tablet. Leader of the 31st Sky, Wang Yuhang. Han Sen looked over. The Geno tablet was shining with a few words. The 31st Sky seemed to be shining as well. A new leader had just risen. Han Sen was very happy. Little uncle is not dead. On top of that, he is the leader of the 31st Sky. Wang Yuhang had gone to the 31st Sky but did not come back. Han Sen wanted to go look for him. After thinking about it, he thought he might attract the attention of God Chaos Party and Qin Xiu. That might have gotten Wang Yuhang killed, so he refrained from seeking him out. Upon seeing Wang Yuhang assert a leader seat, Han Sen was delighted. People all across Space Garden were joyous about it too. Not long later, a shadow broke space and arrived. It was driving a shiny bike. It was Wang Yuhang. Little uncle, you are interesting. The 31st Sky Leader. Tang Jinliu proclaimed with a laugh. You have just earned humanity a bunch of reputation in the Geno universe. Wang Yuhang looked rather morbid. Stop talking. I almost died. What happened? Everyone asked him about what happened. Wang Yuhang wanted to speak, but he did not. He did not say anything more. He went up to Han Sen and pulled him aside. San Mu, get over here. There is something I would like to ask you. After getting pulled aside by Wang Yuhang, Han Sen asked, What is it, little uncle? Wang Yuhang looked around to ensure no one was around. He put his face next to Han Sen and quietly asked, San Mu, do you know a very beautiful woman? Han Sen didn't think Wang Yuhang was making sense, so he replied, Little uncle, I know many beautiful women. Which one are you talking about? Wang Yuhang quickly said, A beautiful woman you seem to know can break the sky. Do you mean the woman who has the power to be a leader? Han Sen asked. Stronger than that. When I was trapped in the 31st Sky, she hurt me badly. I was almost unable to return. She said she let me live for your sake. It was pathetic. Wang Yuhang felt angry. What did she look like? What did you do? Han Sen looked at Wang Yuhang with curiosity. To make Wang Yuhang angry, that woman must have done something pretty savage. I do not know what she looks like because she wore a white mask. I could not see her face, but she said she was your friend. I do not know if it was a real friend or not. When I became the leader of the 31st sky, she was still able to travel freely through the 33 skies. Her powers are really scary. She told me to tell you that you should not return to the 33 skies. Why can I not go to the 33 skies? Han Sen asked with a frown. She said you cannot enter the 33 skies again, Wang Yuhang said. If you do need to go, you must at least bring Bauer there. What else did she say to you? Han Sen asked. Nothing. Wang Yuhang shook his head. If someone knows about Bauer, it is likely Big Sky Demon. Although Han Sen guessed that, he did not think it seemed quite right. If it was Big Sky Demon, she would not want to expose Bauer to risks. He did some research alongside Wang Yuhang, but he was unable to find out who that woman could have been. So Han Sen had to shelve his thoughts related to it for now. Plus, Han Sen was not planning on returning to the 33 skies anyway. After sending Wang Yuhang away, he called Little Flower to come over. He was going to have Little Flower take him back to the sanctuaries. Han Sen was worried about his body being repelled by the sanctuaries, but nothing like that happened. While he was in the sanctuaries, he felt as if he was in the Geno universe. There were no differences. His body was able to adjust to the sanctuaries quite easily. Back in the sanctuaries, I would not be repelled by the sanctuaries. After getting used to the pressure of the Geno universe, going back to the sanctuaries will have me feeling a bit lightheaded. Right now, I don't feel anything. Han Sen knew his body was not normal. He went looking for Chaos and Bauer with Little Flower. He wanted to see how Bauer was doing, and he wanted Chaos to see what had happened to his body. Little Flower, Dad. Bauer was happy to see them. She went to hold both of their hands. Ah, there is my little Bauer. Tell me, how is your practice coming along? Han Sen stroked Bauer's head. Bauer's happy face was wiped away in a second. She looked depressed as she said, Nothing. The gourd vine is not listening to me. The black crystal armor-shaped Chaos arrived. She coldly said, When the genes combine, it needs progress. There is no need to rush these things. We still have some time before Qinxiu becomes reboot class. Han Sen had a few thoughts on his mind, so he asked, Why don't we do it before Qinxiu levels up to reboot class? Don't we have a higher chance of losing after he reaches reboot class? Chaos explained, In fact, we need to wait until Qinxiu becomes reboot class so the Geno prototype armor completely combines. That way we can destroy it. Before that, even if we kill him, we cannot stop his soul from reincarnating. His next life will be even scarier. Seeing Han Sen and Little Flower failing to understand, Chaos further explained, Qinxiu's past life was when he was the Wu Wei Dao Alpha. The Wu Wei Dao Alpha tried to escape the control of the ultimate egg. He paid a high price to succeed. It ended up limiting Qinxiu's potential. This time, if Qinxiu reincarnates again, his genes will be too strong to imagine. By then, even without any Geno prototype armor, he will be able to accomplish the final step. Then, no one will be able to control him. If the Geno Hall leader wants to kill Qinxiu, does that mean we can actually choose to sit back and sip alcoholic beverages while not doing anything? Han Sen asked. After all, that annoying geezer will have to reincarnate. Why don't we just not do anything while he does that? I mean, all the spirits that reincarnate have to go through the Geno Hall. Let's not mention that Qinxiu is already very strong. Aside from Bauer, I don't think anyone can kill him. Even if they could, I doubt they could annihilate the spirit. He has a reboot-class God Spirit blood pulse. When he reincarnates, he will not have to pass through the Geno Hall. Chaos denied Han Sen's train of thought. Who is Qinxiu? Han Sen could not help but ask this question again. Han Sen thought Chaos would not answer him. After he went quiet a little, Chaos sighed and said, It is fine for me to tell you. Human Alpha is me and Bauer's father's test subject. Test subject. Han Sen looked at Chaos with an expression of shock. Chaos smiled. Back then, me and Bauer's father were like water and fire. He was the God Hall leader who ruled the universe, and I wanted to replace him to become the leader of the universe. We kept trying to find ways we could beat each other, but we would only tie every time. Neither of us won. The universe was destroyed because of us. If it was to continue, even if one of us prevailed, only a broken universe full of holes would have been left. That was not what we wanted. So, me and Bauer's father thought of a different way in which we might fight. We made a bet to see who could lead the universe. What kind of bet would that be? Little Flower asked with curiosity. The power of the universe is boundless, Chaos coldly said. Every power can be pushed to its max potential. Things can even be invincible, but there is only one power that can have someone labeled as a creator. Making life. Han Sen suddenly understood. Chaos nodded. Yes, it was to create life. Me and Bauer's father made a bet as to which of us could produce a better life. Then, that person would be the leader of the universe. Was that how Human Alpha was born? Even Little Flower was able to understand what was going on. It was not at the beginning. Early on, me and Bauer's father created a different life. We kept trying to perfect it. We kept trying to fix the flaws in the genes, hoping to suppress each other. After saying that, Chaos' eyes looked strange. She smiled a little and said, "The people who know you the most are not your best friends or family. They are your enemies." As me and Bauer's father researched, the more we learned about each other. The more we learned, the more we came to admire each other. It led to a relationship that was not one of rivalry. Hansen thought, "You guys were great. How could you fight and then have sex? No one can do that." Han Sun did not dare say that out loud, but he had a question pop up in his mind. He said, "You guys created life. One of them was Human Alpha. Who was the other?" Human Alpha was made by Bauer's father. The life I created was the witch. Chaos smiled and went on to say, "Although our relationship had some changes, we both really wanted to win, so we kept our bet going. Neither of us wanted to lose this gambit. Then we put genes into the life forces. Han Sen never expected this was how the witch came to be born. It was no wonder why so many of the witches were so scary. The genes they possessed were top class." Chaos stopped smiling. She sighed and said, "Now we are not so proud. If it was not for us, none of this would be happening. It is a shame our pride got in the way back then. Neither of us was willing to admit we lost. Neither of us wanted to take a step back. We kept on fighting." Hansen could not help but ask, "What happened after that?" "It does not matter. In the end, Human Alpha had my genes and the genes of Bauer's father. With the modifications we did to him, he was already almost the most perfect life force in existence that had reboot powers and the Geno-prototype armor powers." Chaos looked at Bauer and said, "When we realized the problem, it was already too late. Human Alpha's evolutions were out of control. Even me and Bauer's father were unable to control Human Alpha. In the end, Bauer's father had to reboot the universe. Other people think it was a fight between me and Bauer's father, but that was why the universe was rebooted. As a matter of fact, it was not us. It was because of Human Alpha. That means Bauer and Qinxiu are, in some way, quite similar. They possess your genes and the genes of the previous God Hall leader." Han Sen was finally able to understand why Qinxiu was so strong and had the power to reboot the universe. "Not exactly," Chaos said. "He has our genes, but his genes were already very strong. It was through our genes that he became nearly perfect. Aside from Bauer, no other creature has the potential to be as great as Qinxiu." Hansen stood still and thought, "After all of that, after all those disasters, it was all because of you people. Now, Bauer is the one that has to wipe your asses." Han Sen did not like this, but there was nothing he could do. Still, Han Sen did not know what happened to influence Chaos into not telling him why Human Alpha was so keen on killing everyone. "Ugh. Do you know what? This is really starting to bore me. We're obviously building up to a grand finale. While I would love a big payoff to all that has happened in my life, I don't think I am going to get it. Why? My body. Unfortunately, I am not sure if I am going to be of much use. So, let's skip that conversation and start talking about me for a minute. Quite dishearteningly, my body has a problem. Since you are you, I was hoping you might be able to have a look and see what exactly is going wrong with me. Han Sen told Chaos about everything that had happened to him. Chaos put her hands on Han Sen's chest. She put some power into Han Sen's body for the purposes of examination. When her body went to Han Sen's body, it immediately vanished. It was like Han Sen's body was a bottomless hole. Her power was unable to create a splash. Chaos looked more shocked than ever. She kept looking at Han Sen's body. She said, "The sanctuaries, the Geno Hall, and the Geno Tablet already existed when the universe was first created. The power of the universe is weaker now, but the level of the sanctuaries was never any lower than the Geno Hall and the Geno Tablet. By using the sanctuaries, I discovered that the evolution modules of the sanctuaries were special. When things were rebooted, Bauer was sent there. I hoped Bauer would be able to use powers learned in the sanctuaries to grow up. Regarding the final level up of the sanctuaries, I do not know. If you want to use the powers of the sanctuaries to evolve, it is not easy. The fact you humans were able to have the protection of the sanctuaries was a miraculous accident. According to the theory, only the spirits in the sanctuaries should have been the lives in the sanctuaries. Normally, only they were able to enjoy what it was like to level up in the sanctuaries. Chaos looked at Han Sen's body and said, "If my powers are still here even just 1%, I should be able to check out your body. But I am still too weak and cannot do such a thing." Han Sen was disappointed. If Chaos could not tell what had happened to his body, he had no clue who might have been able to help him. Han Sen still had some hope and asked Chaos, "With my situation being what it is there no way for me to complete the final step?" Chaos looked certain as she said, "Impossible. If you make that final step, your body's genes will be above the universe's limit. Whatever you do will affect the rules of the universe. It will create mass destruction. It will not be as peaceful as before. When you combined with Wanner, the power used was almost unlimited. Can you feel it in the way you felt it before?" Han Sen shook his head. His situation was different from what it was before. Nothing was the same. Chaos looked at Han Sen and asked, "Can you still control the ultimate egg?" Han Sen shook his head. "After evolving, I have not been able to feel the ultimate egg's presence. The humans in the sanctuaries have Qin Xiu's genes. The ultimate egg is to control Qin Xiu. According to the theory, you cannot absorb the ultimate egg. Now, you cannot feel the ultimate egg. This is weird." Chaos spoke with a frown. She could not think of a solution. Chaos did not want to waste too much time. She continued teaching Bauer about the gourd. Han Sen was going to research the conditions of his body, hoping to find a way to harness its current state. Chaos wanted a Geno Tablet fight where Bauer could defeat Qin Xiu. She thought that if Bauer combined with the gourd vine, she could win. When the Geno Tablet's battles were in the final few, Bauer would only have to focus on Qin Xiu. She did not have to worry about Qin Xiu's break world creatures. Of course, that meant Bauer had to be the first sky leader before the 33 skies were owned all by others. Then, she could participate in the Geno Tablet fight. Han Sen had not been in Burning Red Sky for a while. The role of Burning Red Sky leader had been taken away by this point, leaving only Wang Yuhang with a leadership position in the 33 skies. "I cannot allow Bauer to face Qin Xiu alone. I must get a seat for myself again." Han Sen thought about doing this, but he knew he couldn't. Han Sen spent a lot of time researching his body, but nothing he tried seemed to work. Whoever he fought would obviously be stronger, but he could not control that strength. More and more leadership positions in the 33 skies were taken. Now, only 3 of the skies had not birthed a leader. When all the leaders were born, the Geno Tablet fight would begin. Bauer's progress had not been going too well either. Bauer had been unable to combine with the gourd vine. Her power was strong, but not strong enough to break through the universe. Another sky lit up. Ancient Devil's name appeared. There were only 2 more skies now. "No, I must get 1 sky." Han Sen could no longer wait. He had to get a sky for himself. If he did not, he would not be able to participate in the Geno Tablet fight. Han Sen explained what he was going to do to the people in Sky Garden. Ningyu, who was wearing green and feathery clothes, walked up to Han Sen and said, I will come with you. His body's presence had become weird. When Han-sen looked at him, he asked with shock, "Have your break world genes reached 100? Ningyu nodded. My super god spirit body finished evolving. When Han-sen heard him, his eyes went bright. He asked, "What is the difference with you now after your super god spirit body finished evolving?" My super god spirit body became an ultimate super god spirit body. It is just stronger, Ningyu casually said. Han-sen had a complex look almost immediately after hearing that. Ningyu's super god spirit body had evolved to an ultimate version of the super god spirit body compared to Han-sen, whose super god spirit body was reduced to nothing. It was frustrating. The super god spirit body is dependent on one's karma, Han-sen depressingly stated. Ningyu looked at Han-sen, who was standing still, and asked, "Are you going or are you not going?" "I am going." Han-sen's mind returned to the present. He then followed Ningyu. They broke space and raced to the 33 skies. Because the 33 skies only had 2 empty layers of sky left, the skies that already had a leader were difficult to breach. Usually, they would have teleported to the skies that did not have an owner. Han-sen and Ningyu did not get close to the barrier of the 33 skies. There were lots of break-world beasts on the search for Han-senator. They immediately roared and came for him. "Let me take care of this," Ningyu coldly said. He plucked a feather from his feathery clothing. He waved it at the break-world beasts. A beautiful green halo was emitted. The bodies of the break-world beasts that touched the green halo became a green light that dissolved. Within the blink of an eye, a dozen break-world beasts were turned into nothingness. The last break-world gene was floating in the air. The scene seemed frozen. The break-world beasts behind them were in shock. They all retreated. None of them dared to go for Han-sen. "Let's go." Ningyu went to 33 skies, which looked like a big tombstone. The break-world beasts surrounding the 33 skies formed a path for them. "Very good." Han-sen's gave a thumbs up. Ningyu's power was so scary. His super god spirit body was wildly different. Han-sen started wondering what the ultimate super god spirit body of Qinxian and the others might be like. He couldn't comprehend how scary their combined powers would be. The God Chaos Party and all other parties would be immediately destroyed. Ningyu used his feathers to swing. The barriers of the 33 skies were cut open. He walked in and disappeared. Han-sen wanted to follow Ningyu to enter, but the gap in the barrier was gone the moment Ningyu entered. Han-sen felt bad about this. He used his own body to go to the invisible wall, but his body could not use any power because he did not currently have an enemy. Han-sen did not have any power, so he did not know if he could break through the invisible wall. When Han-sen hit the invisible wall, it was like he hit nothing. He just went straight through. It was like no Baisima existed in the first place. Patong. Han-sen's body fell. When Han-sen landed, the impact of his fall created a massive circular crater in the ground. Han-sen checked out the crater. He discovered that the place he was in now was incredibly weird. In the sky, there were lots of giant rocky objects that were like a watch. The watches were the sizes of stones. There were some big ones, and there were others that were small. The small ones were about the size of a baseball field. Some of the bigger ones were about the size of a planet. Hands were depicting the hours and minutes. Obviously, they were not real watches. They did not move as a clock did. The hands were stiff in their places and did not move. Han-sen had landed on a stone watch that was kind of like an island. Han-sen knew he had entered the 29th sky. There were only 2 skies left with no owners. The 29th sky was called Time Sky. From what he was seeing, he knew he was correct about his current location. Although he knew Time Sky's name, Han-sen did not know why there was still no leader. According to theory, many people should have been able to enter the 29th sky, yet no leader had yet to emerge. Han-sen came out from the hole. He walked to the edge of the watch and looked around. He did not notice Ningyu around him. He did not even know if he too had been deposited in Time Sky. Han Sr., while Han-sen was looking around, he heard someone call his name. That voice was very familiar. He looked in the direction where the voice had come from. Above him, he saw a stone watch that was the size of a football stadium. A man was standing on the edge of that watch. He was looking at him from above. Ancient Devil, what are you doing here? Did you not already take a sky for yourself and become its leader? Hansen had a shocked expression as he looked at Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil did not speak. He jumped down and landed close to Hansen. Hansen wished to say something, but Ancient Devil performed a gesture to stop Hansen and said, "There is no time. The next time wheel is going to start. You need to listen up. The time around here can affect the speed time goes by. When the time wheel starts to spin, time will go fast forward differently. It might even reverse. You will be affected if you are in a certain time area." Hansen immediately sensed how serious this was. He frowned and asked, "How fast does the time go by?" "When it slows, it can be slow," Ancient Devil said. "When it is fast, it can be very fast. One moment could take 1,000 years. For a human and their lifespan, you might die on a watch in 1 second. Either that, or you will devolve and become a sperm." "Is there any way not to be affected by this?" Hansen asked. "There is no way. Every time the time wheel starts to spin, the speeds are different from the last time. It all depends on your luck. Hopefully, you will go to a time area where time is slowed down." Ancient Devil paused and said, "Or you can find a sky watch in Time Sky. If you manage to control it, you will become the leader of Time Sky." "How do I find that?" Hansen asked. "If people knew where to find it, many break world creatures would not be trapped here." Ancient Devil pointed to somewhere far away. There was a big dragon that looked like a diamond carving. It was traveling through the rock watches. "That is one of Qin Xiu's break world beasts," Ancient Devil quietly said. "Its break world rate is at least 95%. The last time the time wheel spun, it was hurt by time. It lost the scales on its body, and its break world rate went down to 60%. Hansen did not understand and asked, "Why did God Hall Leader not send Moment God, a time god spirit, here?" This was a time area sky. Whether it was Moment God or God Chaos Party's Ichi, either of them should have been able to control such a place with ease. Ancient Devil smiled. "It is because this place is a time element sky. That is why they did not dare come." "What is that supposed to mean?" Hansen did not really understand the way Ancient Devil was thinking. Ancient Devil said, "It is easy to understand. It is like the way many machines are affected by electromagnetic pulses. Time here can change its speed. For time element beings, that can cause a great disturbance. If they fought here, they would have to figure out how to fix the disturbance problem. Other power elements are not as affected here. They can fight here. The more powerful you are with time elements, the worse you will be in Time Sky. Of course, if their time power can go beyond Time Sky, none of this can affect them. If you were able to control time, time element elites will not be affected here. They would be invincible. Now, no one has a time power that can exceed Time Sky." Hansen understood what Ancient Devil told him. He wished to say something, but he heard the sound of an old grandfather clock. He did not know where that sound came from. It sounded very cold as it echoed throughout all of Time Sky. It was not very sharp, but it went very far. Every creature in Time Sky could hear the chiming. Ancient Devil looked around and said, "Time is up. Are you planning to stay here to try your luck? Would you prefer pushing your luck elsewhere?" "I am going wherever you are going," Hansen said with a smile. Ancient Devil did not say anything in response. He flew toward a smaller stone clock. Hansen followed him. Hansen's knowledge of Time Sky was limited. He could not tell if the stone clocks were going clockwise or counterclockwise. Ancient Devil had been there for a while, so he was still fine. Hansen still felt that there had to be something odd about it. Ancient Devil stood atop the stone clock and said, "I do not have many good ideas. I am just going to try my luck. This stone clock is small, so the effects are not as strong. Later, if time goes too fast here, we will have to hurry up and go to another time area." The bell was still chiming, kept chiming and chiming. It was far away and really mysteriously. After thinking about something, Hansen asked, "Is this clock going to ring every hour?" Ancient Devil said, "You guessed it almost correctly. Time Sky's clock chiming is a way to tell time. It rings once every 2 hours from 1 to 12. After the bell rings, it will go into a time loop. The time loop will last 1 hour, and there will be 11 soundings. Han-san wanted to say something, but he heard the sound of something screaming. There was a dragon in flight not too far away. It had the head of a drill. It looked like it was searching for which stone clock to stop at, but it kept picking and choosing without commitment. It was obviously hesitating quite a bit. It didn't stop anywhere. The diamond-like big dragon was still hesitant. The 11 bell chimes were already done. In the next second, Han-san saw the stone clock start spinning. The stone clock needle kept spinning. It went faster, then it went slower. When it was slow, it jumped every block. When it was fast, it was like a fan. It was like the whole world was spinning. Ancient Devil and Han-sen looked at the stone clock below them. If that stone clock went too fast, they would have to get out of there regardless of if it reversed or spun straight. Of course, before they left, they would have to find a way to escape the time zone. Fortunately, beneath their feet, the clock's spinning speed was normal. It was a little bit faster though. It was around 2 or 3 times faster than a normal clock. If they stood there for 1 hour, to other people it meant it would be 2 or 3 hours. Han-sen felt relieved. When he looked at Ancient Devil, Han-sen noticed Ancient Devil seemed a bit more relaxed now too. When Han-sen looked at the diamond-like big dragon, his face changed. The dragon did not look so good. It had been choosing for so long and had not decided on a spot to land. Now, the clock's needle was spinning faster than an airplane's propeller. One could not even see the needles properly. The diamond-like dragon roared. It tried escaping to another stone clock's area. As soon as it started flying, its body looked weird. It was becoming smaller. Han-sen had to watch a scary scene unfold. A giant dragon's body flew 300 feet away with its body shrinking. What was once a big dragon had been turned into the size of a dinosaur. From a dinosaur, it turned into the size of an elephant. It then was the size of a crocodile. Before long, it was the size of a lizard. The dragon was unable to escape the area of the stone clock. It turned into a crystal-looking egg. Since it had a rushed personality, it quickly rushed out of the scary reverse time zone to reach a different time zone. In the other time zone, time went by much slower. The gene egg was floating in the air. It looked like a flawless diamond. After watching all of this, Han-sen felt a chill. He saw a scary break-world beast be beaten into an egg. It was very shocking to witness. Although Han-sen had a similar power, it was not a time element. It did not look as shocking. That big dragon was an ultimate gene race, Ancient Devil said. If you are interested in it, wait until the time wheel is over. Then you can go over there and take it. If you are not interested, I will do it myself. Han-sen did not mind that. He went toward that area. At this time, break-world beasts were no longer rare. No matter how high of a break-world rate a break-world beast had, it was still entirely dependent on talent. The break-world rate of rare gene races was still exceedingly high. The time wheel spun for an hour. In the next hour, people were able to do things while Time Sky was no longer a place of danger. Looking around at all the different clock areas, it was clear that some areas did not spin fast. Ancient Devil flew over to one of them. He was looking for a time clock. Ancient Devil waved to Han-san and said, "You and I came here for the sky clock. We should not be working together, so we should part ways for now." Han-san did not plan on leaving Ancient Devil's side. After taking the gene egg, he followed him. He smiled and asked, "Ancient Devil, did you not already earn the leadership position of another sky? Why are you here in Time Sky?" "I have a plan, and it is my own." Ancient Devil did not plan on answering Han-sen. Seeing that Ancient Devil was not going to answer, Han-sen didn't try to force him. Still, he did not leave. He just went silent and followed Ancient Devil. Han-sen did not know if it was just because his body was slow or what, but he could not feel as the time clock did anything to him. Han-sen was not entirely sure about it. He did not know if it was just because he could not feel the power or whether or not the time zones really could not affect his body. Han-sen was behind Ancient Devil. He kept walking silently. When the next stone clock rang, the danger was considerably less. The speed of time in different areas could be segmented. As long as one did not have a death wish, one would be fine. Hansen wanted to ask Ancient Devil if he fought against Berry Path God and Big Sky Demon over the relics. If he asked that, Ancient Devil would know he had been there. Therefore, Hansen did not ask him anything about that. Ancient Devil kept walking. He eventually said, "It is pointless to keep on following me. I do not know where the sky clock is. I am only trying my luck like you. You are luckier than me, so following you gives me a better chance." Hansen did not do anything. He carried on following Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil kept walking and said, "The sky clock is hidden amongst the stone clocks, but no one knows which one is the sky clock. You do not look like someone who would come to a place on a complete whim. You would not just come here and risk your neck on a chance." Hansen understood Ancient Devil too much. Ancient Devil sighed and said, "Whatever, I can teach you how to find the sky clock. In exchange, you cannot follow me anymore." Hansen squinted his eyes and asked, "Why are you so afraid of me following you? Do you already know where the sky clock is?" Ancient Devil felt bad. He shook his head. "If I knew where the sky clock was, it would not take me this long to seek it out. I just do not want you following me. Every time you follow me, something bad happens. Even if I am lucky enough to find it, you will only end up taking it away from me. Why should I waste my time here? If you are going to keep on following me, I will just stop looking." Hansen rubbed his nose. Ancient Devil was right. Every time he followed Ancient Devil, the man was put at a disadvantage. If Ancient Devil stopped looking, it would not benefit Hansen. Hansen said, "Fine. Tell me how to find the sky clock. We will both try our luck in separate ways. First, you must answer my question. Do you want to know why I became the leader of a sky but still came to Time Sky? Is that it?" Ancient Devil inquired. "Yes," Hansen said with a nod. Ancient Devil was silent a moment before saying, "I can tell you that I did not come to Time Sky for the leadership position. I am here for the sky clock." "What is the difference?" Hansen asked with a frown. "Of course, there is a difference," Ancient Devil said. "When you obtain the sky clock, you do not have to be the leader. If I get the sky clock, I can still give up being the leader of another sky to become Time Sky's leader. That would be the best result." "What do you want to do with the sky clock?" Hansen asked. "The sky clock can speed up and reverse time," Ancient Devil said. "I need it to accomplish one thing. You were only allowed to ask one question of me. I have already answered you. Fine. Tell me how to find the sky clock." Hansen understood Ancient Devil, so he stopped asking. Ancient Devil told Hansen which direction to go to find the sky clock. He then left. "Goodbye," Hansen said as a friendly goodbye to Ancient Devil. "I think it would be best if we never met again." Ancient Devil did not turn back as he left. He was not like Hansen, who was acting all clingy. Hansen felt bad. He licked his lips. If he were able to follow Ancient Devil, he would have a much higher chance of finding the sky clock. He knew he could not bully the man too much. If Ancient Devil really got angry, he would not be able to find the sky clock. Plus, Ancient Devil might even kill him. Now that Ancient Devil was gone, Hansen looked around and went in a different direction. Ancient Devil had taught him an easy method. Sounded dumb, but it worked. The sky clock was amidst the countless stone clocks that made up the realm. No matter how hard one looked, nothing stood out to indicate that one clock was the sky clock. To see the sky clock, one needed to try each stone clock one by one. The sky clock and ordinary clocks all looked the same, but the needles of the sky clock were different from the usual needles of stone clocks. He just needed to try the needles. He would then be able to tell if something was a sky clock or not. There were countless numbers of stone clocks in Time Sky. To try each needle on each clock over and over, and to try each one, there was no telling how long such an endeavor would take. Therefore, it was all down to luck. It was like winning a lottery. If one were lucky, one would get the jackpot on the first go. If one was unlucky, one would have to keep trying to the end. Hansen had no choice. He had to rely on the method Ancient Devil had told him about. Now, the needle was spinning. The method was not going to work. He had to wait until the needles stopped before trying it. Ancient Devil did not try it here, so I bet he has already given the stone clocks here a go. Let me go elsewhere. Hansen had come too late. He did not know if the stone clocks he was at had already been tested, so he had to keep trying them one by one. After walking for a short while, he saw a few break-world creatures gathering on the opposite side of a stone clock. The one at the center of the assembly was the leader. He was a God Chaos Party elder. Hansen had seen him while he engaged in the last big battle against the organization. Hansen, where are you going to run this time? The elder saw Hansen too. He immediately had a few break-world beasts accompany him to surround Hansen. Hansen could not run fast, and there were not that many areas to run to. The directions he could choose to escape were quite limited. Are you guys not leaving? Hansen checked out the elder and break-world beasts. He did not care all that much about them. He had a low battle power. When he met stronger foes, he fought harder. It would not have been easy for the elder and his break-world beasts to try and kill him. Our leader wants you to die. That means you will not be allowed to live. My name is Floating Kill. After you die, never forget that I was the one who killed you. After Floating Kill spoke, he raised his hands. He pulled out a building tower and threw it at Hansen. That tower was comprised of 18 floors. It glowed with golden light. It was like a god tower. The moment it left his hands, it headed straight for Hansen's head. Although Hansen sped himself up to avoid the suppression of the tower, he looked at the tower coming right before his face. Floating Kill was shocked. His Floating Kill had locked onto a target, so he should not have been able to escape. Yet Hansen was able to dodge the Floating Kill's suppression. He was surprised by this. Almost at the same time, 5 break-world beasts roared. All kinds of powers covered the sky and the ground, including wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. It was all going for Hansen. The break-world powers were very scary. They almost covered the entire stone clocks area. Hansen's power was still running around. He did not seem to be affected. Floating Kill was secretly shocked. The 5 break-world beasts around him had a break-world rate of 60% or above. Even if they could not defeat Hansen, they should have been able to damage him. Upon seeing Hansen's face, Floating Kill knew he had only moved with simple coordination. He had still managed to play the 5 break-world beasts like a fiddle. As Floating Kill watched what was happening, he noticed that Hansen's movement abilities were very magical. He also realized that the distances he crossed were never all that far. Every time he dodged the attack of a break-world beast, it was as if he already knew what to expect. After a while, Floating Kill noticed the time. He used the Sky Treasure Tower. The tower grew very large. It was like it was covering the sky and the ground. It covered the entire time area they were in. Hansen's location was limited. If he wanted to avoid the suppression of the tower, he would have to quickly get to another stone clock's area. The stone clock was spinning faster than a plane's propeller. If Hansen went in there, he would lose thousands of years. If he was able to hold strong against it, it would have likely been fine. If he couldn't withstand the magic, he would instantly grow old and die. Hansen was not sure if his body could withstand the force, so he stopped dodging and allowed the Sky Treasure Tower to come down. Because the tower was covering the entire area, the 5 break-world beasts were inside with him too. All of them were extremely shocked. They wildly flew around, desperately wanting to get away from the tower. Hansen felt as if everything around was filling up with golden light. He and the 5 break-world beasts in the tower were all seeing gold. The tower was gold. It looked like it was made of gold. But that tower was different to the average tower. Ordinary towers had floors. This tower looked as if it had 18 floors. On the inside, however, there were no floors. One was able to see all the way up, from the bottom to the top. The walls of the towers were inscribed with golden spells. It also appeared as if there were many statues leading the way to the roof. The 5 beasts and a man were inside the tower. Many of the golden spells were shining brightly. The tower had become very bright. It was like there were countless suns in the sky shining brightly. It was so bright that it made it difficult to open one's eyes. Hansen's eyes did not feel anything. He was able to see everything within that golden light. Han Sen thought the golden light was only bright and could not actually do anything to him. He thought that because his body was not impacted in the least. When he looked at the 5 break world beasts, he was shocked. The 5 break world beasts had just entered the tower. They were all in shock, scrambling in a desperate bid to escape the place. The golden spells suddenly shone with a golden god light that frozen their bodies in the shape of monstrous gold statues. Their bodies had been frozen in their prior motion of trying to flee. They looked as if they were in a rush. Han Sen's heart jumped. These 5 break world beasts had a break world rate of at least 60%. They might not be the strongest, but they have to be among the strongest in the universe. That golden god light just shone on them and turned them into statues. The golden god light is very strong, and it shone on me. Floating Kill does not plan on letting me live. I should be like them, but I am not. That must mean my body really is different. While Han Sen was lost in thought, he saw the 5 gold statues start to melt. They became a gold blood-like puddle of liquid on the ground. That is a very evil power. Han Sen frowned. The golden god light had turned all the creatures into gold statues. It then made the gold statues turn into a puddle of blood water. It was a very evil construct. It would not let anyone live. Outside the tower, Floating Kill looked very happy. He took away the now minimized sky treasure tower by placing it in his hands. He looked at the shining tower of golden light and said to himself, "This sky Floating Kill can truly melt everything. Even the Undying can block the power of the sky Floating Kill. Han Sen will only live 1 or 2 days inside here before becoming blood water. If that happens, I will have accomplished a great deed for my master. Mr. Leader can flip the Geno Hall and rebuild the God Palace. I will be regarded as a high-level member then." Floating Kill was feeling very cocky, but he did not dare underestimate things. He kept using power to make the sky Floating Kill's golden spell brighter. He wanted to speed up Han Sen becoming blood water. Regarding the 5 break world beasts, Floating Kill did not care about them. If he was able to kill Han Sen through their sacrifice, it was all worth it. Plus, it was only 5 break world beasts. He would easily be able to get such things back. With Qin Shou's method, making break world beasts was easy. Floating Kill did not want to risk Han Sen getting free by trying to save the 5 break world beasts. Han Sen was someone Qin Shou cared about a great deal. Floating Kill did not dare get in the way. Normally, creatures that had a 95% break world rate would melt inside his Tower of Doom. Floating Kill planned on taking half a month to produce more break world beasts. While also killing Han Senator, he was not going to give Han Sen a second chance. Suddenly, Floating Kill turned around to look at the stone clock near him. The stone clock was flying very fast. It was almost moving like a fan. Time had been fast-forwarded many times. Floating Kill thought, if the sky Floating Kill was in the stone clock's area, 1 moment would be 10 months. If he was inside there, he must have already died. He decided to take the sky Floating Kill out. Under the control of Floating Kill, the sky Floating Kill flew to the designated area. It landed on a clock's needle, which was spinning as fast as a fan. The sky Floating Kill was affected by the speed of time. 1 moment equaled a few hours. Now, the 5 gold statues had started to melt. Han Sen was watching it happen. His body, however, was not feeling bad at all. A moment later, a gold statue completely melted into gold blood water. However, there was a teardrop left behind. It was a break world gene. It did not melt. It sat in the blood water. Han Sen reached out his hand to collect the break world gene. The other 4 break world beasts were going to completely melt soon as well. Although I am not afraid of the tower's power, how am I supposed to get out of here? Han Sen's body became stronger the moment he encountered something fierce. Now there were not any enemies. He did not know how to use his body's power to break the sky Floating Kill. Han Sen was not in a rush to break the sky Floating Kill. After a while, another break world beast became gold blood water. He picked up all the break world genes. Let's try it now. Han Sen put the break world gene away and looked around. He did not see any doors or windows. He walked in front of a wall. Han Sen reached his hand out to touch the golden wall. The golden spells were still releasing a scary god light, but Han Sen could not feel any energy floating. The golden god light was releasing ordinary, harmless light. Han Sen raised his fist to have a look. He then threw a punch at the golden wall. Floating Kill looked at the sky. Floating Kill's area. Time was going by incredibly quickly. 20 minutes of ordinary time had already passed. Converting it into the time clock's passing of time, 2 to 3 months had gone by. Even if Han Sen's break world rate was at the almighty sum of 99%, he should have been refined by now, Floating Kill thought. To play it safe, he did not bring back his sky Floating Kill just yet. He let it remain in the area, readying himself for its retrieval when the displacement of time had gone by. Only then would he bring back the sky Floating Kill. Suddenly, a golden light was coming from the sky Floating Kill. It was shaking. In the next second, the whole of the sky Floating Kill exploded. It became small bits of sand that scattered about everywhere. Han Sen's body fell out from within it. It seemed that it had not done him any harm. It had not reduced him to blood water. Not even his clothes had been harmed by the time he had spent inside it. Blurg! When the sky Floating Kill shattered, Floating Kill coughed up a bevy of blood to coincide with it. His eyes opened wide. He looked at Han Sen's unharmed figure in complete disbelief. Han Sen looked at his fists and froze in place. It had been a random punch. It was not some extreme power that he had mustered, but the miraculously solid sky Floating Kill had still been rendered little more than dust in the wind. When Floating Kill reacted, he instantly turned around and wanted to run away. A chill was running down his spine. His heart was even colder. The sky Floating Kill, boosted by the wretched advance of time, had been unable to damage Han's senator. Therefore, how scary could such a man's body be? Aside from Qin Xiu, Floating Kill had never witnessed someone so scary. He knew he would be unable to fight Han's senator. Floating Kill did not dare hang around and fight Han's senator. He wished he could run faster. Floating Kill had not seen someone this scary ever before. Since he knew he would not be able to beat Han Sen, Floating Kill did not dare stay there and fight the man. The stone clock was still spinning, so he could not escape. Floating Kill kept traveling between the stone clock areas in a desperate bid to escape. Unfortunately, the speed of every clock area was different. Floating Kill was heavily affected by each of them. It was fine to be in a time area where time ran fast. When it came to a time area that ran really slow, Floating Kill's motions were much slower. Han Sen chased after Floating Kill at a pace that was not too fast. No matter which stone clock's area he entered, he was not affected. This body is not affected by the passage of time. Han Sen was more than pleased with this result. He hurried up, wanting to catch up with Floating Kill. When Han Sen wanted to use his powers, his body did not adhere to the desires of his mind. He lacked the speed necessary to catch up. What is wrong with this body? Han Sen felt a little bit depressed. He still kept up his pursuit. Floating Kill kept on escaping, but he suddenly stopped. Up ahead, there were 2 areas he could go for. One area's stone clock was spinning at the speed of light. The other one's stone clock's needle barely even moved. Floating Kill's lifespan was very high, but he did not dare go into a fast area like that. That speed might have cost him 10 million years in a single second. Even he would not have been able to hold strong against a force of time like that. As for the other area, time was almost still. If he went inside, he might have stopped moving and become frozen in time. He watched Han Sen approach him. Han Sen was not very fast and not very slow because he could not be as fast as normal. In Floating Kill's eyes, Han Sen was still a very scary man. He felt like a mouse being toyed with by a cat. Goddamn asshole! Floating Kill was very angry. As Han Sen kept playing with him, it made his fear of Han Sen even deeper. He did not even have the courage to fight or threaten Han Sen anymore. If he knew Han Sen could not catch up, which was why he was not fast and not slow, he would have likely felt much different. Floating Kill gnashed his teeth. He was headed for the stone clock area that was extremely slow in its advance. He also took something out. Han Sen saw Floating Kill flash with a blue light. It was like blue seawater was wrapping up his body. He then entered the nearly still time area. In the area where time was stopped, he should not have been able to move. When Floating Kill went inside, he was not stalled by time. He was able to go forward. He was, however, very slow. He was not much faster than a turtle crawling. Floating Kill kept rushing forward. He felt relieved. He looked at the blue crystal orb and felt much better. Luckily, when I went to Time Sky, Mr. Leader gave me this space crack orb. Had I not received this gift, I would have been killed by Han Sen's hands today. With the protection offered by this orb, I can travel through the time area. Even an absolutely still time area will not be able to stop me. That Han Sen will never be able to catch up. Floating Kill looked back, having all those smarmy thoughts to himself. When he looked back, Floating Kill's face changed. He saw Han Sen enter the still time area without his speed slowing down the smallest mote. He was still coming for him at an ordinary pace. It was then that his face turned pale. Han Sen saw Floating Kill rush to the silent area. He thought, Floating Kill must have a death wish. If he ran elsewhere, I might not have been able to chase him. Now, he is a very dead man. While he was thinking about this, Han Sen walked in. Just like before, this place was an area where the time power did nothing to inhibit his body. Han Sen was behind Floating Kill in no time at all. I am going to fight you. Floating Kill was angry. His face was twisted as he felt forced to gather power. He generated the Sky Floating Kill, moving to suppress Han Sen. The time in that nearly still area made his motions awfully slow. Even the Sky Floating Kill was becoming slower and slower in its advance. Han Sen did not back off. He raised his fist and moved toward the Sky Floating Kill. Pang! The Sky Floating Kill exploded with a single punch. It was quickly turned into a sky full of yellow dust. After the punch, Han Sen's fist was not stalled. It was still going further, punching toward Floating Kill's chest. Floating Kill did not have a chance of dodging the strike. He gnashed his teeth and put all his power into the space crack orb. The blue water images were clearer. He wanted to use the space crack orb's power to block Han Sen's punch. When Han Sen's punch landed on the blue watermark shattered. It was unable to withstand Han Sen's fist for a single second. It just instantly broke. Even Floating Kill's space crack orb was shattered. Seeing Han Sen's fist come thrusting into his chest, Floating Kill's eyes opened wide. He looked very shocked. In the end, he thought, perhaps Han Sen is scarier than Mr. Leader. Pang! Before his thoughts ended, Floating Kill's body was punched open by Han Sen's manic fist. He was reduced to a bloody mist. Floating Kill's break world rate was almost maxed out, but he had not been able to resist one of Han Sen's punches. Han Sen looked at Floating Kill, who had become a bloody mist. He mocked the man while talking to himself. If opponents are stupid like Floating Kill and trying to fight me with power, my body is pretty effective. Han Sen wondered what Floating Kill would have thought if he knew the real situation. If he had not resisted, Han Sen would not have killed him. Because Floating Kill used the Sky Floating Kill to try and restrict Han Sen, and he used the Space Crack Orb's power, it triggered Han Sen's body's natural reaction. If Floating Kill had tried to escape like a normal person and not fight back, it would have been hard for Han Sen to kill him. It was a shame that an escape was exactly what resulted in his death. Who would have thought that would happen? Floating Kill was not a break-world beast. Killing him did not yield a break-world gene. He looked around. An hour had yet to go by. The stone clocks were still spinning. To Han Sen, this was all pointless. His body was not afraid of time power. Time Sky was a big place, but there was nowhere now he was no longer able to reach. It is a shame that I am unable to find out which stone clock is the sky clock. I still have to wait until the spinning has stopped before testing them too. After Han Sen thought about it, he did not plan on going anywhere. He was just going to wait where he was for time to end. Not long later, 1 hour of the time cycle came to an end. Over the course of the next hour, Time Sky did not exhibit any weird changes. Han Sen walked to the nearest needle and checked it out. The clocks in the Alliance had 3 different needles. There was a needle for the hours, minutes, and seconds. The clocks in Time Sky only had 1 needle. It did not represent the seconds or the minutes, but it did not represent the hour needle either. In theory, it should have represented the hour needle since every section it went through meant 1 hour. In this place, it actually represented 2 hours. All of the stone clocks were like this. Now, all of the stone clock needles had stopped and been no longer moving. The stone needles did not look like delicate things. Their shape and design had many natural flaws. They looked rather smooth. They did not match up with the clocks of greater technology, but there was a vintage feeling when it came to them. Han-sen reached out his hand to touch the giant stone needle. He felt as if a chilly feeling was going to prickle him. The frosty feeling was a consequence of the needle's natural temperature. If this was before, Han-sen would not have had this heightened sense of feeling. He would have had to use Dongxian aura to sense such a thing. Now, the stronger his body was, the lower his sensitivity was. It was like people who practiced fist fighting. Their fists were hard and would mature. If their fists hit things that had altered temperatures or a lack of resistance, they would be less sensitive to it. Han-sen had such a powerful body, but his feelings were still very sensitive. They were perhaps even more sensitive than before. To the powers outside, they were still very powerful as well. The only thing he could not feel was the power within himself. That depressed Han-sen a great deal. He put his hands on the needle. Han-sen exerted all the power he could and pushed the stone needle clockwise. Han-sen had his share of doubts regarding truthfulness when it came to what Ancient Devil had told him, but the explanation Ancient Devil had given him was something fairly decent. It made sense, so Han-sen decided to believe him. According to Ancient Devil, the stone clocks were usually connected to time sky. One movement was able to affect the entire body. Moving one needle was like affecting the entire rule powers of time sky. Even if Qin Xiu was there, he might not have been able to do any pushing. The sky clock was time sky's essence. It was the only thing that could change the rule powers of time sky, so only it could be pushed alone. Of course, that all depended on whether or not the sky clock was willing to be pushed. If it did not want him to push it, it would not move. No matter what, it all depends on luck. Han-sen felt a bit angry. He did not like the concept of luck because his luck had always been vile. Han-sen used his power to push the needle. He soon heard a catch-a sound. The giant stone needle moved. Han-sen had been pushing it for a while. Eventually, time moved. Am I really that lucky? Did I actually find the sky clock? Han-sen was very happy. He tried pushing some more. He did not push hard, but he was able to push the needle a little. Ha! Ha! My luck is back. Ancient Devil. Ancient Devi. You were so not willing to come with me, and now I found the sky clock first. You are going to regret this so much. Han-sen was so excited that he wanted to laugh at the sky. He had existed for a very long time, and he had finally struck a jackpot. After feeling that happy, Han-sen swiftly felt terrible. Even though he had found the sky clock, he did not know how to convince the sky clock to move. The sky clock is the key to time sky. It is just like Sky King and the other life forces. They have high intelligence. Han-sen looked at the stone needle. He then spoke to the stone needle. Sky clock, if you are willing to obey me, I promise you will have a fine laugh. Otherwise, don't take it out on me for being mean to you. I will break your needle or your soul. Han-sen tried to threaten it for a while. He did that for so long that he felt his mouth was going to break. After all that time, the stone clock still did not react. It looks like you won't know what regret is unless I use my strength. When Han-sen was ready to push the needle further, his heart jumped. He thought, hang on, was Ancient Devil lying to me? What if all the stone clocks can be pushed? Although he thought the possibility of that being the case was low, due to Ancient Devil being right about the stone clock and needles being connected to time sky, in theory, he should not have been able to push one at all. Han-sen still harbored doubts. He looked around. He walked up to another stone clock, wanting to see if the other stone clock could be moved. He moved to a stone clock that was the size of a football field. Han-sen did not hesitate to put his hand on the stone needle. He pushed it a little. With that small push, the pillar-like needle was pushed really far. The whole area of time around sped up. It was like things fast-forwarded for a while. Han-sen thought, holy shit, Ancient Devil, that asshole, lied to me, but that doesn't make sense. How am I able to push it? He thought the stone needle should not have been able to be pushed, but the facts were in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. Han Sen readied himself to go out and look for Ancient Devil. He suddenly heard an exciting sound not too far away. Sky Clock! Sky Clock! I finally found Sky Clock. Han Sen was surprised. He went to take a look. He saw a man with bright eyes pushing a stone needle. That person thought Han Sen had found the Sky Clock. Han Sen did not recognize that person. He looked like a human from the universe of kingdoms. That person did not know who Han Sen was either. His eyes were straight and fixed on Han Sen's clock. The man pulled out his knife and immediately started slashing toward Han Sen. Han Sen wanted to fight back, but he thought about it some more. He ended up retreating. He pretended to be angry and shouted, "I found the Sky Clock first. What makes you think you can steal my stuff? Treasure in this world belongs to those who are strong enough to grasp it. If you found something but are too weak to own it, that means you are not the type of person who should have it," the person shamelessly declared. He did not even blush as he boldly spoke. He slashed madly toward Han Senator. The knife lights were like 9 skies of galaxies coming down, unable to be stopped. Han Sen kept retreating, dodging the knife as he went. He kept falling back while madly shouting, "You are stealing my Sky Clock. You can go to hell." That person was not dumb. He knew Han Sen was deliberately trying to attract all the other elites to that zone. He immediately used all of his strength to throw a knife light across the land to kill Han Sen as swiftly as possible. Han Sen did not appear to be someone special, but his movements were very strange. He kept managing to travel in between and around the dangerous knife lights. The man kept using all the moves he had and exerting all of his strength, but he was unable to harm Han Sen. Lu Xianyu was shocked. He was not one of the 7 kingdoms royals or a student of Wu Wei Dao Palace, but he had managed to break the world through his own strength. He had crisscrossed across the universe of kingdoms for a few hundred years. He had never lost once. He was not like the break-world beasts that had used life souls to break the world. He thought by using his own power to get the leadership of the Genotablet's top position. He did not think it would be difficult. When he teleported to Time Sky, he had risked death many times without ever finding the Sky Clock he needed. It had not figured out that pushing a needle meant the discovery of the Sky Clock. He had been looking for a long time, but he had yet to find anything. Time Sky had too many stone clocks. It was unknown how many years or months it might take to try them all. Lu Xianyu thought his chances were slim. Suddenly, he had seen another person manage to push a stone needle. Naturally, he wanted to kill them and take the person's supposed Sky Clock. The person he discovered, who did not look very strong, was able to evade each and every one of his attacks. It greatly surprised him. "Roar! Where is the Sky Clock?" Before Lu Xianyu tried to kill him again, both men heard a roar. A giant bear that looked like a blue and giant beast was on its way. Far away, a few more scary presences were breaking space to arrive in the zone. They had obviously come there because of Han Sen's screaming. Lu Xianyu thought the big bear he saw was quite scary. He did not think he could win in combat against it. He gnashed his teeth and decided to ignore Han Senator. He was going to the stone needle Han Sen had just pushed. He wanted to take the Sky Clock before the big bear reached it and stole the goods. The big bear was a bit slow. It looked at Lu Xianyu, who was heading for the stone clock, but it could guess what it was. It was, however, too late for the bear to stop him. The bear made another roaring sound. Its claws lashed out to bat Lu Xianyu. An ice-blue scary light beam struck Lu Xianyu. It was too late. Lu Xianyu was going to take the stone needle. Suddenly, a silver typhoon came in from space. It went in front of Lu Xianyu. He had no choice but to give up on the stone clock and try striking the silver typhoon to break it. There was a booming noise, which resulted in silver light exploding alongside a knife light. In the shattered silver light, a big silver bird flew forward. It looked angry as it went straight to fight Lu Xianyu. That kind of interruption made many more break-world beasts want to join in. It resulted in the whole place devolving into a mess. Many scary creatures were fighting. They all wanted that stone clock for themselves. Han Sen had already retreated a good distance away a long time ago. He watched Lu Xianyu battle the break-world beasts and said to himself, "Fight! Fight! The more that die here, the fewer enemies I have to deal with. None of them will be getting the sky clock anytime soon." After that, he walked away. He was certain that the needles of the 2 stone clocks he had pushed were not the sky clock they were after. Han Sen thought, if everyone knows the sky clock needle can be moved and the needles of other stone clocks can be moved, that means Ancient Devil did not lie to me. The problem has something to do with me. There is a 90% chance it is a problem that has something to do with my body. That is how I was able to push the stone needles of 2 clocks. He then went to a place where no one was around. He tried pushing the needle of another stone clock. Just like before, he was able to push the stone needles with ease. It did not cost him much strength. Of course, it is my body's problem. If it wasn't, the stone clock would not have been able to be tampered with. It is going to be very troublesome if I can move every clock. It means I won't be able to find the sky clock. Han Sen was quite troubled by this development. He tried doing this a few more times, but he had the same results each time. If he wanted to, he could push the stone clock needles exactly where he wanted them to be. Han Sen said to himself, "It is useless to keep pushing these needles. I do not know how I am supposed to find the sky clock." Still, he persevered and tried every stone clock he came across. He still hoped he would find something. Clearly, his luck had not gotten any better. He kept walking. He pushed many stone needles, but he was unable to find anything. After an hour, the bell rang. The time wheel storm kicked up into a frenzy again. This time, Han Sen was no longer worried about being restricted by the storm of the time wheel. He stood in front of a stone clock, waiting for the needles to spin. Bzzzt. After 12 chimes, Han Sen's stone clock spun around like a fan. It was going counterclockwise. If an ordinary creature was standing there, they would have turned into an egg. Han Sen's heart jumped. He jumped next to a stone clock and reached his hand out to press the stone needle. The stone needle he touched stopped operating. Han Sen used one hand to suppress the needle. As a consequence, the needle stopped moving. Han Sen felt that the needle had a reverse power. If he let go, the needle was likely going to madly spin. "I will hold the needle. If anyone comes close, I will let it go. I do not need to fight. The counterclockwise power can kill all my foes. To be able to control the needles of all these stone clocks is very helpful." Han Sen was thinking his powers were not completely useless after all. After thinking about that, Han Sen's heart jumped. If I cannot try it when time stops, why do I not do the opposite? Maybe I should try to stop the needles. If it was a sky clock, it might fight against me instead of just coming to a standstill. Han Sen did as he thought. He held the attack of the time power and continued exploring. When he found a stone clock, he stopped its needle from spinning. After walking all that way, Han Sen had found nothing. Suddenly, a stone clock appeared ahead of him. The needle was madly spinning. It was moving so fast that the needle couldn't be seen anymore. Han Sen observed it for a while. The needle was continuing to spin counterclockwise. Based on the speed it was going, any creature to enter its zone would have been instantly turned into an egg. Han Sen stepped into the area. His eyes looked surprised. His body did react. His stone-looking body felt power from the outside. Time was like a wave of water outside of him. Han Sen felt the flow and float of the river of time on his skin. Although his body was not moved by the reversal of time, it still shocked Han Senator. He looked at the crazy, spinning needle and thought, is the reversal of the spinning time too fast? Is that why my body has actually prompted some sort of reaction? Is it just this clock itself that is weird? Discovering the answer to that questions was not going to be difficult for Han Senator. He stepped toward the spinning needle. As he moved, something surprised Han Senator. It thrilled him with sheer delight. When he walked to the needle, the speed of the needle increased. It was going faster than it was before. Something is wrong. Something is wrong with this stone clock. The needle speed on an ordinary stone clock is connected to time sky. The speed cannot be changed through ordinary means. If the speed was changed, the whole of the time sky would be affected. The The stone clocks would be changed too unless my luck really did come. Han Sen's eyes looked as if they were on fire as he stared at the needle. He stopped all hesitation and went to the needle. The closer Han Sen got to the needle, the faster the stone clock spun. The impact of the river of time was stronger. The reverse time power almost turned something he could actually see. When Han Sen went to the needle, it was like he was a boat sailing out across a stormy sea. It was like he was trying to drive it up a waterfall. Every step he took, his body felt an absurd amount of pressure fall on him. Since his super god spirit mode had evolved, this was the first time Han Sen's body had been able to feel pressure of some kind. This body does not deny the ability to feel power. It is just because all opposing powers thus far have been too weak for me to feel. Han Sen stepped forward. The time power was able to give him quite a bit of pressure, but that was all that it was. The power was not enough to move Han Sen's body. Most importantly, it didn't come anywhere near the realm that would see his body devolve. Han Sen walked in front of the needle. He reached his hand out to grab the stone needle that was madly spinning. The moment his hand stopped the needle had a surge of power that made it spin even crazier. It made Han Sen's body spin half a cycle with it. Ultimately, the needle's movement was brought to a standstill by Han Senator. It shook, but it could no longer spin. BZZT. The stone needle was not like any other needle. Han Sen did not stop it. Instead, it exploded with power. Han Sen's power was uncontrollably pushed away. His feet touched the stone ground, creating a deep trench in it. Han Sen's body used power. His hands pushed the stone edge of the uncompliant needle. The stone needle's force was made still. The needle continued to quiver as if it was still trying to fight back. When Han Sen held the needle and tried to suppress it, no matter how much the needle tried to move, he could not do anything. Catcha! Suddenly, Han Sen heard a cracking noise. The stone needle cracked. It made a butterfly-like crack. It spun so fast that it seemed to be too powerful. It was like the needle was going to break. Quickly, the 90-foot-long stone needle had developed cracks along its entire structure. The needle continued to apply more power until it shattered to bits. Amidst the cracked stone was a crystal light. It was like sword light slashing toward Han Sen. Han Sen reached out for the crystal light and stopped it. His body was pushed back the crystal light. His legs formed two deep trenches in the ground. He was unable to stop its force, so he drew a circle in the ground. Han Sen was now able to see that this was not a sword light. It was a needle made of crystal. It looked rather pretty, and its crystal shape was shining. It looked like an extraordinary lance built from the finest, most gracious materials. Either that, or it looked like a weird, crystal-like sword that was very big. The crystal needle had been in the stone needle all that time. It only revealed itself when the stone shell around it broke. That must be correct. This must be the sky clock. Han Sen was very happy. His body kept using power, and the crystal needle's power kept fighting against him. The crystal needle's spinning speed finally started to slow and cease. Catcha! Catcha! More cracking sounds were coming from beneath Han Sen's feet. Many giant cracks were spreading across the face of the stone clock. A crystal light was atop that clock. On the stone clock that was cracking and flaking away, Han Sen immediately saw the presence of what appeared to be a crystal clock. Because the needle power kept fighting Han Sen, the powerful power cracked the stone clock shell on the outside to reveal its true self. Quickly, the stone clock was cracked. It revealed the presence of a big, crystal clock. Han Sen was standing atop the crystal clock, holding the needle. The needle kept shaking, but it could not move. Not too long ago, Han Sen had triggered a big fight. Now, most of the creatures in the realm had been drawn there. He suspected his discovery of the sky clock would have started a big fight and brought creatures his way. By keeping them occupied elsewhere, it meant he was free for now. How do I claim the sky clock? Han Sen held the needle as he fought against the sky clock. Although he could keep it under control, the sky clock had no intention of submitting and obeying him. It still tried to fight and go against Han Sen's will for it to submit and adhere. While Han Sen was thinking about how he might gain control of the sky clock, He felt as if someone had just arrived. He turned around and saw Ancient Devil approaching. His heart jumped. Why did Ancient Devil not show up any other time? Why is he only showing up now? Has this guy been following me the entire time? Han Sen's mind flashed with many different ideas about Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil walked close to the sky clock and smiled at the big, crystal clock as he said, "Your luck really isn't all that bad. It looks like you have managed to find the sky clock." Han Sen stared at Ancient Devil and asked, "Ancient Devil, have you been following me?" Ancient Devil laughed. "You used to follow me. I thought it would be okay if we switched for once. That being said, I did not expect you would end up lucky enough to find the sky clock in a relatively short amount of time. You surpassed my expectations. Yeah, I found it, and that which belongs to me cannot be stolen by others," Han Sen said with a squint of his eyes. "You have not managed to conquer it yet, so it is not yours." Ancient Devil's face did not change. He walked over to the sky clock. Han Sen knew that trying to convince Ancient Devil with his mouth was pretty much a futile endeavor. He looked at Ancient Devil and noticed he was holding something he had never seen before in the Destiny tablet. The remnant of Chaos's soul that was left behind gifted Ancient Devil an item. She did the same for Berry Path God and Big Sky Demon. Now, Ancient Devil was holding one of the gifts. It was an Imperial Jade Seal. It was white at the bottom and red on the top. His four corners were like white jade. The beast on top was red, crouched on the seal. It was like a monkey with a sharp mouth. It had wings on its back. It looked very beautiful. Ancient Devil put the Imperial Jade Seal in his hands. The location of his fingers was on the spine of the blood beast. The stamp was facing down, so Han Sen could not see the print that was left behind. Time was still in motion. For Ancient Devil to have been able to follow him for so long without detection meant he had likely done something special to achieve that. He was getting close to the sky clock while holding the Imperial Jade Seal. He must have set this up. He must have had a way to conquer the sky clock. Han Sen did not know of a way in which he could guarantee ownership of the sky clock. His heart jumped. He suddenly let the crystal needle go and retreated 2 steps back. He left the crystal needle's spinning area. The crystal needle still tried its best to move. When Han Sen let go, the needle spun like mad. In no time at all, its spin had conducted many full cycles. Han Sen's body could withstand the power. In the silent time stream reversal, it was like Han Sen's body did not move. He was like a mountain. He stared at Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil was still around 2,100 feet away from the sky clock. He was in the reverse time stream too. The reverse time stream hit him. As Ancient Devil's hands clutched the Imperial Jade Seal, some strange noises were produced. The blood beast atop the seal was glowing with a red light. The blood beast spread its wings as if it was alive. It made some weird noises. Its eyes were red. Han Sen noticed Ancient Devil was in a time reversal area, but his body was not devolving. It had to be because of the blood beast atop the Imperial Jade Seal. It was weirdly changing and looked as if it was getting younger. What is that Imperial Jade Seal? Can it help Ancient Devil accept the reversal of time? Han Sen frowned and looked at the Imperial Jade Seal. He was shocked. Ancient Devil was holding the Imperial Jade Seal. His body was in the red light. When time went by, he kept stepping toward the sky clock. He kept walking while saying, "This item is called the Chaos God Imperial Jade Seal. It is a relic belonging to the God Chaos Party. It represents the authority of the God Chaos Party. It can suppress a sky full of everything. It can endure the time reversal power in my stead. It looks like you have found a way to earn the sky clock." Han Sen looked at Ancient Devil, who was stepping across the big crystal clock. He walked in front of him. "I really do not want to become your enemy, but the sky clock is very important to me. I must claim it." Ancient Devil stopped in front of Han Sen and sighed. "I must get the sky clock. Let's see which one of us holds what it takes. That being said, we have never properly fought together. At least today, for this one time, we will be engaging in combat with one another." Han Sen walked to Ancient Devil. He looked very serious. Some people, regardless of if they were weak or strong, were not to be underestimated. Ancient Devil was one such person. It looks like this really has to be it. Ancient Devil held the Chaos God Imperial Jade Seal, but he did not reveal any power. It looked as if he was a normal human. It looks like your power has recovered by quite a bit. Han San stopped 15 feet away from Ancient Devil. The two of them were atop the crystal clock. He let the time keep releasing its reversal powers on them. It will be better than before, Ancient Devil coldly said. Very good. I wanted to see your powers, so let's go. Han Sen raised his left hand and used his left hand like a knife. Han Sen was unable to feel weak powers, but his will was still there. When he raised his hand, he made other people feel as if the sky and the ground existed between his fingers. If Han Sen moved his left hand, it was as if the sky and the ground would snap in two. Ancient Devil did not move. He raised his fist. His fist looked ordinary, but it also looked like a mountain. Felt very stable and indestructible. Han Sen did not fall back. Instead, he pushed forward. He used his hand like a knife. He slashed toward Ancient Devil. He did not look at Ancient Devil's fist. He used his life to bet on his life. He was keen to see which of the pair would win this gambit. If this was between ordinary people, the fight would have already started. Han Sen would have had to fight for his life if he sought to survive. If he did not fight, he would have to fall back. Then, he would lose the power and be in passive mode. Ancient Devil did not fall back. He did not fight Han Sen either. The fist that looked like a mountain changed. He suddenly became a mountain with lots of water flowing around. He went from being extremely strong yang to extremely soft yin. Even so, it still looked very natural. It was like the punch was supposed to be that way. Like when pulling out a knife to cut water, the water flowed more. Han Sen slashed down. Ancient Devil's body was like a water flow that flashed. His fist was like water as it silently punched Han Sen's chest. Han Sen's body slashed down and forward. It seemed as if he could not dodge that punch, but his body twisted. It blocked Ancient Devil's fist and made his body spin. His hand slashed Ancient Devil's head. Han Sen had seen many elites, but he had never encountered someone remotely comparable to the likes of Ancient Devil. Han Sen used to meet strong elites all the time, such as Six Paths Emperor or Lone Bamboo. Everyone had their own manner of style and technique. If people did not look at them and only observed their skills, they were sure to recognize who they were. Ancient Devil was different. He was like a different person altogether. He was now like a combination of many different things. When he was strong, he was very overbearing. When he was soft, he was unpredictable. He never regretted his punch. He was so soft that he could spin 100 times without reprieve. No matter what skill it was, when used by Ancient Devil, it was like he was adopting entire personas. He would become a completely different person. Every example of his skill was the best it could be. Han Sen felt really weird doing battle with Ancient Devil. It gave Han Sen the feeling that there was something wrong. It was like he was doing battle with someone completely different every time Ancient Devi switched technique. Ancient Devil was very good when it came to doing the right thing at the right time, but he was different from ordinary people. He did everything perfectly without a single flaw. He was like a sports player that could do everything. It did not matter which subject or sport he was competing in. He would earn the gold medal and perform difficult moves onlookers could never expect to see. Han Sen was the kind of person that maxed out every technique, but every one of his skills had its own style. No matter what skill he had, it was branded in his hand. It was his style. He was not like Ancient Devil who could keep changing. No matter how much Ancient Devil changed, Han Sen was still able to deal with him. No matter how much his skills or will changed, Han Sen was still able to break and fend him off. It wasn't too difficult for him to do that either. Ancient Devil flashed with shock. Han Sen made things that seemed heavy be operated as if they were light. Bit by bit, he weakened the attacks of his opposition. He seemed like a very capable person for doing something like that. He had a powerful aura. It was the type of aura only the old leader had shown before. With what Ancient Devil knew about Han Sen, the man had only been born about 40 years ago. How had he been able to practice and accomplish so much in such a short amount of time? He was like the greatest person to ever arise across the entire breadth of history. Han Sen really admired Ancient Devil too. There were many times he believed he had the advantage and could damage Ancient Devil, but Ancient Devil would always save himself through the surprise reveal of another dazzling technique. Han Sen was unable to gain a clear, distinct advantage. It is a shame I do not have the freedom to control this body's power. Otherwise, it would be easy for me to defeat Ancient Devil, Han Sen thought. He wondered how he might defeat Ancient Devil and make him afraid of him. Before Han Sen found a way, Ancient Devil's body moved. He exited the battleground. He stood far from Han Sen and just looked in his direction. What? Are you going to give up? After saying that, Han Sen felt his heart jump. He just made sure not to let it show. Ancient Devil looked at Han Senator. He suddenly squinted with his eyes and smiled. I said it was weird, and this is why. Your body has a problem for sure. What problem could I possibly have? Han Sen knew Ancient Devil had discovered he had a problem with his body, but his face did not change to show concern. Ancient Devil looked at Han Sen and said, I am using different powers to attack you, but the power you use to fight back is different. It may be a very small difference, but it does mean something. Your power's feedback has a major difference. As I release more power, you return more power to resist. If I put out a weaker amount of power, you combat it with a weaker power as well. I keep thinking that there can only be one possibility for why that is, which is that your body has a problem. Your power is difficult to use. Ancient Devil spoke this all out very clearly. Han Sen said, even if my body does have a problem, you cannot fight me and obtain the Sky Clock. Ancient Devil laughed. If your body needs other powers to be activated, the more power you receive, the stronger the reaction you will have. If you are a recipient of a weaker attack, the reaction you respond with is weaker. If that is how things currently are, then I will just ignore your attacks. Won't that mean your attacks will be so weak that they will not be able to affect my body? In that case, I will just have to go ahead and ignore you. I will just go and claim the Sky Clock. You can try. Han Sen knew that no matter what he said now, he could not sway Ancient Devil's heart and the determination he had spawned. Of course, Ancient Devil lowered his hands and went to the Sky Clock's crystal needle. He ignored Han Sen's attacks. Han Sen's face remained unchanged. He used his palm like a knife, slashing toward Ancient Devil's neck. Ancient Devil was very stable. He did not dodge. He let Han Sen slash his neck. His eyelids did not even flicker with a slight flinch. Han Sen's hand was going to slash Ancient Devil across the neck when there was a sudden change. His hand changed direction. It was like lightning going to come crashing against Ancient Devil's Imperial Jade Seal. Ancient Devil seemed to expect this. He held the Imperial Jade Seal and pulled away. His body leaned, resulting in Han Sen's hand knife missing. Your body has a big problem for sure, Ancient Devil said to Han Sen. So what? Han Sen coldly asked. Ancient Devil was not in much of a rush. He laughed and said, right now, I need the Imperial Jade Seal to endure the time reversal powers. That is why I am still afraid of you. In 1 hour, time will stop. Then I will no longer need the Imperial Jade Seal's power. Once that happens, how do you think you will be able to stop me? Han Sen licked his lips. Don't forget that this is the Sky Clock. It is not an ordinary stone clock. An hour later, it might not even stop. It will stop. Ancient Devil seemed very confident about that. I would really like to see if it will stop, but I am afraid that by the time all the stone clocks stop, other elites will be passing through, Han Sen said. When that happens, you won't be able to take the Sky Clock. Ancient Devil calmly said. No one will come to this area in any short amount of time. You triggered that big battle in the other place. After you did that, I did something else. I attracted even more elites to go and participate in that battle. Around 80% to 90% of all the creatures stuck in Time Sky were likely lured to that big fight. No one else will come here in any short amount of time. I can wait it out. If you really are that confident, then you can just sit your bum down and wait. Han Sen sat down on the crystal clock. Ancient Devil did not get close. He waited from afar. Time went by. 1 hour was not long. Hansen had wasted a lot of time on the road in addition to the time he had spent fighting the Sky Clock. He had also spent some time fighting Ancient Devil. He knew he was strapped for time. Not long later, the hour went by. The stone clocks around stopped spinning. As that happened, the Sky Clock itself started to slow down. Like the rest, it stopped moving. It really did stop. Hansen was shocked. He thought the Sky Clock would not stop and would still remember him. Ancient Devil put the Chaos God Imperial Jade Seal away and walked up to the Sky Clock needle. He said, "The Sky Clock is Time Sky's spirit. It will have to follow the rules established by Time Sky." When Hansen heard Ancient Devil speak, what he said seemed to make sense. He still thought something was wrong. While the thoughts in his head whirled to make sense of things, he jumped. He went right next to the crystal needle. "Stop wasting more of our time. Even if your power was greater than the old leader, the Sky Clock would not be willing to listen to you. Furthermore, your body has a problem. You are damaged goods, man." Ancient Devil thought Hansen was going to try and pull the rug from under him by taking the Sky Clock, so he coldly said what he did. "I was not planning to claim it." Hansen put his hand on the crystal needle and smiled at him. "In that case, do you care to enlighten me as to what it is you are trying to do?" Ancient Devil's face changed. He seemed to realize something dodgy was going on, so he tried to hurry along with the proceedings for elucidation. He wanted to go next to the crystal needle too. "Of course, I wanted to spin again." Hansen pushed the crystal needle. A strong power pushed the crystal needle. Like a grand windmill, it spun around counterclockwise. "How is that possible?" Ancient Devil's face changed. He could not believe his eyes. It was an extraordinary effort to be able to push the silent Sky Clock, but Hansen had casually pushed it around like he was spinning the propeller of a plane. Not many people were able to do such a thing. The now absent time reversal powers came back. It immediately blew a gust of power to beat back Ancient Devil, prompting the man to use the Chaos God Imperial Jade Seal to protect himself. The two of them returned to their frozen modes. If Ancient Devil did not come at him, there was nothing Hansen could do to him. Ancient Devil frowned and said, "Hansen, if you and I keep doing this, we will attract the attention of other people. It is only a matter of time before others come. When that happens, it will be bad for both of us." "I am fine with that," Hansen said with a smile. "Other people are easier to deal with than you." Ancient Devil developed a wry smile as he shook his head. "There is no need for you to actually say that. Even if you could defeat every enemy here, you would not be able to take the Sky Clock. It is pointless for you to cling to it. I have a way in which this impasse can be resolved with both of us walking away benefiting. Tell me more and we will see." Hansen did not actually want to attract the attention of other elites. He had not been able to understand his new body yet. He was unable to control the power he had. Ancient Devil looked at Hansen and asked, "Do you want the Sky Clock to become the leader of Time Sky?" "Yes." Hansen nodded. "That is a good thing. I already have the position of a leader. I do not need to be the leader of Time Sky. I can help get you the Sky Clock so you can become the leader of Time Sky. In return for this kindness, you need to bring the Sky Clock along with you to help me out as a favor." "What favor might that be?" Hansen asked. "I cannot tell you what it is right now, but you will know it when the time comes," Ancient Devil said. His words dripped with mystery. "How can such an exchange work? If your secret favor is to kill me, do you really expect me to just kill myself?" Hansen curled his lips. Ancient Devil laughed. "Can you promise me that much?" Hansen's face turned red. He quickly looked like a normal man again and asked, "If you do not believe me, are you not worried about me betraying my promise when the time comes? It is a very real threat, isn't it? We are not best buddies. You might not be the most trustworthy person to have ever lived, but I am always willing to give people the benefit of the doubt. On top of that, even you have boundaries. You are not the type to completely break promises. That is something I am willing to fully trust. If I did not think that about you, I would not even entertain the mere thought of working with you." Ancient Devil smiled. "What you have just said is not too bad," Hansen said. "I suppose we can work together for a bit, but I am the one that takes the lead on this. Just in case you say I don't keep my promises, there is the chance I won't follow through on helping you. If what you eventually ask something that goes against my principles, the deal is off. Sure. That is fine by me. That is the deal. I will help you take the sky clock and become the time sky leader. In return, you help me do this thing. After that, Ancient Devil walked up to the crystal needle. Hang on. You are still standing there. Tell me what to do. Han Sen did not dare underestimate Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil stopped in his tracks and smiled. You are being too careful. If you want to take the sky clock, it is not actually all that difficult. The primary point is that you need to use the right method. What method? Han Sen asked. You make the needle stop first. Then you follow what I tell you to do. Ancient Devil did not explain much. Han Sen nodded. He reached out his hands and stopped the sky clock's crystal needle. He made it come to a halt and asked Ancient Devil, "What do I do next?" Ancient Devil raised his head and looked at Time Sky's stone clock. After a while, he said to Han Sen, "Push the needle to the 12 o'clock position." Han Sen did not hesitate. His hands worked to push the crystal needle. He pushed it to the 12 o'clock position. Ancient Devil looked at it for a while and then said, "Now, push it to 9 o'clock." Han Sen put the crystal needle to where Ancient Devil was. He did this about 7 or 8 times. All the while, Ancient Devil stood where he was, calculating something unknown to Han Sen. Does this really work? Han Sen wondered if this really worked or not. You will find out whether or not it works in time. Ancient Devil did not explain. He had Han Sen move the crystal needle again. The 12th time Han Sen pushed the crystal needle to where Ancient Devil wanted it. There was a weird noise. It was much like the sound of a lock being popped open. The crystal clock slowly started to run. The clock had cogwheels moving inside it. The crystal needle started to spin by its own volition. The crystal plate started to open. Another 2 crystal needles were revealed. It adopted the shape of a clock with which Han Sen was more familiar. It became a clock with 3 needles. When the 3 needles moved, the crystal clock's machine and cogwheels started spinning. The clock had major changes. The giant clock started to look smaller, but it was just for a moment. The giant clock became a small alarm clock that kept releasing a weird light that landed in Han Sen's hand. When the crystal clock's bottom touched Han Sen's hand, it was like a stamp branding it. It left a spell on him that looked like it spelled out the title of Time Sky Leader. All the bells of Time Sky started to ring in tandem. All of the stone clocks made some bell sounds. They were very loud. Throughout all of the 33 skies, it sounded like the stone clocks were celebrating the coming of a new leader. There were only 2 more free leader seats on the Geno tablet. Now one was lighting up. 29th Sky Leader, Han Sen. The universe of kingdoms and the Geno universe were both given a shock. In the past, Han Sen had already asserted leadership of a sky that was eventually taken down and replaced by another. Now he had become Time Sky Leader. In the 33 skies, he was the only person to become a leader twice. I knew Han Sen would become a leader. Qin Bai was very happy. Most of the Qin Kingdom's royals were not as happy about this turn of events as he. Han Sen's name was very shocking. It was a tarnished name and one they held much contempt for. He was the person they all wished would die. For a time, they thought he might have died. The return of his name made them feel unsafe. On the flip side, most people were happy in the Geno universe. I say Mr. Dollar always had what it takes to become a leader. It is likely Mr. Dollar never quite fancied being the leader of Burning Red Sky, so he gave it away. Mr. Dollar is so overbearing. It is much harder to get the leader's position of Time Sky than it is to become the leader of Burning Red Sky. Many elites in the universe were trying to take Time Sky, but none of them could. Yet, Mr. Dollar nabbed it with ease. Han Sen did not have the time to think about how others might view him. A beam of light came from the Geno tablet. It went through the sky to shine on Han Senator. It took him to the Geno tablet. Han Sen was no stranger to this scene. The last time it happened, in the soldier weapon sky, he had experienced this once. This time, he was not a sword combined with a soldier spirit. He had been halfway thrown away the last time this went on. This was the first time he had become Time Sky Leader, and nothing troubled his ascension. He simply flew up to arrive at the Geno tablet. "I will be waiting for you here," Ancient Devil said as he watched Hansen fly away. Hansen nodded. He did not say anything as he was drawn into the Geno tablet. Every leader had experienced this. The shadow of light shone. Hansen's vision became very clear. He eventually noticed that he was standing before the Geno tablet in the 33rd sky. As he looked at it, he saw that the Geno tablet was not much different. The names of 30 leaders were on it. Aside from Ningyu, that sky did not have a leader. The 33rd sky did not have a leader either. "We meet again." An old voice sounded in Hansen's brain. "Do you remember me?" Hansen looked at the Geno tablet with shock. "Your genes are already in my gene base. Of course, I remember you." The Geno tablet went on to say, "You also made me return to my origin. Even without your genes, I am not going to forget what you did." Hansen was shocked. Now that it had returned to its origin, it seemed as if the intelligence of the Geno tablet was higher than before. "Why have you brought me here?" Once upon a time, Hansen had been the leader of Burning Red Sky. That was because he stole the seat of another. He was not taken to the Geno tablet last time. He was instead chased off by enemy forces. He did not have the chance to go the way he did now. He did not really know what leaders of the skies were even supposed to do. "I am not supposed to tell you who are just a candidate. Since you did help me return to my origin, I suppose I am willing to tell you. The competition for the establishment of 33 skies leaders is basically a selection process for me to find a host. When a leader shows up, they are brought here to have their genes tested to see if they reach my requirements." The Geno tablet paused before saying, "But you do not need to try. I tested you before. Your requirements did not reach the standards I want either. Even if I am not capable, must you be so euphemistic? There is no need for you to go so far as to hurt my feelings." Hansen sounded sad. "What does euphemistic mean?" the Geno tablet asked. "Never mind. Just pretend I did not say anything." Hansen nervously asked, "Did you find a master you are happy with yet?" "A host is not a master," the Geno tablet seriously said. "Thus far, no leader has reached the requirements I seek. Not even the 17th sky's leader?" Hansen remembered Qinxiu was the leader of the 17th sky. He should have come to this place to be tested. "The 17th sky's leader is close, but he lacks something," the Geno tablet coldly said. "He still hasn't reached what I am looking for. I will not choose him." "Your standards are pretty high," Hansen said. He then thought, "It looks like Qinxiu must use his body to become reboot class and then use the Geno prototype armor. After that step, only then can he control the Geno tablet. If that does not work, it means it has not happened yet." After thinking about this, Hansen asked, "If you never find a host, what do you plan on doing? Are you going to close the 33 skies and go out of business? If there aren't any good hosts, we will need a Geno tablet fight to find a leader that can become my host temporarily. That will have to do." The Geno tablet spoke like a human. Hansen displayed a wry smile. "I did not know that is what the Geno tablet fights were for. Aren't you just trying to pick the biggest man out of a bunch of small men? What do you think this is? If there aren't any accidents, that human from the 17th sky will become my host." The Geno tablet's words were clear. "Maybe not. I know a person whose genes are better than the 17th sky's human leader." After saying that, Hansen thought, "I wish Bauer could come here to test. Maybe she would become the master of the Geno tablet. If Qinxiu makes that final step, rebooting the universe still won't be easy. Out of the current leaders of the 33 skies, there has yet to be another that is greater than him. I am including you in that too." At the very least, the Geno tablet was being honest. Hansen rubbed his nose. "You do not need to say that. I am not talking about the leaders of the 33 skies. I am talking about my daughter. Your genes are bad. Your daughter has your genes. So how good can she be?" The Geno tablet was very mean. It was so mean that Hansen was speechless. "Can't my daughter make better genes than I?" Plus, my genes are fine. Okay? Han Sen sounded a bit depressed. You are still worse than the leader of the 17th sky, the Geno tablet quietly said. It was still enough to make Han Sen feel much worse. I promise you that my daughter's genes will be greater than the genes of the 17th sky's leader. She is, however, still evolving. She did not get permission to be a leader in the 33 skies either. For our sake, can we just let her come up here for a test first? Han Sen noticed that the Geno tablet had very human-like emotions. Perhaps it was possible to convince the tablet into letting them do a backdoor check on Bauer. Bauer had yet to combine with the gourd vine. Seeing the seats of all the leaders going to be taken if she did not come, the Geno tablet fights were going to begin. Even if she was able to combine completely, she would not have a chance to assert control of the Geno tablet. The Geno tablet did not answer. It did not answer, which meant it did not reject the suggestion either. Han Sen sensed that the Geno tablet was considering the proposal. He was happy about that. If the Geno tablet was still as cold as before, he would not be able to bring Bauer here. Now, he had one hope of ensuring it. The last sky leader is going to be decided, and there is no creature that has yet to satisfy my requirements, the Geno tablet said. I will let you try this with me. When Han Sen heard that, he was happy. He suddenly realized something. He looked at the Geno tablet and asked, What do you mean you can let me try this with you? Am I not supposed to bring my daughter here? No, you cannot break the rules, the Geno tablet said. Your daughter is not a leader. She has no permission to come. I will just go with you to see her. Han Sen examined the giant Geno tablet as he asked, How are you going to follow me? The main and reverse Geno universes could see the Geno tablet. If the Geno tablet lifted itself out of the 33 skies and left alongside Han Sen, it was going to produce a very silly scene. That is easy, the Geno tablet said. You just need to lift the sky clock. Han Sen lifted the crystal clock he had procured and placed it down in front of the Geno tablet. The Geno tablet created some light. It suddenly shot into the crystal clock, which made the crystal clock undergo amazing changes. The crystal clock looked very beautiful and elegant, but it did not look like anything special. Now it was slowly changing into the shape of a gravestone. It was still very beautiful and elegant, but it did look a bit twisted. It was like holding a mini crystal gravestone in one's hands. Let's go. Although I know your daughter will fail, for your sake, I am willing to go and have a look at her. The Geno tablet's voice came from the crystal clock. There were 3 curves on the crystal clock's plate. 2 of the curves were rising and bending down. They looked like 2 smirking eyes. One of the lines was at the bottom. It rose like a half circle to present a smile. By the looks of it, it looked like the gravestone had a smile. It looked very weird. If he did not want to see Bauer, Han Sen would have just thrown this thing away. Having a clock for a gift was very bad luck. Now he had a clock and a gravestone. It made Han Sen feel terrible. Han Sen held the crystal clock and asked, By the way, I recently evolved. My genes should have improved. Should I test things with you again? There is no need to. Your genes have awful flaws and they are not stable. Whatever the case may be, it won't reach the standards I require. The Geno tablet rejected Han Sen. Han Sen just shrugged his shoulders in response. It's fine if you do not want to test me. Once I have reached a standard you deem to be suitable, it will be your loss. That will be impossible, the Geno tablet answered with certainty. Han Sen felt bad. He rubbed his nose as he said, In that case, let's just get a move on. I will take you to see my daughter. If she is at the standards you seek, it should save you some time from searching for another host. Where is your daughter? The Geno tablet asked. I can take you there. She is currently in the sanctuaries, Han Sen replied. In the sanctuaries? The Geno tablet replied with a tone that suggested some kind of wonder. Is there a problem with that? Han Sen was very sensitive. He could tell the Geno tablet was afraid of the sanctuaries in some capacity. That is not what I look after. It would not be polite for me to go there. I will send you to the gates of the sanctuaries. Then, you can go fetch your daughter and let me have a look at her. The Geno tablet had been silent for a bit before saying that. What? Are you afraid of entering the sanctuaries? Han Sen tried making the tablet mad. He thought it might give him a chance to glean some mysteries and answers out of it. The Geno tablet was clearly not a being with complex emotions. It simply replied, I have told you, that is simply not a place I am in control of. According to the rules, I cannot enter the sanctuaries. Who is in charge of the sanctuaries? Han Sen really wanted to know. Han Sen once thought that Qin Xiu created the sanctuaries. He later proved that Qin Xiu was just a man who discovered the sanctuaries and used them for his own ends. Han Sen then thought the god Chaos Party was responsible for the creation of the sanctuaries, but Chaos told him the sanctuaries were the same as the Geno Hall. She did not make them. She merely found them and used them. I do not know. The Geno tablet's answer disappointed Han Sen a great deal. Han Sen wanted to ask something more, but the crystal clock suddenly moved in his hands. In the blink of an eye, Han Sen was standing before the gates of the sanctuaries. It was where the big barren systems were. The gates to the sanctuaries were closed. Han Sen remembered the first time he went there was to get his child back from the Sky Palace leader. Now that he thought about it, it was like it had only just happened. He easily remembered the details of what happened. The Geno tablet said, I will help you open the gates to the sanctuaries. All you need to do is bring your daughter here. The needle on the crystal clock started to spin again. It made a weird time and space power brush against the gates that led to the sanctuaries. It pushed the gates that led into the sanctuaries. Are you really not going to come with me? Right now, you are not a Geno tablet. You are just a crystal clock. You should be fine. Han Sen did not want to convince the Geno tablet. He just wanted another chance to learn about the sanctuaries. You are right. Right now, I am in the sky clock. I do not need to worry about much. Let's just go inside. After considering things a little more, the Geno tablet decided to concede and enter. Before Han Sen said anything, the crystal clock twisted space. It took Han Sen to rush into the sanctuaries. Han Sen brought the Geno tablet to the home of the Alliance. Quite surprisingly, Chaos was not home. Bauer was alone, still practicing in the garden. Han Sen did not go to the garden. He stood outside and watched. He kept seeing Bauer try to combine with the gourd vine, but she failed every time. Although Bauer's body was strong, this kind of combination made her body feel very burdened. Whenever she failed, she had to rest on the floor. Her big pretty eyes appeared bloodshot. Her entire body was soaked with sweat. Despite this happening over and over, Bauer did not give up. She was still trying her best to combine with the gourd vine. Han Sen knew Bauer was afraid of enduring something that was a hard time. She always looked fearless, but she was just a little girl. If she suffered, she would go to Han Sen and cry. She would not try again. This time she kept trying. Again and again she pushed on. She had never been this determined before. Han Sen thought it was weird. He did not know what Chaos might have told Bauer to prompt such behavior and have her keep practicing without stopping. Even if Chaos was not there to watch her, Bauer did not become lazy. She kept working and practicing without ever being lazy. Han Sen saw that Bauer's face was all red. If it continued, she would not just be sweating anymore. He walked into the garden and said, Bauer, you should take a break. Bauer had grown up with Han Senator. He was closer to her than he was with his real daughter. Seeing her suffer in this way, Han Sen felt awful. There is no time to rest. Chaos said I must succeed. Otherwise, I cannot join the Geno tablet fights. If Qin Xiu becomes the leader of the Geno tablet, you, mother, brother, and sister will cease to exist. Bauer looked very bold. She picked up the gourd and tried combining with it again. Han Sen suddenly understood why Bauer was so determined. Things were now different from how they were before. It was because of him and his family. Han Sen softly looked at Bauer. When Bauer failed again, he touched her on the head and rubbed her. He said, There is no need to rush this. You should take a break because there is something I wish to talk to you about. Bauer stopped and asked Han Sen, What is it? Han Sen took out a towel and wiped the sweat from Bauer's brow. I will conduct a test for you. If you could pass this test, you will not have to join the genotablet fights. You will be the master of the genotablet and the leader of the 33 skies. Really? But Chaos said I must beat Qin Xiu and all the other enemies to become the leader of the genotablet. Bauer replied. There are exceptions. Han Sen took out the sky clock. The genotablet was in Han Sen's brain. He seemed upset. I told you that it is a host and not a master. Fine. It is a host. You should now take a look at my daughter's genes. Do they pass your standards? Han Sen looked at Bauer as he spoke. Your daughter's chance of hitting the gene requirements is low, but if you are begging me now, I will help you have a look. After pausing, the genotablet said, Put a drop of your daughter's blood on the wheel. Bauer. Han Sen looked at Bauer. Bauer curiously looked at the sky clock. Dad, what is this? You do not have to worry. Bite your finger and put a drop of blood on it. Han Sen knew it would be too hard to explain, so he did not bother explaining. Bauer listened to him. She did as she was told and bit her finger without asking anything more. She let a drop of blood fall on the crystal clock's wheel. Bauer's blood dropped on the wheel. It was like a drop on a sponge. It was immediately absorbed by the surface. The drop of blood spread across the transparent crystal clock. It eventually got sucked into the machine and the cogwheels inside. It was then the cogwheels started to spin. The 3 needles started to spin. They spun so fast that the whole crystal clock's light grew brighter and brighter. This situation lasted an hour. Han Sen asked a couple of times, but he did not get an answer from the genotablet. After a while more, the crystal clock stopped and reverted to how it used to look. The genotablet finally spoke. Weird. Is she really your daughter? She is my daughter, Han Sen said. Do you have a problem with that? No, it is not a problem, the genotablet quietly said. More than anything, I am curious. You see, a big chunk of her genes turned out to be very similar to yours. If she is your daughter, all of her genes should belong and be connected with yours, right? There are other genes in her body, and they are disturbingly close to the genes of the 17th Sky's leader. Han Sen thought, of course they are close. Qin Xiu was made from the same genes as Bauer's parents. It is normal for Bauer to have a part of Qin Xiu's genes. It would be weird if there wasn't. Let's not pay any attention to that right now, Han Sen said. Just tell me what my daughter's genes are like. Do they satisfy your requirements? She is the same as Qin Xiu. She lacks a little something. I must confess, I am surprised you have developed such a good daughter. The genotablet really doubted that Bauer was actually Han Sen's daughter. It then thought that was impossible. If she was not Han Sen's real daughter, the genes would not be so similar to his. Plus, you have no greater choice. Why don't you just let my daughter become your host? Han Sen tried to convince the genotablet. The genotablet did not even give the suggestion some thought. It immediately rejected Han Sr. The rules are rules. That cannot be changed. If you want her to be my host, she must win the genotablet fights. You are a living thing, Han Sen said. He was not going to give up. He kept on talking. You are not a machine. You should have free will and the ability to make your own decisions. Stop talking. This will never change. If you are willing, I am also willing to give her a chance so she would not have to be the leader of a sky and take part in the genotablet fights. But I would do that only because you helped me return to my origin. For what you did, you deserve special treatment. Otherwise, you would not be receiving any of these benefits I am giving you. The genotablet stopped Han Sen from speaking. Fine. Let us not talk about this anymore. Han Sen looked at the crystal clock and asked, if there was no need for a winner, and you had to pick between my daughter and Qin Xiu, which of the two would you choose? If I had to choose, I would opt for Qin Xiu. The genotablet did not hesitate to answer. Straight away, it answered Han Sen's question as direct as an arrow. Han Sen frowned and asked, why? Are you saying Bauer's genes are not as good as Qin Xiu? The genotablet said, regarding genes, I will confess that your daughter might be better. But that aside, to reach the chance requirements, she has one nasty Achilles heel. Do you mean to say there is a disastrous flaw in Bauer's genes? Han Sen was shocked. If Bauer's genes had flaws, and she fought against Qin Xiu, she would wind up dead. With Qin Xiu's power, he would know Bauer's flaws. Han Sen still did not believe Bauer had a flaw in her genes. He had been with Bauer for many years. He had never noticed a flaw in her genes before. No, it is not the genes that are flawed. It is you. The Geno tablet's answer surprised Han Sen. Me? Han Sen was shocked. He did not know what the Geno tablet meant. The Geno tablet coldly said, "No matter how great and powerful her genes are, she relies on you too much. After all, she is your child." Han Sen's body tremored. He now realized what he had been worrying about. Chaos always believed that if Bauer were to make the first step, she would have greater genes and power to defeat Qin Xiu. Yes, Bauer was smart. She was intelligent and she was mature enough. She was able to push her power to the max. But Chaos had forgotten one thing. Bauer had grown up with Hans Senator. Their relationship was much than a daughter and a father. She had an incredible urge to rely on Han Sen. Although Han Sen's power was inferior to Bauer's, she always put herself below Han Sen and was adamant about relying on him. Whatever happened, Han Sen was there to cover it all up. But that was not too bad. If Bauer wanted to fight Qin Xiu would not let Bauer's weak spot go. He would do something to Han Senator if something happened to Han Sen. Bauer's mind and resolve would be heavily damaged. Her mind would be messed up and she would lose. The sort of battle they would have was going to be huge. The slightest mistake could cost them their lives. If Bauer was distracted, death was the only thing waiting for her. "That means I am Bauer's weakness," Han Sen said with bitterness. "Yes, you are her weakness," the Geno tablet answered with certainty. Han Sen did not say anything. The bitterness in his heart started to spread. Han Sen never thought that he might be responsible for what killed Bauer one day. "Dad, are you okay?" Bauer could not hear Han Sen and the Geno tablet's conversation, which was going on in his mind. She still saw that Han Sen's emotions were not right. She pulled out her little hands to touch his cheek. "I am fine. You should keep practicing. I have something to do. I will be right back." Han Sen rubbed Bauer's head and quietly said, "Bauer, for as long as Dad is here, no one can hurt you. There is no need to adopt too much pressure. Okay? If you are tired, take a rest. You will be fine. Dad, you are the best." Bauer grabbed Han Sen's neck and kissed him on the cheek. She then seriously said, "Do not worry, Dad. None of this is going to stop me. I will succeed. I will protect Dad, Mom, brother, and sister." Han Sen was touched by her words. But the more she spoke about such things, the more worried he became. Qin Xiu was the type of felon willing to do anything to achieve whatever goal he wanted. If he found out Bauer's weakness, he would not let it go unabusted to achieve his goal. After leaving the sanctuaries, Han Sen wished to say something. Before he could, the Geno tablet's voice sounded in Han Sen's head. "The last sky now has its leader. The Geno tablet fights are going to start. We should go home." Han Sen raised his head. He saw the Geno tablet shining brightly. The final sky now had its leader, and it was someone Han Sen knew. It was Ning Yu from another sky. Han Sen said to himself, "So, excluding Bauer, there are 3 of us joining the Geno tablet fight. This is a chance." The 33rd skies, which looked like a gravestone, lit up. It lit up the 2 universes. The Geno tablet shone across the whole world and all the names scrawled upon it with an unbelievable sense of magic and volume of light. The Geno tablet fights are finally going to begin. If Qin Xiu wins, this is going to be bad. God Hall leader was in the clouds getting ready to watch what happened with the Geno tablet. He looked very serious. Han Sen went back to Time Sky. The sky clock had yet to return to its ordinary shape. It still looked like a gravestone. Han Sen looked at the sky clock and said, "The Geno tablet fights are going to start. Shouldn't you go back to the Geno tablet and be a host now?" The Geno tablet's voice sounded in Han Sen's brain. It said, "You underestimate me. This is just one of my clones. My real spirit will remain in the Geno tablet to host these events." "Are you going to keep possessing the sky clock?" Han Sen asked with shock. "If the 32nd sky has a leader, and you want your daughter to join these fights by becoming a leader, it is only natural for a trick to be performed, the Geno tablet said with a look of disdain. If I was not here, do you really think she could access the Geno tablet? To be honest with you, I would prefer it if Bauer did not fight, Hansen said with a frown. What? Are you afraid of Qinshu beating Bauer and doing harm to you? The Geno tablet asked. Hansen shook his head and said, I just do not want to put my daughter's life at risk. If it is okay, I would like for these matters to be resolved another way. You can't sort it out another way, the Geno tablet said. The evolution of your genes is not good enough. Nothing will work, even if I let you try. Han-san wished to say something, but the Geno tablet quickly said, Other creatures are coming now. I do not want other creatures to learn about my existence. You can do that yourself. After that, the Geno tablet, which was in its sky clock shape, docked in Han-sen's hand. Han-sen dropped it into one of his robe pockets. Ancient Devil approached Han-san and said, Now, it is your time to make good on your promise. Han-sen pointed at the shining 33 skies and said, The Geno tablet fight is about to start. Can I sort out your problem after the fight? Do not worry, Ancient Devil said. The 32nd sky has a leader. The Geno tablet fight won't start for another 10 days. Over the course of the next 10 days, any creature that comes to the 33 skies can challenge the old leaders. If they win, they can become the new leader. They will be permitted to join the Geno tablet's true bout. Really? Hansen thought he might be talking crap. But he was actually saying this to the Geno tablet. He wanted to know if the Geno tablet was telling him the truth or not. He is right, the Geno tablet answered. 10 days. That will give us enough time to do this. If things go smoothly, we will only require a single day. Ancient Devil could not hear or see the Geno tablet speak. He spoke directly to Hansen. Hansen looked at Ancient Devil and asked, Yeah, but can you tell me what you want the sky clock for? I can only tell you that I need the sky clock for the power it has to reverse time, Ancient Devil said. I want to make an old thing young again. If things are truly that way, you can bring that thing to time sky. When the time wheel spins, just pick a time area that has reverse spinning needles. Hansen could not believe this. Ancient Devil shook his head. If things were that easy, I would not come to time sky. That thing is old and unique, so ordinary powers cannot shift it. Only the reverse time powers of the sky clock can make this thing younger, and that is only a possibility. If it does not work, I will have no choice but to find another way. In that case, I will have to go with you. Hansen did not reject him. He wanted to know what item Ancient Devil was going on about. Ancient Devil did not object to the company. He left Time Sky with Han Senator. They went back to the Geno universe. Are you going to Outer Sky? Hansen was shocked. Ancient Devil took him to a place where the Very High lived. That place was Outer Sky. Outer Sky had been claimed by many break-world beasts. Ordinary creatures were unable to live there anymore. The whole of Outer Sky had been mutated. It was a vastly different place from what it used to be before. Even Hansen would not dare go into Outer Sky to hunt break-world beasts. Ancient Devil nodded and said, Yes, this very old and unique item resides in Outer Sky. If you can help me bring it back to life, our grudge will be over. I said that as long as it does not clash with my principles, I will be willing to help you. Hansen paused for a bit, but he resumed speaking by saying, Outer Sky is a big place, and there are break-world beasts absolutely everywhere. Even if I am not afraid, this will be troublesome. I do not want to waste too much time here. Don't worry. The only reason I am bringing you here is that I know where it is. I know a way that will take us to it. It will be on that does not pose trouble. Ancient Devil looked very confident. Hansen had to follow Ancient Devil to Outer Sky. Ancient Devil already knew how to get around. He traveled through the forest, going around and around. The two of them walked for over half a day without encountering a single beast. We are almost there. The thing I am talking about is there. Ancient Devil pointed to a spot as he spoke. Hansen had a look. He was shocked by what he saw, so he asked, Isn't that Mirror Lake? Is the thing you are talking about in Mirror Lake? Yeah. Ancient Devil quickly confirmed this to be the case. Since we are already here, it is about time you tell me all about what it is you are looking to do, Hansen said with a frown. You will learn soon enough. Why are you always in such a rush? Ancient Devil still had not told Hansen what it was about. He walked over to Mirror Lake, but he was unsure of what he was looking for. Hansen thought Mirror Lake connected to the antimaterial world, which was practically the universe of kingdoms. He knew Outer Sky and the universe of kingdoms had a large wedge between them. That wedge was the 33 skies. It did not seem as if it would be possible to fetch an item from the universe of kingdoms from there. Even if they were able to fish something up, the stuff in the universe of kingdoms would be repelled by the Geno universe. They would prove themselves to be useless. Hansen was able to use items from the Geno universe in Mirror Lake. He had been able to effectively use the 4-sheep cube. He was able to use that quite a lot in the Geno universe, and it could also send people to the universe of kingdoms. That was a bit scary. If Mirror Lake does not connect to the universe of kingdoms, where does it truly connect to? What is this item Ancient Devil keeps referring to? Hansen was guessing. Ancient Devil intently peered into the lake's mist. After a while, he suddenly jumped in and went straight into the clouds of Mirror Lake. He told Hansen, "Follow behind me. Do not lose me." Beneath Mirror Lake, the space was very chaotic. The antimaterial powers surged through the mist. Not just a body would have been melted by those powers. Even Geno armaments would have been. Ancient Devil brought Hansen in with me to take a sneaky route. Hansen did not feel anything on his way down. The powers of the Mirror Lake did not do anything to harm his body. Hansen thought, this body should be able to see me through to the other side of Mirror Lake, but I do not know what resides on the other side of Mirror Lake. Is Ancient Devil really going to go right through Mirror Lake? Hansen soon received his answer. Ancient Devil was not planning to go through Mirror Lake completely. He did not dive too deep. He had merely been searching through Mirror Lake. Not long later, he led Hansen to the edge of Mirror Lake. Hansen looked at the cliffside-looking banks of Mirror Lake. A platform protruding from them. The platform was not very big. There was a space about 30 square feet there. It was close to the walls of Mirror Lake. There was also a statue. The statue was sitting next to the stone wall. Both hands made a weird handprint. The eyelids were lowered. It looked as if it was someone asleep. Because it had been there so long, the stone statue was covered moss. One could not tell the original color of the stone statue. That is it. Use your Sky Clock's time reversal powers now, and let the stone statue's status go back through time. Ancient Devil looked at the stone platform. He pointed at it and spoke in its direction. How long must I take it back for? Hansen's eyes peered at the stone statue. He could not use the Dongxian aura or scan the stone statue. Judging from the way it looked, the stone statue did not look all that special. If it weren't for the fact that it was sitting in Mirror Lake and was just in an average place, Hansen would not have spared it a second glance. After thinking for a moment, Ancient Devil replied, I think it needs to go back a long, long time. I cannot be sure for how long it needs to go back though. Just keep it going back until it looks like a proper statue again. Hansen looked at the stone statue. He then looked at Ancient Devil and said, This stone statue kind of looks like you. Please don't tell me it was shaped in your image. So what? Even if it was, who cares? Ancient Devil neither confessed the truth nor denied the allegation. You should tell me the history of this stone statue before we go any further, Hansen said. Otherwise, how am I supposed to know if this goes against my principles or not? How am I supposed to know if I should really be helping you? Ancient Devil stared at the stone statue with a conflicted look. A while later, he said, You are right. This statue bears the face of me in my past life. I look different now, but there is still some kind of presence in it. Your eyes are good since you were able to tell that. Hansen asked Ancient Devil, A presence of old you? Anything similar to you in a 1-in-a-million find? It is not hard for me to perceive anything to do with you. But why would you keep a statue of yourself in your past life here in Mirror Lake? Why do you need it returned to how it used to be? I did not put the statue here. It was here already. Ancient Devil paused. He looked back to the statue and asked Hansen, "Do you know what resides below Mirror Lake?" "I thought the Mirror Lake is a tunnel between the Geno universe and the universe of kingdoms," Hansen said. "I am starting to think that is not the case anymore." "I suppose you are halfway correct." Ancient Devil started to explain Mirror Lake to him. Mirror Lake does connect to universes, but the way it connects is very special. It doesn't really go through two worlds. Outer Sky was above the 33 skies. It was a part of space that was independent of the 33 skies. In the very beginning, there was no Outer Sky or 33 skies. The two universes were complete, separate areas, and the Geno tablet was outside them. Then, the God Chaos Party's old leader Chaos broke open a space tunnel to enter another area. It was there she discovered the Geno tablet. She used the Geno tablet to modify what later came to be known as the 33 skies. She planned to use the 33 skies and Geno tablet to replace the Geno Hall and the god spirits that ruled. That way, she could become the sole leader of the universe. In the end, her plans were foiled. The 33 skies were not properly built. When the battle began, the universe was rebooted and broken in the process. Within Outer Sky, there was a place Chaos did not modify. That was why there was a place sticking out when the 33 skies broke. Even though the Geno tablet had rebuilt the 33 skies, that area had not returned to how it was supposed to be. Because Outer Sky was still in its most primitive mode, it became the buffer zone for both universes. There was no need to go through the 33 skies to reach the other universe. It was able to connect the 33 skies to any sky. Outer Sky was like a place that could go through anywhere. It led to any corner of the world. If a life force wished to travel through it, doing so was very difficult. Even when Chaos found the Geno tablet in the chaotic area, she had to become the master of the Geno tablet to do what she was able to do. Hansen did not understand, so he asked, "I understand what you were trying to tell me, but what does that have to do with your statue?" Ancient Devil looked at Hansen and slowly replied, "In the beginning, it was not just the Geno tablet that was being born. That cannot be you." Hansen's heart jumped. He looked at Ancient Devil with shock. Ancient Devil nodded. He then shook his head. "You have guessed things half correct again. In the chaos, a demon stone was born, but was not me, Ancient Devil. Mr. Leader then carved the demon stone into a stone statue. That is how my past life came to be." "Does that mean this statue has your past life's real body?" Hansen looked at the statue in disbelief. He quickly asked, "If your body is still here, how did you end up being reincarnated? If this was not the body's real power, how would I be able to carry my memories over during my reincarnation while the universe was thrown into the turmoil of its rebooting process?" Ancient Devil asked. "After the reincarnation, I was disconnected from it. I was unable to use its powers anymore. Do you want it to be returned to its original shape so you can control it again?" Hansen asked. Ancient Devil ended up shaking his head. "If I wanted to control it, I would have to give up my body now and combine with it. In that case, why do you want it returned to its original shape?" Hansen asked. "I don't like the way it looks. I don't want me to keep looking like that forever." Ancient Devil's answer surprised Hansen. Hansen did not understand, and so he asked Ancient Devil again, "Why?" "Because Mr. Leader used another person's face in the carving," Ancient Devil weirdly said. "I do not want to bear the shadow of someone else." Hansen now understood. Chaos would not randomly carve the statue of a man. The statue must have been taken from the reference of something else. Now that he thought about it, even if he did not ask Ancient Devil, Hansen could have guessed who it was depicting. There was an 80% to 90% that it was Bauer's real father. It was the prior leader of the Geno Hall. Hansen's heart pounded as he thought, if Ancient Devil's body in the past life had Bauer's father's face, that means Ancient Devil did not like his past life's face because he had a crush on the God Chaos Party leader. It was because of jealousy that he did not want to look like his love rival. "Can you get it over with yet?" Ancient Devil did not explain. He just pointed at the stone statue. "It should be fine, I suppose." Hansen was not completely certain. If this was just his idea, he would have used the sky clock to turn the statue back into its former shape. Now, the Geno tablet was living inside the sky clock. In its current state, the sky clock could not do things just because Han Sen willed it. The power of the sky clock can turn it into the original shape. I know that for sure. You do not need to worry about that. Ancient Devil misunderstood. He thought Han Sen was hesitating because he did not think the sky clock's power could work on the statue. Okay, I will give it a go. Han Sen did not explain the truth. He took out the sky clock and carefully activated its power. The Geno tablet did not attempt to disturb the sky clock. The 3 needles on the crystal clock, which looked like a gravestone, started madly spinning. The bottom of the crystal clock statue had a time reverse effect. It started to exhibit weird changes. The moss started to fade, revealing its original color. It was a black rock that looked like an inky stone. It was so dark that the light did not even reflect off it. Any light that landed on it looked like it was absorbed by a black swirl. When Han Sen looked at it, all he saw was a black statue. He could not even see its face. Time was going backward. After a while, the statue had no changes. The statue looked like it was going back through billions of years. There was way too much time being reversed. Han Sen used all the power he could to run the sky clock for this, but the statue's changes were still very slow. There were not many changes over that course of time. You are too slow. I should give it a go. The Geno tablet's voice sounded in Han Sen's brain. Han Sen saw the sky clock's needle speed up. It was much faster now than it was when he was using the sky clock. It spun incredibly fast. Quickly, the statue started to exhibit changes. The lines on the body started to fill. It went from delicate to thick. It went from thick to thicker. It then became a black stone that had the shape of a nut. Ancient Devil looked at Han Sen with shock. The sky clock was Time Sky's treasure. But there should have been no way it was that strong. A moment later, it was hard to tell how many billions of years went by. Even if Moment God, who was one of the 12 main god spirits, was there, she would not have been able to do what it had just been done. Yet, the sky clock achieved this with ease. It made Ancient Devil a very confused man. Han Sen saw the sky clock stop by itself. He then asked Ancient Devil, "Is that okay now?" "That is good. Thank you kindly." Ancient Devil bowed. "It is just a simple trade. You do not have to be so polite." After pausing, Han Sen looked at Ancient Devil and asked, "Are you going to join the Geno tablet fights?" "I will go." Ancient Devil sounded calm in his response. But Han Sen sensed that he was very determined when it came to his participation. "I wonder if the Geno tablet fights are 1 versus 1 or group fights," Han Sen said. "If they are group fights, why don't you and I deal with Qin Shou together? After all, you do not want to see Qin Shou get the Geno tablet, do you?" Ancient Devil did not answer. The Geno tablet sounded in Han Sen's ear. "Do not even think about it. Let's not say I would not give you a chance. Even if I did give you a chance, it would only end up with you being bullied by Qin Shou. In the 33 skies, most people have a connection to the Geno tablet." When Han Sen heard it speak, he felt a little disappointed. If it was just a one-on-one fight, if Bauer encountered Qin Shou before he did, he would be unable to protect her. Han Sen thought, "No, I cannot let Bauer join the Geno tablet fights. At the very least, I must fight Qin Shou before she does. Even if I cannot defeat him, I want to at least be able to damage Qin Shou. Then, Bauer can swoop in to finish him off." Ancient Devil said, "The Geno tablet fights are just one-on-one fights. Even if I wanted to fight Qin Shou with you, there would be no chance. I just hope we don't fight each other too soon. If we do, one of us will walk away a winner. That will only benefit Qin Shou." "I hope so too. I have to go now." Han Sen waved his hands and readied himself to escape Mirror Lake. Ancient Devil stopped him and said, "There is one more thing. After thinking it over, I believe I should tell you. If you meet Berry Path God, you should be very careful. I am not afraid of Qin Shou. Do you think I'd be afraid of someone like Berry Path God?" Han Sen did not care. Ancient Devil was not mad about his line of thinking. He just went on to say, Barry Path God was given most of the old leader's items. On top of that, he is the strongest spirit in the 33 skies. Perhaps his power might not be as great as Qin Xiu's, but he will certainly pose a threat. I understand. Han Sen looked a bit serious as he thought, why did Chaos put all of her treasures in the same spot? That only benefited Barry Path God and Big Sky Demon. They should belong to Bauer, and what Bauer has belongs to me. That means Barry Path God. That asshole stole all of my treasure. I cannot forgive him for that. After leaving Outer Sky, Han Sen readied himself to return to Space Garden. Before he returned to Space Garden, the sky clock suddenly started to spin. It twisted space and took Han Sen back to Time Sky. Geno Tablet, what are you doing? Han Sen thought the Geno Tablet was controlling the sky clock to play tricks on him. I did not do anything. It seems some creature started a leader fight. It looks like he wants your seat. The Geno Tablet's voice was playing in Han Sen's head. Who is doing this? How dare he challenge Time Sky? Is Qin Xiu coming? Han Sen raised his head. The whole of Time Sky was lit up. On the Geno Tablet in the 33rd sky, the name of the leader of the 29th sky was lit up. Quickly, the Geno Tablet displayed an image of Time Sky. Everyone, from every corner of both universes, was able to see Time Sky clearly. Aside from Qin Xiu, Han Sen could not think of anyone who would dare challenge him now. Time Sky's power was weird, and Han Sen was a leader of Time Sky. He at least had the home advantage. Even if they wanted to fight Han Sen, ordinary Break World elites would not go to Time Sky to challenge him. There were not any other creatures around wanting to challenge him. Han Sen looked at the Geno Tablet's displayed image. He then saw the person who had challenged him. It is her. Han Sen was shocked. The person who challenged him was Moment God. When the creatures of both universes saw Moment God challenge Han Sen again, they were outright dumbstruck. The creatures of the Geno universe and the universe of kingdoms knew Han Sen had once fought Moment God, and he had managed to kill Moment God once. Back then, Moment God hadn't totally recovered. The current Moment God was different. When the humans of the universe of kingdoms saw Moment God challenge Han Sen, they were outright dumbstruck. She was one of the 12 primary annihilation god spirits. Now, she was looking to challenge the infamous Han Senator. In their eyes, Moment God was much stronger. Han Sen was surprised. When Time Sky did not have a leader, Moment God did not go to Time Sky to wage combat for the position. Now she wants to challenge me. What does that mean? Although Han Sen and Moment God had a conflict once before, Qin Xiu was an enemy of the Geno Hall. They both shared a common nemesis. According to the theory, the Geno Hall should have sent people after Qin Xiu to see if they could displace his position as leader of a sky. There was no rhyme or reason for why she would challenge Han Sen. As Moment God approached, she traveled through the stone clock areas that were already spinning. She was not affected by them. Not long later, she walked in front of Han Sen. She was really tall. She looked very proud and cold. She looked really powerful, like an actual god coming. Han Sen looked at Moment God and asked, Moment God, why are you challenging me? Moment God looked at Han Sen coldly. She did not change the expression on her face while replying, You and I fight today. If I win, you will give me the sub-god from the God of Wealth Temple. If I lose, you can do whatever you want to me. What is Moment God talking about? Does she want Han Sen's God of Wealth Temple sub-god? Should she not go looking for the God of Wealth? Why go and look for Han Sen? In the universe of kingdoms, many nobles currently unable to understand what was going on. Ah, no way. Is Han Sen the God of wealth? Was he that mysterious, 13th annihilation class god spirit? Someone reacted quickly, thinking that might be the answer to the mystery. How would this be possible? How could Han Sen be the god of wealth? In the Qin kingdom, many nobles had their eyes open wide. Their mouths could not be closed. I see. That explains everything. In King Qin's white face, one could see the fashioned shape of excitement. Han Sen was the 13th annihilation class main god, and he was a friend of Qin Bai. If there were no accidents, the Qin kingdom would have another annihilation class main god to guide them. Qin Bai would definitely become a king. Even though the Qin kingdom already had many Annihilation-class main god spirits, there weren't any Annihilation-class main god spirits in close association with Qin Bai. None operated as Han Sen did. It seems my son did have some luck. King Qin sighed. He was not sure if he was happy for Qin Bai or not, or if it was just dumb luck that Qin Bai was so blessed. How is that possible? A Qin kingdom officer had just woken up from his daze. He was unable to accept how Han Sen could be the 13th Annihilation-class main god. If this came from the mouths of other people, the nobles that thought Han Sen was the biggest evil officer in the Qin kingdom could not believe it. But this was from Moment God. No one could doubt her words. I cannot answer you. Han Sen smiled at Moment God. He knew Moment God was there for the god spirit of Moment God. Are you afraid you will lose? Moment God stared at Han Sen coldly. Winning or losing does not matter, Han Sen said. She is my sub-god. She is not my slave. She has a will and free will. She can leave and she can stay where she is. She is the one to determine that. It is up to her, so I will not use her life for a gambit even if I know I am going to win. You are just afraid to lose, Moment God coldly said. You do not have to go a long way around for saying that. If you want to trade something else, I don't mind fighting you. Han Sen did not decline to participate in combat with her. He just smiled and looked at her. It does not matter if you agree or not. I am fighting you today. I will avenge the humiliation I suffered over you killing me once before. Moment God's eyes were so cold they were like icy blades. They could pierce through Han Sen's lungs. After hearing that, the universe of kingdoms was shocked. Han Sen was the god of wealth. They could not believe it. The scariest thing about it was the fact that Moment God had confessed to Han Sen having killed her. The humans of the universe of kingdoms believed the 12 annihilation main gods were as good as they got. They thought they ruled absolute supreme. They could not imagine something like this happening. That was especially true of the Qin kingdom's nobles. Their mouths were wide and agape. They were big enough to allow a fist to fit in. They were all frozen, unable to believe what their ears were hearing. Han Sen, that big and evil man, he is an annihilation-class main god. He killed Moment God. They all felt as if their brains were failing. God, what did we do wrong? Many nobles of the Qin kingdom were crying. It was like they had just woken up from a dream. If they could establish a good relationship with Qin Bai, it meant they could meet an annihilation-class main god. Then, their kids and grandchildren would be on the God of Wealth's doorstep. God of Wealth had many powerful members. After the last god fight, God of Wealth became very famous. It was not just Han Sen either. Even Ingot had shocked many people. But they were unable to be friends with Han Sen, and they treated a big god like the biggest evil person in the history of the Qin kingdom. They felt very bad. It was as if they could not breathe. God, what have we done? Han Sen, you are an annihilation-class god spirit. Is it really so fun to become a commoner and walk amongst us? You fucking did this deliberately. Many nobles of the Qin kingdom were sad. They envied Qin Bai. Although Qin Bai was not exactly king material, if Han Sen was not going to die and supported Qin Bai, he would be the king. This was an annihilation-class main god that killed Moment God. Aside from Qin Bai, all the Qin kingdom nobles had missed a good chance. They had no idea that when Han Sen and the others tried to kill Moment God, her powers had yet to recover. She was no longer the way she was then. In the past, you helped me escape. I owe you one. Why are you doing this to me? Han Sen did not want to fight Moment God for nothing. Even if he beat Moment God, it was a pointless victory. It only gave Qin Xiu one less enemy. Did I not say I was not there to save you? I was saving Miss Bauer. You do not owe me anything. Today we must fight. Moment God stepped forward and approached Han Sen. Han Sen now understood why Han Jinji tricked Bauer into going to the 33 skies. He wanted to use the Geno Hall's power to save him. The cause power was complicated, so he went to the 33 skies for Bauer. If Bauer had not gone to the 3 skies, Han Sen would not have gone inside either. He could not tell if Han Jinji had done this as a mistake or not. Moment God stepped forward. It was like time was floating behind her. It became a river of time light, and it roared at Han Sen. Moment God. Do you not remember that this is Time Sky? I am afraid your time powers will not be as effective here. Han Sen used the sky clock. The sky clock's needles moved. Time Sky's many stone clocks were moved because of the sky clock's power. Moment God's time river was affected by many different time areas. She immediately lost her advantage. Before she reached Han Sen, the time river scattered. It did not pose a threat to Han Senator, it was all thanks to the sky clock he was wielding against her. Time powers are not as simple as you might think. Moment God's face did not change. She pulled a hairpin out of her hair. The hairpin was like a needle. Moment God clutched it as if she was gripping the hilt of a dagger. Moment God followed the needle. Wherever the needle went, it made the sky clock spin differently. There was a great variety to the speeds. It went wild until it came to a complete stop. It was like time had just frozen. Moment God is very powerful. She is clearly different from how she was before. Han Sen saw Moment God approach. All of the stone clocks ceased their spinning. Not even the sky clock could make the stone clocks move again. Moment God walked to the sky clock's proximity and stopped. The needle in her hand was on the edge of the sky clock. If Moment God stepped forward, the sky clock's time would touch it. They are both time powers. Which is stronger, Moment God or the sky clock? In the 17th sky, Qin Xiu looked at the Geno tablet with profound interest. The sky clock should be stronger, said Sky King, who was right next to him. After all, that is Time Sky. The sky clock has the support of Time Sky's laws. No matter how strong Moment God is, she cannot break the rules that govern Time Sky. He was a spirit in the 33rd sky. He should have been the leader of the 33rd sky. But the Geno tablet's existence took the 33rd sky. Sky King did not become the leader of any other sky. He just followed Qin Xiu around like a handmaiden. Time Sky's power is a dead power, Qin Xiu coldly said. Moment God commands a power that is alive. Therein lies the pickle, you see. A dead rule might not be able to stop a living God. Are you saying that Moment God might have a way to break the suppression of the rules that govern Time Sky? Sky King asked with visible shock. That isn't what I said, but you seem to get the gist of it, Qin Xiu said. Yes, they are both using time elements. Ichi's break world rate had almost reached 100. In their fight before, Ichi lost to Moment God. This Moment God is not a simple enemy to tackle. If she is able to reach the legendary 100% break world rate, destroying the restrictions of the rules that govern Time Sky should not be too difficult to do. But God spirits don't exactly use break world powers. What can she do to break Time Sky's rule suppression? Sky King still did not believe Moment God could break the rules that govern the suppression of Time Sky. Well, I wholeheartedly suggest you shut your mouth and keep watching, Qin Xiu coldly said. I am sure we will find out in due time. So stop hassling me with long speeches and nonsensical questions. It was not just Qin Xiu feeling this way either. The god spirits in the Geno Hall were watching this fight too. They were eager to find out whose time powers would prove stronger. If the Geno tablet could control the universe, Time Sky's leader would be the future god of time. Moment God was currently the god of time. This fight was between the future and present gods of time. It was like two factions were having a showdown. Of course, while Han Sen was the leader of Time Sky, he did not possess any actual time elements in his body. He was not a genuine god of time. Moment God did not hesitate. The needle went to the sky clock's time area. BZZT. The needle entered the area. Two powers collided. It resulted in the creation of a scary time storm. The whole area of time was twisted. Sometimes things went forward, and sometimes things went in reverse. Han Sen was just a part of the audience watching this unfold. He did not join the combat between Sky Clock and Moment God. First, it was because his body had a problem. He could not fight unless he was provoked by the outside. Second, he wanted to see which of the two was stronger. Was it going to be the Sky Clock or Moment God? The Geno tablet remained in the Sky Clock, but it did not do anything. It was unknown whether or not it thought it was worth fighting Moment God or not. It just watched and did not participate. The Sky Clock's needle reversed. The needle in Moment God's hand followed her fingers. It spun clockwise. Two powers were going in forward and reverse. Nothing could stop what was going on. The whole area was stopped in time. There was an absolute balance of stillness. Moment God, I still have not been struck. Are your powers really this lame? Han-san squinted his eyes as he looked at Moment God. Moment God did not move. She maintained the position of her needle, continuing to fight against the sky clock and its power. Everyone thought this fight was going to last forever. Suddenly, Moment God's needle started to spin in reverse. The main and reverse powers of time canceled each other out. Now, Moment God was able to reverse time too. The whole area became a scary counterclockwise place. In just a moment, all of time went back 10 million years. Han-sen was in the reverse time. He said to Moment God, "That is putting in a good effort, but it is a shame your effort is wasted. I am the leader of Time Sky. Time here cannot take away my youth or alter my lifespan." "That is impossible," Moment God said with a frown. "Even if you were the leader of Time Sky, it does not mean you should not be hurt by time power. The truth is right in front of you. You can refuse to believe it, but you cannot deny cold, hard facts." Hansen laughed. He did not plan on leaving the reversal of time zone. That scary reverse power could not do anything to him. If this was another creature, even a top-class time element break world beast that had become the leader of Time Sky, it would not feel absolutely nothing in the reversal of time. Hansen was only like this because his body was weird. He was not affected by time power, so he might as well beat down Moment God's confidence. It was a shame Moment God's confidence was not easily subdued. She did not stop there. She spun the needle even faster to make the reversal of time go even faster and scarier. "You are not affected because the reversal of time is not fast enough," Moment God said while coldly looking at Han-sen. "If that is what you choose to believe, then fine. Allow me to help you." Han-sen's will moved. He hurried the sky clock to make the sky clock go in full reverse. The sky clocks and Moment God's time powers went in reverse. The whole area of time was unbelievably reversed. One moment became a billion years. Moment God and Han-san stood in the reverse of time. A scary river of time went through her body, but it did not touch her god body once. Moment God looked at Han-sen coldly as she said, "You are the leader of Time Sky, but you do not wield time element powers. My body can resist damage from the powers of time. In a fight like this, you have no choice but to submit to defeat." "Perhaps not." Han-sen coldly dropped his two words and did not elaborate. Moment God's needle and the needle of the sky clock were madly spinning in reverse. The reversal of time was becoming scarier and scarier. If an ordinary break world beast were there, beyond being turned back into an egg, they would probably be taken back to a time before their mother was even born and disappear into space. "This is a pure time power fight," an elite watching the fight said. "It is a real god fight. I wonder which one of them has the supreme command of time. I suppose we will receive the answer when the fight is over." At the same time, Human King, who had become the leader of the 25th Sky, watched the fight. All of the Blood Legion members were taken to the 25th Sky. A Blood Legion member saw the two of them standing in the flow of reverse time. It was unclear which one of them had an advantage, so he said, "Leader, look at Han-sen and Moment God. Which would you say has the superior command of time power?" Human King's eyes were like water, but they looked really shiny as he said, "It is too early to tell which of the two is winning or losing. They have not truly tried to show off the full breadth of their powers yet. They are already such scary time powers. Is that not all of their power? Are they still hiding some of their powers?" The members looked at Han-sen and Moment God in disbelief. "I do not know what kind of power Han-sen is hiding, but Moment God has yet to use her subgod power," Human King said. "She has not tried her best yet. The two of them are scary. Is this going to trouble our plan?" An old member looked worried. "Powerful power might not be our resistance. Perhaps it will end up being our help." Human King was not worried. In fact, he actually smiled. The group of Blood Legion members and students were all looking at one another. They knew Human King was confident about being able to control the genotablet, but their opponents were very strong. They thought they would suffer great trouble. They could not think how something like this would end up helping them. If Human King was not speaking, the members could not ask anything. Therefore, all they could do was watch. The speed of time's reversal was becoming faster and faster. The sky clock's 3 needles were almost gone. Moment God's needle was spinning too. In the reversal of time, neither of them was moving. They just looked at each other from afar, weathering the corrosion of time. Moment God's time god body is not as strong as Han Sen's body and its reversal power, Berry Path God said with shock. He was currently in Dust Sky. What makes you say that? An elder of the God Chaos Party asked with some moderate confusion. From what he saw, the powers of Moment God and Han Sen should have been even. Neither of the two had displayed any flaws in their performances. Look at Moment God's God clothing, Berry Path God said. After Berry Path God said that, all the members of the God Chaos Party looked at Moment God and her God clothing. The God clothes were dreamy. It was like they were perfect. The God clothing looked very holy. It released a shiny God light. Most elders were not able to discern any problems with it. Berry Path God, is there a problem with the God clothing? A God Chaos Party member asked. Forgive me for being so dumb, but I do not see an issue with the God clothing. The other God Chaos Party members did not ask anything, but they still looked at Berry Path God with confusion. Clearly, they did not see the problem with the clothes either. Do you not see it? Berry Path God coldly asked. The God clothes are newer than before. Newer. The people went for a closer look, but they did not see any difference. Seeing that they did not spot the issue, Berry Path God said, if you guys have a proper look at Moment God's God clothes, you should see her God clothes are cleaner. That proves there is a problem. The time reversal is working on her clothes. Look at Han Senator, his clothes have not had any changes. If Moment God does not have any other powers, this is a fight Han Sen is sure to win. The other God Chaos Party members did not think there was an issue with newer or older clothes, but if Berry Path God had said there was, they did not think he was incorrect. Then, according to the Vice President's opinion, is Han Sen going to be the victor in this fight? Someone asked. Perhaps not. They still haven't used their true powers yet. It is too soon to determine which of the two will be a victor. Berry Path God squinted his eyes and said to himself, there should be time. Berry Path God had only just said this when Moment God's eyes looked frozen. Her God light blew up and exploded into the sky like a light shadow rising up from her body. It was a giant shadow that looked like a dragon. It was just a shadow. It was not solid. Even so, it made people feel very afraid of it. One of its eyes was like a sun, whereas the other was eerily reminiscent of a moon. The sun and the moon looked like wheels as they spun. Time was flying. When the sun and moon dragon revealed itself, Moment God's time power became even scarier. The needle, which had already reached a maximum speed, moved even faster. This is an Annihilation class Wild Sun Moon God Dragon. It is the same as Moment God in that it wields a time element. With the buffing of the Sun Moon God Dragon, Moment God's time power will be stronger. That is the benefit of being a main god. King Qin was very worried. He did not know if Han Sen, who ruled the God of Wealth Temple, could fight Moment God, who was a main god. Han Sen did not bother summoning a sub-god for a boon. Moment God's body wielded an even scarier shadow. Another sub-god buffing power landed. It was a jade cicada. It screamed. One of its wings displayed an old word that read spring, and the other wing had a word that meant autumn. It is a spring-autumn cicada. It is another time element wild god. Many of the elites watching the fight were in shock. But this was not the end. Moment God kept flashing with scary lights. Many light shadows appeared. They were all powerful time wild gods. There were 10 of them. Each of the god shadows was as strong as the Sun Moon God Dragon. As the 10 sub-gods' powerful powers buffed Moment God, it made her power stronger. It made the time power scarier. The needle was spinning fast. It was moving faster than the sky clock. It became a main reverse power. Buzz. the reversal of time suddenly went forward. Everything in the reverse time went back to normal, including the stone clocks. Time Sky's stone clocks were shaking because of the reverse power. All of the stone clock powers were being reversed. Moment God is very powerful, Berry Path God said with visible shock. She used her own power to shake all of Time Sky. If she joined the Time Sky leader fight in the beginning, perhaps Han Sen would have never become the Time Sky leader in the first place. That is not her power alone, a God Chaos Party elder said. She borrowed the powers of her subgod. The subgods still belong to her, making their power a part of hers, Berry Path God said. He briefly paused and said, such time power, Han Sen is not a time element. Time Sky will not do much to affect him, but I do not think he can block this reversal of time. It was not just Berry Path God that thought of things this way. Upon seeing all of this, Big Sky Demon frowned and said, Moment God is stronger than before. She is stronger than when she was rebooted. Against the rules of Time Sky, she alone is supreme. She is taking control of the rules of Time Sky for herself. It is no wonder why she is the main god of time powers. Can this little guy, Han Sen, handle her? Even the Geno Hall's God Hall leader nodded. He said, Moment God has already surpassed herself. She has achieved a new zenith. She has never been this strong before. Now, in this universe, no one else has a time power that is greater than hers. In Time Sky, many stone clocks were reversing together. It became a powerful vat of reversing time that pushed Han Sen's location and time to reverse at an even quicker speed. It was like one moment was forever. Moment God looked at Han Sen and coldly said, in a pool of reverse time like that, a moment means nothing. If you do not want to be reduced into nothing, you can concede now. Han Sen was not planning on stepping down. He smiled at Moment God and said, Time and I are like clouds. Although there is an endless past, I am still me. No other power can change that. Moment God stopped speaking. The needle in her hand started to spin. The whole of Time Sky was like it had been affected by the needle. The needles on all of the stone clocks were madly spinning. The whole of Time Sky was working together to create a giant reversal of time force. Time Sky started to tremble because of time being reversed so much. Many stone clocks were starting to disappear in the zone of time reversal. Even the stone clocks that had time power could not withstand that scary reversing time power. In Space Garden, many humans, spirits, and creatures were watching Han Sen with profuse worry. Linger was buried in Ji Yenran's bosom. She looked worried as she asked, Is Dad going to be okay up there? Yes. No one can defeat your father, Ji Yenran told Linger with certainty. Even though things seemed dangerous for Han Sen, she was not worried. She felt much safer about how things were going to turn out. Although she told Linger that, Ji Yenran was feeling a bit confused. She found herself intensely staring at Han Sen. Moment God looked at Han Sen coldly. She wanted to see Han Sen turn into an egg with that time reversal power, but her eyes were starting to turn from beads of certainty to marbles of confusion. Her gaze was turning from confusion to one filled with shock. As time went by, Han Sen continued to stand where he was. It was like nothing was affecting him. By now, 7 minutes had gone by. Still, nothing was changing Han Sen's body. Not even his armor was dissolving. Moment God was not the same. Her clothes were becoming brighter. It seemed very powerful in the eyes of other people, but Moment God knew it was because her power was not sufficient enough to withstand the reversal of time. Her god clothes were affected by the reversal of time. They were going back in time ever so slowly. How is that possible? How can his body withstand so much time reversal power without being affected in the least? Nothing is happening to him. Does this mean he is like the God Hall leader? Has he reached that step? Moment God was shocked. She looked at Han Sen weirdly. It was as if she wished to learn something more from Han Sen's face. Impossible. How can that step be so easily obtained? Plus, his soul genes are not as strong as Qin Xiu's. In just one life, can he make this step? This should be impossible. Moment God had to try and deny her thoughts. She gnashed her teeth. Moment God started to look sharp. It looked as if she had come to a decision. Her other hand touched the needle. Her hands folded together to put the needle in the center between them. Old reverse, turn back to zero. As Moment God coldly shouted, her hands started to spin in a different direction. The time needle exploded with a scary time god light that shone across the whole of time sky and made it all brighter. Boom! Moment God's long hair went straight. It was like it was going from black to white. It was like she was growing old in one sole moment. In that scary time power, the time clock was affected as well. The three needles stopped spinning. It was like they were frozen. They all stopped at the peak of their spins. They all came to a stop at 12 o'clock. It's time power's strongest power. Return to zero. I cannot believe Moment God is that strong. If she becomes my 33 skies time god, I firmly believe she will be worthy. Qin Xiu looked at Moment God with nothing but sheer shock. Clearly, Moment God's performance had surprised the man. Even Qin Xiu was surprised by what he was witnessing. Moment God's face started to look older. Her long hair turned gray. It was even turning white. She kept staring at Han's senator. Her eyes looked more and more shocked. She tried her best to cast her god skills that had her strongest time power, return to zero. Despite her effort, she was still unable to affect Han Sen's body. Now, it was not only Moment God who was in shock. All the elites in the universe were in total shock. From the beginning to the end, Han Sen had not cast a single skill or power. All he ever used was the sky clock to block whatever powerful power Moment God sought to smite him with. It was extremely hard to believe. Is the power of the sky clock truly that powerful? Sky King could not believe his eyes as he peered at the sky clock. Qin Xiu coldly said, "It is not the sky clock that is strong. It is that person who is too strong." Clearly, he knew what he was witnessing was not the sky clock and its power. Han Sen, who had not been doing anything the whole time, finally moved. When the time started reversing, Han Sen approached Moment God. The reversal of time was like a mad wave. To him, it was like the soft spray of gentle spring. It could do nothing to halt his advance. Moment God felt as if she had been wronged. She had tried her best to use her god-base power and explode with the time skill returned to zero. One could see the impact of time coming out. When it touched down on Han Sen's body, it was like a wave of water coming to an end. Han Sen stepped closer. He went all the way over to Moment God's position. What a woman! A woman that doesn't listen. Typical. After Han Sen said that, he reached out his hand. He grabbed Moment God's hand, which was clutching the needle. He used a little bit of strength and completely pulled Moment God away from the needle. Moment God was pulled away by Han's senator. Her body lost tension and fell toward him. Han Sen stood to the side. He used his hands to take Moment God's time needle away from her. Moment God's body flew away. She hit a stone clock. The stone clock broke. A scary amount of time had been reversed, but that came to an end now that Moment God had been tossed away. The whole of the time sky was calm again. The two universes went silent. All of the creatures were shocked. Moment God was the base of time sky and able to reverse time, yet Han Sen had easily been able to steal her weapon. Through doing that, she was sent soaring through the air. It was like a child being destroyed. It was hard to imagine. Everyone's mouth stayed open. The Geno tablets and Time Sky's lights had already faded. The videos of the Geno tablet were gone. The leader fights were over. Many elites were very shocked. They did not calm down after the video stream ended. The powers they had witnessed were too shocking. The images were seared into their minds. No one was able to forget them. Sky King's face still looked shocked. He asked Qin Xiu, "Mr. Leader, did Han Sen really ascend to that step?" Qin Xiu remained silent. After a while he shook his head. "He does not have that feature just yet. I believe that his body is a little bit weird. It seems." "It seems what?" Sky King quickly asked. Qin Xiu quietly said, "I wanted to use a self-gene to reach the last step in my past life, so I made this Geno evolution skill. It was called the Story of Genes. It was for using your own genes to escape the boundaries of this universe, but one man's genes are very limited in their ultimate scope. They cannot evolve the universe, so the story of genes was just something fake. It was nothing real that could amount to anything tangible and great. It did not achieve anything. I could not even learn it myself in my past life. Mister, have you practiced the story of genes in this life? Sky King asked Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu shook his head. I have spent this life researching the story of genes. This skill could make people's genes have a breakthrough, but the story of genes itself at the end of the day was just a hypothesis. It was never more than that. It never worked. The skill required far too much body power. If I had a body that could achieve that, I would have already reached the final step. I would not need the story of genes. If I did not have a body like that, I could not practice the story of genes and would not be able to make the last step. Therefore, this is a dead cycle that cannot be solved. That is why I said the story of genes is a hypothesis that does not bear fruit. Sky King looked weird as he asked, now that you are talking about the story of genes, can you determine whether or not Han Sen practiced the story of genes? Maybe he hasn't, Qin Xiu said. If I have guessed it right, he might have actually practiced with the story of genes. He used the gene prototype armor to get himself a basic the story of genes that was at a beginner level. Are you saying that he practiced with the story of genes to make that step? Sky King was in shock. Qin Xiu laughed coldly. He is only at a beginner level. To be at the beginning does not suggest he practiced with it. Did I not say that to achieve it you must take that step? Without that step it cannot work. It would be a dead cycle. Now Han Sen is just like me in my past life. He has reached a dead end with no way back. He has no chance of breaking away. The step he has reached cannot be abandoned. He will be forever forced to remain at the precise point he has reached. Is there a way for him to take that step? Sky King looked worried. Qin Xiu coldly said, if there was a way to make that step, I would not be forced to reincarnate after my past life. I could not do it in my past life, and he is just a normal, mixed human. You are correct, mister. Sky King thought of who Qin Xiu was before. He felt safe and thought, if that person cannot walk out of that dead cycle, I do not think anyone can. In time Sky Moment God got up from the rubble that was strewn about. She had white hair. Her god body was extremely frail. She no longer shone shine with a god light. She was like a woman with white hair who had fallen ill. She looked very pale and drained of life. Blood was leaking from the corner of her lips. Why don't you kill me? Moment God bit her lips. She ignored the blood on her lips and stared at Han Sen. Why would I want to kill you? Han Sen asked. You are not my enemy. In some way we share a common enemy. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, and I do not kill friends. The truth was that he could not actually kill Moment God. We are not friends. We will never be friends. If you do not kill me today, I will come back for you. You took my God spirit, and I am going to take it back. After Moment God said that, she turned around. She dragged her weak body with her in an attempt to break space. I will return it to you. Han Sen threw the time needle to Moment God. Moment God accepted the time needle and gnashed her teeth. She threw it back and coldly said, I will take back what I lost. I do not need your pity and charity. After that, Moment God broke space and abandoned time sky. Han Sen took the time needle. He looked where Moment God had departed and shook his head. I wonder if this will work on the God of Wealth Temple. If it works, I can let her use it. Han Sen put the needle away. The sky clock started to fly. The Geno tablet on the wheel smiled. Surrounded Han Sen, checking him out. What are you doing? Han Sen asked with a frown. The Geno tablet's voice was heard in Han Sen's brain. Moment God's time power reached the max of what is possible in this universe. It only needed one more step to go beyond this universe. With that power, your body should be affected by your level, but you are fine. That is so weird. People thought Han Sen used the sky clock power to block Moment God's time power. But the Geno tablet knew Han Sen did not use the sky clock power. Han Sen's heart jumped. He pretended to remain chill and asked, does that mean I made that step? If you had made that step, the entire universe would repel you. You would not be sitting here. The Geno tablet paused and said, Your body truly is weird. Give me a drop of your blood, and I will test your genes again. I thought you said there was no point in doing that, Hansen said with a smile. The Geno tablet felt embarrassed. It sounded angry as it said, "Just do as you are told and stop talking crap." Hansen wanted to know more about what was going on with his body. He bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the sky clock's circular shape. Hansen thought he would see the same scene he saw when watching Bauer conduct the same test. But he quickly realized things were not right. The droplet of blood he allowed to fall onto the circular shape of the clock was like a little red tadpole. It floated across the surface of the wheel. It was not absorbed by the wheel like it should have been. The Geno tablet did not say anything in response to that. The sky clock did, however, brightly shine. The needle started to wildly spin. It looked like it was trying to force the absorption of Hansen's blood. The blood was very stubborn. It was still crystallized and very much alive. Kept jumping across the wheel. No matter what the sky clock attempted, it did not seem to work. Hansen saw that the blood was not being absorbed by the stone clock. So he could not help but ask, "Geno tablet, care to tell me what is going on here?" The sky clock suddenly stopped. The Geno tablet's voice sounded in Hansen's head. "Your genes are weird. With the sky clock's power, it cannot be absorbed. It looks like you will have to go back to the Geno tablet for a proper test." After that, the sky clock started to run again. It twisted space and opened another path to the Geno tablet. After watching the sky clock fly through, Hansen quickly gave chase. He traveled through the time door. Hansen found himself before the Geno tablet again. The sky clock was in front of the Geno tablet. He let a drop of blood fall upon the wheel. It landed at the bottom of the Geno tablet. The Geno tablet started to shine. It looked like countless symbols and spells were floating. That was especially true for where the drop of blood was. It was wrapped up by the light spell. It took on the guise of a small, bright sun. Hansen watched this quietly from the side. He did not do anything. He just patiently awaited the results of this test. The Geno tablet just kept spinning. It went on and on without an actual result being yielded. This was completely different from the first time he had gone there to test his genes. It made Hansen wonder, "No way! Is the Geno tablet unable to test and discover the condition of my genes?" Hansen waited in front of the Geno tablet for 30 minutes. The Geno tablet was still spinning madly where it was. The entire thing was glowing and spinning, lighting up the realm in vibrant luminosity. It was like a machine that was in operation with overclocked speeds. Weird. This really is so weird. The sky clock's Geno tablet made some strange sounds. "What is going on now?" Hansen quickly asked. The Geno tablet said, "This is so weird. If I had not watched that droplet of blood come out of you, I would not even believe this was a droplet of blood bled from a creature." Hansen did not understand, so he asked, "What is that supposed to mean?" The Geno tablet weirdly said, "To say this is a drop of blood is mostly wrong. It would be more like a drop of water or a piece of stone. No, even water and stone have a structure to visualize. Your blood is like the most primitive of substances. It is like the most basic and primitive existence in all of creation. It cannot be analyzed, broken down, or dissolved. How is that even possible?" Hansen was frozen. "I know that this should be impossible, but the Geno tablet's analysis of your blood really does yield these non-results. Give me another drop of blood. I would like to test this once more." The Geno tablet sounded as if it was in a rush. Hansen was not going to hesitate. This situation was starting to become far more than he ever thought it might. It was such a conundrum. He was absolutely dying to find out more. He wanted results. Hansen gnashed his finger and let more blood drop onto the Geno tablet. In fear that one droplet was not enough, he let many more drops of blood fall upon the target. "You should fall back a little," the Geno tablet said. "I am going to analyze your genes." Hansen retreated a little. He saw the Geno tablet was rising. All of the symbols and signs were lighting up across the Geno tablet. It was like a machine that was operating at full power and firing on all cylinders. The few drops of blood he had given were yielding results similar to the very first drop of blood Hansen had given the genotablet. They quietly stuck to the surface of the genotablet. They were not going to blend into the genotablet and be absorbed. It did not matter how bright the genotablet became. It could not corrode the blood and consume it. The blood forever remained fresh and was untainted by other things. It was like his blood droplets were individual stones. The genotablet's light symbols were quickly spinning. The whole of the genotablet became extraordinarily bright. It gave people the feeling it might explode at any second. Hansen fell back a little. He was worried that the genotablet was going to blow up in his face. Time went by. The genotablet still could not refine Hansen's blood. Genotablet. You are going to have to tell me something about this eventually. Hansen knew there would not be any solid results, but he still wanted to know something. I am still trying to conduct these tests, the genotablet replied. From what I can tell, these results are no different from things earlier. Your blood is like the most basic structure, and that denies me being able to analyze it. That is impossible. Hansen frowned. Of course. Do you think I do not know that this should be impossible? If this kind of analysis does not work, there is only one other thing this means. It would mean you are a creature that is dumber than an amoeba. Let's not talk about you being able to comprehend the actual concept of thinking. But it means you do not even know how to eat shit. The genotablet's description made Hansen speechless. From what you can tell, what is my situation now? Hansen carefully asked. The genotablet was silent a moment before saying, I have not experienced a situation like this before. If I was to take a guess, I would say there are two possibilities. What are these two possibilities? Hansen hastily asked. One is that your body structure is far advanced, the genotablet said. It is too much for what I am able to analyze. Therefore, I cannot analyze it for you. If things are like that, that means my body must have evolved to a very high level, Hansen thought. According to the theory, even if you did make that step, my gene data would not have a reference point for you to be compared to, the genotablet said. I can still keep trying to analyze it though. What is my situation now? Hansen was confused. After being silent for a while, the genotablet's voice sounded again. Unless your evolution speed goes over what I know and is in my power, then this situation can happen. The chances of something like that happening are very small though. So, what is the second possibility? Hansen did not think his evolution level was so high that it could surpass what the genotablet was capable of analyzing. If his body was like that, it would not be as weak as it was. He would be indestructible and able to destroy the whole universe in one strike if he truly was that great. The genotablet remained silent for even longer this time. A while later it said, There is one more possibility, which is that you are on a new path of evolution. The direction you are on is different from every other one anyone has ever had before. It is a new model of evolution. That is why I cannot analyze the structure of your genes. Hansen was shocked. So he asked, Do you really think that is possible? I do not know, the genotablet seriously said. From what I can tell, that is the most likely reason why. That is my guess. Hansen did not expect that even the genotablet would be unable to test his gene mode. This was fairly hard to imagine. Even Qin Xiu's genes were able to be analyzed by the genotablet. This was something that had never happened before. If it was just as the genotablet told him, he might have embarked on a path that was different from all other beings in creation. If that was true, Hansen could not determine if that was a good thing or a bad thing. A new type of evolution meant there was no predetermined direction for him to follow. There was no prior experience he could use for references. Hansen would not even know how to walk along the paths that now lay before him. It was like one person traversing a foggy land alone. The next step might have him stumble upon holy fruit, godgrass, gold mountains, or silver mountain. Stepping in another direction might have him plummet from a 10,000-foot high cliff, encounter toxic snakes, and terrifying beasts. One step could lead to heaven, whereas another step could lead straight to hell. The paths no person had walked before were mysteries. If there was a success to be found, the rewards and achievements were grand. Unfortunately, paths like this were often occupied by lots of blood and bones. It meant one's general success was based on 10,000 bones. Han Sen did not know if he was the person that could reach the altar or become a pile of bones scattered across the ground. With things the way there are now, I can't go back. I have no choice but to keep on going. I hope that I can sort this disaster out before I die. Han Sen was not worried about himself. He was just not sure if his body was enough to stop Qin Xiu. Han Sen looked at the sky clock and said, "Geno tablet. Look at my body. What is it like when compared to Qin Xiu?" The Geno tablet went silent for a while and said, "I do not know. According to the theory, if Qin Xiu levels up to reach reboot class and combines with the Geno prototype armor, he will be the strongest life in this universe. Aside from your daughter, no other creature can fight against him." After saying that, the Geno tablet paused for a brief while. It then said, "As for your genes, right now they are hard to determine. Maybe something accidental and unforeseen might happen. What you have just said does not mean anything." Han Sen was speechless. "To know something is to know something," the Geno tablet calmly said. "To not know something is to not know something. No one can tell or be certain of something if they do not understand things. Wait until you fight Qin Xiu. Only then can things be determined. You will know the results then." Han Sen looked at it with disdain. After he and Qin Xiu fought, the Geno tablet could no longer be used for analysis. "It doesn't matter anyway. I am going back. You can come on out of this now." Han Sen no longer wanted to waste his time with the Geno tablet. He lifted the sky clock while speaking. "You do what you need to do," the Geno tablet said. "I will keep my spirit inside the sky clock." "Are you not leaving?" Han Sen frowned. The Geno tablet looked upset and asked, "What do you mean not leaving?" "I am staying inside the sky clock because I think you are great. My presence will only benefit you. What good can you possibly bring me? When I participate in the Geno tablet fights, will you help me?" Han Sen curled his lips as he spoke. "Of course not," the Geno tablet said. "I created the Geno tablet fights. I will not break my own rules. If you are not going to help me, what is the point of you staying in the sky clock?" Han Sen harshly asked. The Geno tablet did not speak. It did not say anything, but it also did not lift itself from the sky clock. It was like it was trying to play cheap and not emerge from the sky clock. "Hey, what are you doing? You are the Geno tablet. You can't just do this." Han Sen shouted at the Geno tablet, but he received no response. It was like the Geno tablet was asleep. There was nothing he could do about it. He put the sky clock away and abandoned the 33 skies. He returned to Space Garden. The atmosphere in Space Garden was very tense. Huang Fujing and the others were doing their best to battle the Break World beasts. They were hoping to reach 100 Break World points themselves, so they did not stay at the base. When Han Sen returned to the base, only Wang Yuhang was there. Zero and Little Angel had yet to return. "Little uncle, did you max out your Break World genes?" Han Sen sat in front of Wang Yuhang. He poured himself out a cup of water. Wang Yuhang nodded. "They are maxed out. My Super God Spirit body evolved to ultimate mode. But my Super God Spirit body does not work in solo fights. It is only best when there are more enemies around. When it boils down to a one-on-one, it all depends on luck. I do not think I will be able to help you much." "Maybe not. Maybe you will have to use a lot of strength." Han Sen smiled. Wang Yuhang tossed a piece of fruit to Han Sen and smiled. "Do you expect me to defend Space Garden?" "You are smart, little uncle." Han Sen gave him a thumbs up. He was not afraid of the Geno tablet fights. He was just afraid Qin Xiu might do something to Space Garden during the Geno tablet fights. Wang Yuhang squinted his eyes and said, "Do not worry. If the God Chaos Party attacks Space Garden, they will be sent home in body bags." Han Sen looked at Wang Yuhang. He felt safe and comforted. It was good to have someone to rely on. Wang Yuhang patted Han Sen on the shoulder and said, "You can go. I have got things handled here." Han Sen returned to his yard. Ji Yanran was teaching Linger how to write. Upon seeing Han Sen come back, Ji Yanran stood up. Linger's body flashed and vanished. When she appeared again, She was in Han Sen's arms. She held Han Sen's neck and loudly proclaimed, "Dad! Isn't that my teleportation skill? When did you learn that, Linger?" Han Sen was shocked. His teleportation skill came from the very high's God Wander. It was more complicated than the average example of space teleportation. Ordinary people could not practice this teleportation skill. Linger was his daughter, but Han Sen never had the time to teach her how to teleport. Even if he did have time, to teleport cost a lot of energy. Han Sen did not believe she had what it took to use it. Now, Linger had somehow learned his teleportation skills. "In the past, you took me to play. When you used to teleport to hurry things up, I learned it." Linger tilted her head as she explained. "I only used it a few times." "Did you really learn it from that?" Han Sen was shocked. "Yes, it is very easy," Linger said with a nod. Han Sen was happy to hear this. He felt quite touched. "Maybe only you will think it is easy. Other people would be unable to learn it. Even if I went to teach them, they would not understand." "It is that hard, huh?" Linger looked unsure. Ji Yanran, who was nearby, smiled. "Why don't you look at who the mother is? It should not be a surprise how she can learn such things." "You are right, Master Wife." Han Sen smiled and nodded. As they chatted, Han Yufei was conducting a very special test in the Space Gardens lab. "Little baby, be good. Your mother will make you the strongest creature in the universe." As Han Yufei stared at the machine, she looked crazy. Han Sen was back in the sanctuaries. Bauer was practicing. She and the gourd vine were combining well. She would soon be able to control the gourd vine with finesse. Han Sen watched Bauer from afar, but he made no plan on seeing her. The Geno tablet's voice sounded in Han Sen's brain. "Your daughter's genes are very good. Just wait until her genes have officially combined with the Geno seed. She will most certainly be able to walk that step. Her genes completion is better than Qin Xiu's. If she joined the Geno tablet fights, she would be able to defeat Qin Xiu." Han Sen did not speak. He did not look happy. After a while, he spoke to the Geno tablet. "I take back my request. Please, no matter what, do not permit Bauer to join the Geno tablet fight." "Why not?" the Geno tablet asked. "Her genes are the most perfect in this entire universe. I would like her for a host. There is a big chance she would be able to control the whole universe. She would become the master of the entire universe." "None of that matters to me," Han Sen said. "Her becoming master of the universe means nothing to me. I just want her to be safe, happy, and able to live a fulfilling life." After thinking for a moment, the Geno tablet said, "From what I know, you and Qin Xiu are like water and fire. If Bauer does not join, Qin Xiu will be the Geno tablet's master. He will then control the entire universe. The situation will become much worse, even for you. Bauer will have to fight him, but her chances of winning will be low." "I thought you said I have a chance of beating Qin Xiu," Han Sen coldly said. "That was just an expectation of mine," the Geno tablet said. "I have no genuine idea what the actual chances of you winning are. The evolution of your genes is too weird and erratic, so it is difficult to accurately predict your chances. Maybe you will win, but maybe you will lose. In that case, let's resume our conversation after I lose. First, you must help me. No matter what the circumstances are, do not allow Bauer to join the Geno tablet fights." Han Sen made his mind up. The rules cannot be changed. If Bauer challenges a leader before the Geno tablet fights start, aside from Qin Xiu, other leaders will not be able to stop her from becoming a leader. The Geno tablet looked glum as it spoke. "If this is easily sorted, why would I beg you? Just help me out, would you? I believe you have a way around this." Han Sen smiled. "Fine," the Geno tablet said. "I can think of a way that will allow me to do this without breaking the rules. After I help you, I need to stay in Skyclock, and you need to stop talking nonsense. You, sir, have a deal." Han Sen looked at Bauer trying to connect with the gourd seed. Chaos, who was wearing black crystal armor, was watching over her. She taught Bauer what to do. Chaos was not as strong as she was before, but her knowledge was still top class. Even Han Sen did not know as much as she did. "Oh wow, Dad. I cannot believe you are here. When did you get here?" Bauer saw Han Sen and happily went over to see him. She held on to Han Sen. Chaos looked at Bauer with jealousy. She felt rather upset about Bauer's connection to Han Senator. She and Bauer recognized each other, but Bauer was not as close to Chaos as she was to Han Sen. She was the biological mother, but she was not as close to her as Han Sen, who was only her stepfather. That made Chaos sad. But Chaos was not a jealous person. Plus, Han Sen was the one who raised Bauer. He had treated her like a real daughter, so she could not hold contempt for Han Sen. Upon seeing Han Sen approach, Chaos said, "You are not doing too bad for yourself. You got the leadership position of Time Sky. You might be able to help Bauer erase some unnecessary troubles." After pausing, Chaos checked out Han Sen's body and said, "Your power has surprised me. You were able to block a lot of time power. Does your body wield time element gene powers?" "As a matter of fact, I did do some practicing with time element geno arts in the past," Han Sen replied. Chaos nodded. "You are not too bad. It is a shame your soul genes are too weak. If you were able to reincarnate a few more times, perhaps you would be able to take the final step. After spirits are reborn, won't their past life memories be erased?" Han Sen asked. Chaos laughed. "Ordinary spirits will not take their memories over to the next life, but some powerful life forces can adopt soul gene changes like Qin Xiu and me. We reincarnated, but we are special. We are stronger. Every life you have will be better than the last, but it does take a lot of requirements. Your life force would need a lot, so ordinary life forces cannot achieve this. When you had the Geno prototype stone, I tested your soul genes. It is a shame your soul genes are so average. You do not have any past life memories. That means your soul and whatever you were in a past life is no more. Just one lifetime of experience will not allow you to complete the last step." Han Sen did not say anything, which was probably because he knew he wouldn't be able to walk that step. The Geno tablet had already told him he might be treading a new path of evolution. Perhaps it was not even a path. Bauer looked upset and said, "You cannot say that to my father. If my dad does not walk that step, that is only because he does not want to. If he wants to take it, he absolutely will. My CAD is the strongest." Chaos frowned. She could tell Bauer had relied on Han Sen far too much. That sort of dependence was too much. It was beyond the realms of sense now. For Bauer's growth, that was not a good thing. As her daughter and the heir to that man, Bauer was the most perfect life form in the universe. She should have been very proud of herself. She should not have been constantly relying on Han Sen the way she was. Chaos moved her lips, but she did not say anything. She understood why she was mad when Bauer spoke that way to Han Sen but did not call her mom. If she said something more negative about Han Sen, Bauer would only become more upset. Compared to the relationship Bauer had with Han Sen, Bauer would only hate her more. It was a shame considering she was her biological mother. Han Sen stroked Bauer's head and smiled. "Bauer is right. If I want to, I will be able to. Don't you worry about a thing. I will not allow anything to harm my baby daughter. Not Qin Xiu or even the gods themselves will harm her." "You really love Bauer, don't you?" Bauer was very happy. She gave Han Sen a kiss. Chaos felt terrible about this. She thought, maybe Han Sen is being honest. I do not doubt that, but having such absolute faith does not always guarantee success. Aside from Bauer, no one else can defeat Qin Xiu. If Han Sen fights Qin Xiu before Bauer, he will fight Qin Xiu hard. That will be bad. If he dies, Bauer will be heartbroken and no longer be able to fight Qin Xiu with a still heart. No, I must convince Han Sen to not do anything I would deem dumb. Chaos said, "Bauer, you should go and practice. Me and Han Sen have something we need to do." She then performed a gesture to Han Sen. Han Sen knew Chaos had something she wished to say to him. He stroked Bauer's hair and said, "Go on, Bauer. You go and practice. I will take you home later. Let's have dinner with Mom, Little Flower, and Linger." "Cool. I miss my mother, sister, and brother." Bauer merrily agreed. She jumped off of Han Sen and went to practice. "Chaos, What is it you want to tell me? Han-san and Chaos walked far away from Bauer before the question was asked. Chaos looked at Han-san with a serious expression and said, I know you love Bauer, and I know you treat her like a biological daughter. If you really want what is best for her, you should promise me something. In the Geno tablet fights, if you encounter Qin Shou before Bauer does, you must quit. You cannot allow Qin Shou to kill you. That will distract Bauer. Perhaps winning would mean losing. You do not want bad things to happen to Bauer, right? You are right. I do not want something to happen to Bauer. Don't you worry. I know what to do. Han-san paused and said, Giving Bauer too much pressure is flat out not good for her. Let her rest for the night. Let her come home with me to have dinner. Let her relax, unwind, and get some energy back. Sure. Chaos nodded in agreement. Han-san took Bauer back with him to Space Garden. He called for his family to convene. Together with Bauer, they all had dinner. Aside from Little Flower and Linger, Tang Minger, Zero, Little Angel, Little Silver, and the others were all there. The whole family was complete. Bauer did not enjoy practicing. She had been trying hard for so long that she had grown bored of it. Now she was like a happy girl again. This was a night that gave her a chance to have fun. Bauer and her siblings, the three of them, were playing games. Han-sen and Ji Yenran sat on the couch watching them. Little Silver lay across Han-sen's lap. His eyes were closed. It allowed Han-sen to stroke its silver hair. Han-sen wished time could freeze then and there. Han-sen's phone rang. It was displaying Mr. White's number, so he answered the call. Han-sen could not help but ask, Mr. White, have you learned anything on the matter we discussed? It is difficult for me to describe with mere words, Mr. White said. If you are free, I suggest you come visit my place. Sure. I will head over there now. Han-sen put the phone down. He had no choice but to send Bauer back to the sanctuaries. He then went to the place in Space Garden where Mr. White lived. When Han-sen saw Mr. White, he quickly asked, Mr. White, have you found anything? Mr. White looked at Han-san and said, I have some predictions, but I am not too sure how accurate they are. I will have to conduct more tests. Can you use the Dongxian Sutra now? Han-sen thought, this is hard for me to say. I cannot use the Dongxian Sutra like I used to. When I am in danger and need to use it, I can use the Dongxian aura and feel everything that poses a threat to me. It's not quite like the Dongxian aura I used to know. It is difficult for me to describe. Mr. White nodded. He suddenly reached his hand out and patted Han-san on the chest. Mr. White stood in front of Han-san, who was not aware of Mr. White's movement. His hand had suddenly moved. It was like a phantom ghost hand. Even if Qin Shou was there, he might not have been able to avoid it. Just as Mr. White's hand was going to touch Han-san, his body reacted on instinct and moved to avoid Mr. White's incoming hand. Han-san did not fight back. He did not look alert. He did, however, give Mr. White a questioning look. He did not believe Mr. White wanted to hurt him. He must have had his reasons to do that. Mr. White looked at Han-sen's body and said, I see. Your body has reached with light and dust level. Han-san was confused, which he shared with Mr. White via a look. He asked, with light and dust level? What is that supposed to mean? I thought you were a student of Shen Men. Are these simple Shen Men words already beyond your understanding? Did you not read the Shen Men dictionary I gave you? Mr. White looked like he was smiling at Han-san, but he was not smiling. Han-san felt embarrassed. You know, I cannot find time to relax and read. Plus, I have very bad luck. Bad things follow me like a bad smell. I can never have the time to study literature. Mr. White laughed and said, that is certainly nonsense. You just don't want to read books. Otherwise, with your evolving speed, remembering these Shen Men dictionaries would not be difficult. Han-san blushed. He felt rather sad by the insinuation and said, I am afraid this is useless. The Shen Men is not really like mathematics. If I cannot understand the text, remembering it would be pointless. Mr. White nodded and said, you really are not suitable at learning Shen Men. If you do not practice Shen Men but can practice the Dongxian Sutra to such a level, it is something I can only describe as odd. If you have the time, you should explain the Dongxian Sutra to Ji Yanran. She is very good with Xian Men. She will achieve a lot with the Dongxian Sutra. If things are indeed that way, then that is great. I will go and teach her tonight. Hansen felt a bit excited. When he started speaking, his smile started to become bitter. You missed the Dongxian Sutra. Mr. White looked at Hansen with a soft smile. Hansen shook his head. Ji Yanran is a wife who has gone through life and death situations with me. It is not just the Dongxian Sutra. I am willing to teach her anything and everything I know. But like you said, Ji Yanran is very good with this stuff. When she learns the Dongxian Sutra, she will see through everything and be more sensitive. That will be very hard for me to live with. What you are saying makes sense. If the water is too clear, there can be no fish. If people get too close, there will be a fissure growing. It is always good to have some space and distance. After saying that, Mr. White said smiled. Don't you worry. I already told you that your body has already reached the with light and dust level. Even if Ji Yanran practiced the Dongxian Sutra to your level, she will still be unable to see through you. Mr. White, does this with light and dust level mean? Hansen quickly asked. With means flat, Mr. White explained. It means to cover, and means equal, so there are no differences. Mirrors capture dust and forbid shining. Whoever has the light will one day burn out and go dark someday. It means to cover yourself with the light. It is to be like dust. If you do not have light, you will not be dark. After thinking about Mr. White's short speech, Hansen asked, Are you saying to wait for the chance to come and do not reveal yourself? What does any of that have to do with my body? Mr. White nodded. People are aware that swords are sharp, and they know cannons can be destructive. There are things in this world that cannot be sorted out by swords and cannons. It is like when you are thirsty, you require water. When you are hungry, you require food. Even if you have an indestructible, ultimate sword or a cannon that can obliterate planets, they are pointless to have in such situations. Hansen retreated into thought. It looked like he was understanding something, but he didn't understand a thing. Mr. White went on to say, Ordinary creatures evolve along a path. There is a path of progress that leads them into obtaining more power. That sort of guided evolution is very limiting. It can be overbearing in the universe. In another area, such powers can be useless. Are you saying that my body can do anything in this area? Hansen understood what Mr. White meant. Yes, you are not so stupid after all. Although your understanding is not very accurate, that's what it means. Mr. White smiled. Why did I not have any feelings like that? Let's not just say I can do anything in any area and at the same time. Why can't I do something that my power is capable of achieving? Hansen looked at Mr. White with confusion, trying to figure out what had happened to him. That is because you have yet to understand your body, Mr. White seriously said. The hardest thing to understand in this world is yourself. Try to understand yourself, and you will make progress someday. How am I supposed to completely understand and control my body? After Mr. White left, Hansen got to thinking about all the things Mr. White told him. Dragon Lady saw Hansen walking and talking to himself all alone. So she said, It is so late. What are you doing here alone? Hansen looked at Dragon Lady and replied, I came back from Mr. White. It is already late, so why are you not asleep? I have invented a new dish. Everyone is resting, so no one can try it. It is perfect that I have found you here. I suppose you can be the first to try out my new dish. Dragon Lady dragged Hansen over to her kitchen. I really do not have much of an appetite. Hansen was not in much of a mood to try anything. There was a fight coming soon, and he was concerned more about the safety of his friends and family. Eating new foods was low on his list of priorities. That is excellent. My food can certainly boost someone's appetite. I heartily recommend you have a bite. Dragon Lady did not say much. She pulled Hansen to the kitchen and put a dish down in front of him. Since he was already there, Hansen decided he would at least eat a bit. After all, he did not want to hurt her feelings. Dragon Lady was very skillful. There was every chance that across the whole universe, there was not a chef greater than her. Unfortunately, Hansen really was not in the mood to eat. He did not think about the food on the table in front of him, so he just had a bite. The texture was good. He said, "It tastes great." After hearing what Han Sen had to say, Dragon Lady asked him for more. "If you think this dish is great, then please tell me what you think is good about it in further detail." Han Sen felt a bit embarrassed. He had only casually said what he did. He did not expect Dragon Lady to ask him a question in pursuit of more critique. He was just being polite on a whim. He did not really take the time to properly taste the food and understand how it tasted. "You must understand that I am not a professional food taster," he said. "I just thought it tasted great. There is not much more I can say. If you ask me what part of the food tastes the best and why, I cannot really tell you." He put more meat into his mouth. This time, Han Sen tried his best to taste the food. He did not expect he would be able to tell what was so good about the dish. More than anything, he just wanted this to be over and done with it. When Han Sen tried it this time, he was more than surprised. "That is fine," Dragon Lady said. "Just tell me what your heart is telling you. The way it was cooked was not for the food taster to taste. My purpose was to create something long-lasting." This was the first time Han Sen had heard a theory like this. Now that he was curious, he asked for more detail. "Long-lasting? What do you mean?" "There are lots of nice foods in this world. In this universe, new dishes are being invented every moment. Many dishes can be very popular. Those that are draw in lots of people who want to eat them. Many people will queue for a long amount of time just to get a taste. But food like this might find itself ignored and forgotten after a short amount of time. Even if it remained on the menu, not many people would order this. People would only order this now and again, but a very simple dish can prove itself reliable. Because of that, it can last millions of years. It can be a solid dish that, even if you ate it every day, you would not grow tired of it. I am looking for that. Something long-lasting. I want a dish that many people will want to keep eating for a long period of time and not for a one-off. Ideally, by coming up with this sort of dish, I can invoke a change in people's diets." "I understand where you're coming from," Han Sen said. "To make food that can last a long time is not an easy task. Before humans started exploring other planets, their food options were very lacking. They just ate whatever they were able to. They then developed particular foods that were considered traditional. Now, in the universe, you have all sorts of ingredients to make food with. You might say there are too many foods, so traditional, long-lasting meals don't really exist. That is why this means so much to me. It is a challenge, and that is what I am after. If it was not difficult for me to do, I would not be bothered doing this." Dragon Lady smiled. She looked at Han Sen and said, "To be able to say all you did, it means you really understand food. Why don't you tell me what this dish really tastes like? Just so you know, I call it spring-autumn meat. Do you think this has what it takes to be a long-lasting food?" Han Sen lowered his head and stared at the meat. He started to look at it strangely. Dragon Lady thought Han Sen would have said something by now, so she said, "You can tell me anything. Is there something you can hide from? I thought we were close enough to share everything." Han Sen was silent a moment before proceeding to say, "I do not know if this dish has what it takes to be long-lasting, but from what I see, this dish has a problem." "What problem?" Dragon Lady asked. Han Sen did not answer her immediately. Instead, he made a request. "How about this? You make this food again. Perhaps then I can better identify what the problem is." Han Sen was not a professional food critic, but Dragon Lady admired him all the same. She did not disregard his opinion just because he was not a professional, so she went ahead to do what Han Sen had told her. She produced more of that spring-autumn meat. Dragon Lady summoned a wok, spoon, knife, and spatula. She brought out a few ingredients and went ahead to cook the spring-autumn meat right in front of Han Sen. Dragon Lady's skills were very good. No matter the food choice, the process, or even the whole controlling of the fire aspect, everything she did was perfect. Even the top-class chefs and food critics from all across the universe would have been unable to identify a single fault. In Han Sen's eyes, all of this made him start to look weird. Han Sen was able to cook meat, but his cooking ability was simple. Even some grilled meat was considered very special. Before Dragon Lady, his cooking meat skill paled in comparison. As Hansen watched Dragon Lady make food, he had a weird feeling. Dragon Lady's every movement was something that resonated familiarity with him. It was like as Dragon Lady made food, every step and every movement were something Hansen had seen before. Most of Dragon Lady's movements were something Hansen was familiar with, but there were also times Hansen thought her movements were different. The places and moves Hansen could not feel familiar with were the times Hansen thought Dragon Lady was making a mistake. It made Hansen feel pretty weird. When it came to fighting powers, Hansen could defeat Dragon Lady. When it came to cooking talents, Hansen would never catch up with Dragon Lady. Their levels were nowhere near the same. Now, Hansen believed that Dragon Lady was not doing things right, and that feeling was very strong. It was a little unbelievable. What is going on? Why do I have this feeling? Is that the with light and dust Mr. White was talking about? Hansen was as much shocked as he was confused. He suddenly did not know what to do. Dragon Lady had already cooked the spring-autumn meat. She put it down in front of Hansen and asked him with seriousness, "Now, do you mind telling me what is wrong with the dish? It is really hard for me to explain." Hansen thought for a moment and said, "There is this feeling I have, and it prohibits me from speaking. How about I make one myself, and you get to rate how well I do it?" He did not believe his feelings were right. He did not know what to think, so he did not confess what he was feeling to her. "Are you going to make spring-autumn meat for me?" Dragon Lady looked at Hansen with shock. With Hansen's cooking skills, she could already predict how awful this was going to turn out. While the spring-autumn meat looked simple, there were two different vegetables and meats that required different timings and temperatures. Hansen would have to watch the temperature. Chefs that weren't professionals would not be able to juggle like that. With Hansen's lack of ability, she did not think he would be able to produce the dish. "Let me try it." Hansen did not have power like Dragon Lady. He could only enter the kitchen and use ordinary kitchen utensils and instruments to cook with. The spring-autumn meat contained 3 ingredients. The first was a heap of spring spices. The second ingredient was autumn mushrooms, and the third was a prime cut of thunder beast meat. The skin of a thunder beast was tough. Although it was not a high-class xenogenic, ordinary weapons were unable to damage its skin. The meat, however, was very fresh. That was especially true of the meat on its back. It was very thin and small. It made for excellent food to fry. The spring spices were crispy. The autumn mushrooms were smooth. When combined, the two of them could effectively get rid of the gamey taste. The 3 of them worked to present a wonderful dish. The meat accentuated the smells of the spring spices and autumn mushrooms. The meat was able to make the vegetables oily but not too greasy, provided a refreshing taste. That dish seemed easy to make. All one had to do was put the 3 ingredients in, and then get to work frying. Regarding the seasoning, all one had to add was some salt and sugar. The 3 ingredients were enough to make an award-winning taste. However, a dish like that was hard to improve upon. The spring spices were the freshest they could be. To cook at a high temperature meant perfect timing was needed. After a long amount of time, the spring spices tended to lose their crispiness. If they were not done well enough, their spicy tastes would not come out to complement the dish, rendering it all difficult to swallow. Without the spices to erase the gamey taste of the thunder beast's meat, it would taste poorly. The thunder beast meat was fresh, so it could not be cooked for too long. The autumn mushrooms, however, could be cooked for a long time. One could not cook it for long though, otherwise the natural mushroom taste disappeared. These 3 ingredients required 3 different fires. The timing for each was very strict. One had to control the fire accurately and sort out the ingredients. It was a complicated process. The spring spices and autumn mushrooms had to be cooked in slices. The heat needed to be equal, so the autumn mushrooms had to be thin while the spring spices had to be thick. That was how they were able to be cooked at the same time. The thunder beast meat needed to be clean. Dragon Lady had already done that on Hansen's behalf, so he did not need to worry about that. That simple meat actually had many rules for cooking. Dragon Lady did not think someone like Hansen could prepare a decent spring-autumn meat dish. Then again, Hansen was known for constantly surprising people. Therefore, Dragon Lady was wise enough not to underestimate him. Han-sen always cooked meat, but he never fried his food. After watching Dragon Lady fry the spring-autumn meat, he somehow seemed to understand something. He had a confidence that could not be described. Although he did not have Dragon Lady's magical tools, he was able to use ordinary cooking and make great use of them. He looked like a pro while using them. He was not a rookie, that was for sure. The cleaver in Han-sen's hand had a rhythm to the way it sliced. It did not go fast, but it did not go slow. Its usage produced a melody that could not be described. Even Dragon Lady thought Han-sen's way of cutting up food was an art form. Dragon Lady stared at Han-sen as she thought. His skills and cooking skills go hand in hand. Han-sen's knife skills are so good. Even his cutting is so good. Just because his cutting is good, it does not mean he can cook good food. How will he be able to fry this spring-autumn meat? Han-sen did not think much. He cut the ingredients up and put them in the wok. Everything was so smooth that it was as if he had done this 1,000 times. Han-sen had only seen Dragon Lady prepare and cook the spring-autumn meat, so the feelings were amazing. Dragon Lady looked at Han-senator. The more she watched, the wider her eyes became. Han-sen conducted every step with amazing precision and accuracy. It was truly brilliant. Rather than just focusing on the accuracy, one could also say his rhythm was perfection. Even Dragon Lady did not think she could do better than Han-sen when it came to that. Since when did he learn how to cook? Dragon Lady was shocked. This level of cooking finesse did not happen in one day. As she watched Han-sen prepare the ingredients for cooking, she knew he must have been really familiar with the textures of the food. He could do whatever he wanted with them. Shortly after, Dragon Lady's surprise morphed into confusion. Han-sen's process was the same as hers. In the end, there was a slight difference. The spring spices should have been dropped into the pan after the autumn mushrooms, but Han-sen reversed this process. This time, he cooked the spring spices first. From Dragon Lady's point of view, this was wrong. When the autumn mushrooms were cooked, the spring spices would be overcooked. They would not be crispy, and the taste would not be so fresh. If he cooks like this, the spring-autumn meat will be ruined. Dragon Lady shook her head. Dragon Lady was most surprised by the fact that Han-sen did not actually fry the autumn mushrooms. He only fried the spring spices a little. Then he picked them up. He picked up the meat and the spring spices. You haven't cooked the autumn mushrooms, Dragon Lady reminded him. You can put them in now, Han-sen said. He put the thin slices of autumn mushrooms on top. They covered the spring spices and thunder beast meat. Dragon Lady was shocked. She did not know what Han-sen was doing. Han-sen poured some oil into the wok and watched the oil. When the oil was heated, Han-sen lifted the wok and put the oil onto the plate. The golden oil was on the white mushrooms. The mushrooms became yellow. It was like a layer of gold, and it produced a delicious smell. The smell of the mushrooms, oil, meat, and spring spices all swirled together in an intoxicating haze. The chemical reaction was unbelievable. It created a vegetable smell that drew saliva out of people's mouths. Even Dragon Lady had to gulp down a lot of saliva when she saw it. It is done. Please try it. Han-sen put the spring-autumn meat in front of Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady was shocked. She grabbed the chopsticks and picked up spring spices. After placing them in her mouth, her eyes opened wide. She looked as if she could not believe what she was tasting. The spring spices had absorbed the tastes of the autumn mushrooms and the meat. The spices themselves were so crispy that they made a large impact on the tongue the moment they touched down on it. Dragon Lady's mouth was overwhelmed by the orgy of flavors. With the right amount of salt and sugar in her mouth, it kept going and going to tease her tongue's most sensitive taste buds. It made Dragon Lady keep producing saliva. Before she could taste it all, she could not help but gobble it all up. Dragon Lady could not wait to try out the autumn mushrooms and the thunder beast meat. She hastily stuffed them into her mouth. The tastes were strong. The meat and mushrooms were all around her teeth as she gnashed, drenching her mouth in flavor, conquered her tongue. The tasty presence exploded in her mouth. How did you do that? Dragon Lady looked at Han Sen with a look of disbelief. It was as if she did not know who he was. Dragon Lady was shocked. That kind of cooking skill was not rare, but to think of someone being able to cook like that, they must have had a great understanding of cooking and food. He would have to be well-versed and perhaps even be better than her. Han Sen did not look like the sort of man who spent a lot of time cooking, yet he could modify the spring-autumn meat. On top of that, he discovered the best way to cook all 3 ingredients. It made Dragon Lady shocked, to say the least. Dragon Lady grabbed Han Sen by the wrist and asked, "Tell me, when did you learn how to cook so well?" "You don't know who I am if you ask that," Han Sen said with a laugh. "I have never had the time to learn how to cook. I only saw you cook it up once, and that is how I understood how to do the recipe." Dragon Lady rolled her eyes. If just one look could give someone so many cooking skills, chefs would no longer need to exist in this world. "I don't know. You know me the most. You are always cooking the food. How often do I get to cook?" After Han Sen said that, he thought, does this have something to do with the light and dust level that Mr. White spoke about? I do not believe it. There is no way you can just randomly watch someone and become that good at cooking yourself. Dragon Lady knew Han Sen was speaking the truth though. She knew he did not have the time to cook. At best, he could only grill some meat. There was little to no skill involved in that. If Han Sen had randomly watched and learned that much skill, it was still something Dragon Lady could not wrap her head around and believe. Dragon Lady cooked a few more dishes for Han Senator. It turned out that he was able to cook those as well. He actually cooked the meals better than she did. He gave Dragon Lady more than a few surprises. His changes always made the food taste better than Dragon Lady's recipes. Dragon Lady looked at Han Sen in disbelief. She could not believe a genius man like him could possibly exist. He was better than her, who was a true professional. And he did all that just by having one look. How did you do this? Dragon Lady was a little bit sad. She started to wonder why she had studied so hard to become a good chef. Maybe that is why I am a genius. Han Sen pretended to think, stroking his chin as he did so. When Dragon Lady looked at Han Sen, she seemed angry. She was about to grab the frying pan and smack Han Sen across the face. But he seriously said, "I think I really do understand." "What do you understand?" Dragon Lady asked him with shock. "I cannot explain it. It is like no matter what I do, I can just find out the right way to do stuff." Han Sen tried to explain this as clearly as he could. When Dragon Lady heard him, she looked at Han Sen weirdly. The big path is a simple one to follow. Everything will return to its origin. Did you already reach the highest level where humans and the path combine? I do not know. I do not know what has happened to me. Mr. White called this with light and dust. You are saying it is humans and the path getting together. I do not know what it is. Han Sen shook his head. He thought of another matter. He then said to Dragon Lady, "There are many things I need to go and prove. How about we talk again at a later time?" Han Sen waved his hands, left, and returned to his home. "Why are you so late?" Ji Yanran was sitting in front of a table, sorting out many documents. Seeing Han Sen come back, she poured out some tea for him. Han Sen grabbed Ji Yanran and quickly said, "Yanran, give me the hardest book of Shen Men." "Why? I thought you hated those books. Are you going to study it in a rush?" Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen with shock. Han Sen had given her all the Shen Men books long ago since he never wanted to read them himself. At best, he only flipped through a few of the pages. He never put his mind to the study of it. "Of course not. I just want to see if I have what it takes to learn it." Han Sen could not really explain things to his wife. After thinking a moment, Ji Yanran said, "When you looked at the hidden reel last time, you only read through half of it. Why don't you carry on from where you left off?" "I do not want the hidden reel or other silly beginner books," Han Sen said after a brief think. "I want you to give me the one that is hardest to understand. I think there is one article called Shen Men Hidden Reel Explanation. Mr. White said that aided his understanding the most over the past few years. Do you really want to read the Shen Men Hidden Reel Explanation?" Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen with shock. The Shen Men Hidden Real Explanation was written by Mr. White with the knowledge he had on Shen Men. It was not the hardest book about Shen Men, but it covered a lot of aspects of it. If a person did not understand Shen Men, or if they were not scholars of the basic Shen Men, they would be unable to read the Shen Men Hidden Real Explanation. Ji Yanran's Shen Men knowledge required a lot of information for studying Shen Men Hidden Real Explanation. There was a lot she had yet to understand, so she was always having to ask Mr. White for clarification. Han Sun did not know anything about Shen Men, yet he wanted to jump straight into reading the Shen Men Hidden Real Explanation. Ji Yanran did not know what point there was to him reading it. But if Han Sen wanted to have a look, Ji Yanran was not going to deny him. She gave to him a copy of the Shen Men Hidden Real Explanation. The one Mr. White had penned was in the Han family's house back in the Alliance. It was not revealed to any random nobody. Han Sen did not understand anything. It was so hard for him. It was not like having a good memory would work for this. Although Han Sun tried to learn a lot of it, there was no progress. There was a lot of information about Shen Men. Han Sen looked like he understood it despite not actually understanding. Even his Dongshen Sutra was at a high level. In the Shen Men stuff, Han Sen did not understand very much. He was far inferior to Ji Yanran. Han Sen picked up the Shen Men Hidden Real Explanation and read it. After he read it, he felt happy. Before, it was so hard for him to understand. Now, Han Sen was somehow able to understand it all. Much to his surprise, it was not even that difficult. He could sense that the content of the pages was rather simple. This feeling could only be felt. It was like a person who had never studied mathematics before. They would get a headache when they saw it but would suddenly have a light bulb turn on in their head. The mathematics then no longer looked difficult. Previously, Han Sen did not have the time to learn. So, when he read it, it meant nothing to him. He now fully understood. He thought the Shen Men stuff was interesting. He kept reading it all, page by page, thinking it was quite fascinating. Ji Yanran watched Han Sen ravenously flick through the pages. It did not look as if he was reading it all seriously, so she said, "You are flicking through the pages very quickly. Do you really understand what you're reading?" As Han Sen read, he spoke in a very excited manner. "I should be able to understand a little." It did not matter if he was to make food or study books. They were the sort of tasks Han Sen had never been good at. Now, Han Sen was performing really well with all the stuff he was supposed to be bad at. If that was the with light and dust level Mr. White talked about, to Han Sen it was an unimaginable boon. Mr. White said my body can be used in any field. Does that mean my body will become a genius that is talented in everything? No matter what I do or what I learn, will I be better than others? Han Sen read the Shen Men Hidden Real Explanation and came to understand Shen Men a whole of a lot more. He had tried learning it for many years, but now he was understanding it a lot more. Although reading that book did not mean he had learned Shen Men, it was not like before when he only knew a small amount. He closed the book and looked at Ji Yanran's face. He looked at Ji Yanran and felt bad. "What are you looking at?" Ji Yanran reached out her hands and pushed Han Senator. She felt bad. "I am looking at your face." Han Sen did not look away. He reached out his hands and touched Ji Yanran's jaw. He smiled. "You know how to look at people's faces, don't you?" Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen with shock. In the Shen Men, faces were not an aspect of superstition. There was a skill that allowed them to be observed, however. It was called be born from the heart. It was not like if one thought of evil things they looked ugly or thought of good deeds and looked dashing. Be born from the heart meant a person's temper and personality could affect one's face. For example, people who worked hard did not usually have much in the way of emotion. They loved frowning, so their foreheads tended to have more wrinkles. People who laughed a lot had more wrinkles around their eyes and mouth. To go deeper, if a person had a bad temper, their livers would be on fire. If they stayed up late, they developed a bad throat and bad nose. They got dark circles around their eyes and would lose their hair. All of life's experiences left traces on a person's face. They were traces others could see on a face, so one could use that as a foundation for judging a person. Knowing a face required a lot of knowledge, like one would need to study medicine and biology. They were the most basic fundamentals. Han Sen used to learn some of this stuff, Because he thought it was too much trouble and a big waste of time, he didn't bother learning it. Han Sen, who was half a Shenmen student looking from the outside in, was not as accurate as the average fortune teller one might find on the street. As Han Sen looked at Ji Yanran's face, he saw her in a completely different light. In the past, he could not identify and register the traces. Now they were illuminated in front of him. It was reminiscent of the phrase, "When you are inside a circle, you are looking inside. When you are outside, you are always just looking for the heat." Now, Han Sen could see something that was technically inside him. "Sure. Now, tell me what you see in my face." Ji Yanran removed Han Sen's hand. She put her face in front of Han Sen and looked at him with interest. "For days ago, Little Flower went to the Alliance, right?" Han Sen asked with a smile. Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen's face and asked, "Did you get all of that just from looking at my face?" Han Sen reached out his finger and touched Ji Yanran's lips. There was a lighter color on Han Sen's finger. Han Sen said with a smile, "This is the lipstick you always use. This brand can only be found in the Alliance and at the latest. It has only been out for 4 days. I bet the manager will deliver the newest thing to our house. Only Little Flower can fetch the lipstick from the Alliance for you." After thinking a moment, Ji Yanran asked, "How do you know for sure that it was Little Flower who went back to the Alliance? Maybe it was yesterday, or perhaps it was 2 days ago." "No," Han Sen shook his head with certainty. "You really like to focus on your appearance, but you don't do makeup. Usually, you focus on skincare to moisture your face and give it a subtle sheen. This lipstick is the product you always use. There is nothing more than that. Every time there is a new product, you always make sure to try it out first." Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen and smiled. She did not speak. It made Han Sen feel a bit worried. "Why are you looking at me like that? Am I right or not?" "I did not expect this," Ji Yanran said, with a roll of her eyes. "You even know what sort of lipstick I use. How did I not know you cared about me that much? What does that mean? You are my wife. How could I not care about you? I just never told you I do." Han Sen held Ji Yanran by the waist as he spoke. Ji Yanran squeezed his waist and said, "Stop talking crap. Tell me, did you really learn how to read people's faces? What else did you see?" "I could see my father-in-law has not been doing so well. He must have gotten bullied by my mother-in-law." Han Sen looked at Ji Yanran's face as he spoke. Ji Yanran opened her eyes wide and asked, "How can you know that?" "That is not something difficult to know. The necklace around your neck belongs to your mother-in-law." Han Sen explained the story. To shock Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran then asked Han Sen something. He was able to answer her smoothly. From what he saw of her body, he could predict a lot of stuff, even what she did daily could be seen. It gave Ji Yanran quite the shock. She had learned how to read people too. After a long, arduous time of learning it, she had only grasped a bit. She was better than Han Sen before, but Han Sen was far better than her now. "Did you really read all of the Shenmen hidden real explanation?" Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen with a doubting look. "I would not say I read it all," Han Sen said. "I read about half of it. You would not be researching it secretly without me knowing, would you? After you understood it, you came here and put on a show just to one-up me." Ji Yanran found it hard to believe that Han Sen had only read it once and understood it so well. It takes 10 years of hard work off the stage to go up on stage for 1 minute, and that is how it is for a commoner. Your husband is a unique genius. I do not need to practice for 10 years. I only need a moment to be up on stage. Han Sen looked cocky. "I do not believe you." Ji Yanran did not believe it. She pulled out another Shenmen document and presented it to Han Sr. "This is a smaller book. You should go and read it. If you can understand what is in this, I will believe you are a genius." "Dear, it is bad to not trust your husband," Han Sen said. "I only trust my own judgment," Ji Yanran said while curling her lips. "Men cannot be trusted. They are liars and cannot be trusted." Han Sen said, "What you are saying is wrong. I am not like any other man." "Yes, you are right," Ji Yanran seriously said. "You are more untrustworthy than the average man." Han Sen's mouth opened wide. He had suddenly been rendered speechless. He rolled his eyes and laughed. Fine, I will read the smaller book. If I understand everything, you will have to pay me back with something. What do you want? Ji Yanran asked with a blink. Han Sen grinned. He whispered something to Ji Yanran. It made Ji Yanran's face turn red. She madly pinched Han Sen's waist and replied, You go to hell. What? Are you afraid? Do you not want to bet? Do you not trust yourself now? You know your husband is a genius, therefore you are afraid. Han Sen lifted his lips. Ji Yanran gnashed her teeth and said, I am not afraid. We can make the gamble. I do not believe you can just read this book once and learn it all. The next morning, Han Sen woke up from his dreams. Ji Yanran's body was soft. She looked boneless on his body. She had slept well. It looked as if she was very tired after what they had done the night before. Han Sen kissed Ji Yanran's cheek and felt very proud. The previous night, he read the smaller book about Shen Men once. It made Ji Yanran keep her promise to spend a good night with him. For Han Sen, it was not just that it was amazing. His body was very strange. Even during sex, it was very special. It was like he understood more than before. A gentle touch was enough to drive Ji Yanran crazy. Does that mean my body has reached that level? Han Sen was very happy. He felt as if nothing in the world could stop him. He got out of bed, put some clothes on, and left the house. He wanted to try out something he was not very good at to see if his body would adjust well to it. After opening the door of the house, he saw a light in the sky. The Geno tablet was lighting up again. Someone has challenged a leader's seat. Han Sen raised his head and looked shocked. The light in the sky that was shining was of the 17th sky, where Qin Xiu was. Who wants to challenge Qin Xiu? Han Sen looked at the Geno tablet. He wanted to see who had the audacity to challenge Qin Xiu. He could not think of anyone in the universe who would be willing to do such a thing. Han Sen was not the only one who was confused by this. Many elites in the Geno Hall and the God Chaos Party were in shock too. They could not imagine who might have wanted to challenge Qin Xiu now. Quickly, the Geno tablet displayed an image of the 17th sky. Qin Xiu and another shadow appeared on the screen. It is her. When Han Sen saw the shadow, he recognized who it was. It was a beautiful woman. She was so pretty that she did not seem like a human. It was hard to make people think of her in a wrong way. It is Moon God of the Witch. Why would she challenge Qin Xiu? Han Sen was very confused, but no one could provide him with an answer to the riddle. It is her. It is her. Wang Yuhang's voice was heard from afar. He was shouting as he approached. Han Sen walked up to him and asked, What do you mean it is her? Do you know who she is? Wang Yuhang quickly said, When I was trapped in the 33 skies, she was the woman who saved me, but she wrecked me pretty good. I vowed to exact my revenge on her. I think you should stay away from her, Han Sen said with a wry smile. Wang Yuhang looked as if he had been slighted. I was unable to beat her, but my super god spirit body has evolved into ultimate mode now. I should have what it takes to defeat her. Do you have any idea who she is? Han Sen asked with a smile. I do not care who she is. If I see gods, I kill gods. If I see a Buddha, I kill a Buddha. Wang Yuhang was screaming. Her name is Moon God, Han Sen said. Just like Han Yufei, they are witches from many years ago. But Han Yufei is weaker among all other witches. Moon God is one of the strongest witches. Wang Yuhang stopped talking. In Space Garden, not many people put fear into Wang Yuhang's heart. Bauer was one such person though. Linger was another. It was Han Yufei he was afraid of the most, however. Han Yufei frequently tested Wang Yuhang. He was scared just hearing her name spoken. Cough, cough, we are both victims. You should have mentioned that sooner. Wang Yuhang immediately agreed with Han's senator. He looked around, scanning their surroundings. He was now afraid Han Yufei was in the immediate area. He did not want her to hear what he had just said. Who are you with? A voice was heard outside the door. It made Wang Yuhang's legs go soft. He had to grab a hold of Han Sen's arm as not to fall over. Han Yufei then came out from the nearest door. She looked at Wang Yuhang as if she was smiling, but she was not actually smiling. Wang Yuhang quickly said, Sister Yufei, I was just joking. Sister Moon God is the same race as you, so that would make her my sister as well. Not to just trick me, but even if she wanted my heart on a platter, I would willingly end my life and give it to her. Wang Yuhang was really afraid of Han Yufei. He was afraid Han Yufei was going to conduct even more tests on him. Although Han Yufei was not in the mood to deal with him now, he looked at Han San and asked, "Why would Moon God challenge Qin Xiu?" "I should be the one asking you that," Han San said. "Why has she gone to challenge Qin Xiu? You guys are from the same race, so you should be able to understand more than me." Han Yufei shook her head and said, "Qin Xiu broke the barriers of the universe to reach the Geno universe. His body was repelled by the universe, and he was suppressed by the Geno Hall. My race is the one that saved him and allowed him to continue living. Although we only did this on behalf of Wanner back then, Moon God fought the God spirits because of it. She did so to keep him alive. She saved his life. Even if Qin Xiu became the new universe leader, he would not do anything to Moon God. I do not know why Moon God has moved to challenge him. Do you think Moon God has what it takes to challenge Qin Xiu in combat?" Hansen thought Moon God might stand a chance. Qin Xiu was powerful, but the witches were not bad either. Back then, the leaders of the God Chaos Party and Geno Hall made a life form. One of them was Human Alpha. That was the first Qin Xiu. The other life form was the Alpha of the Witch race. Han San did not know what the Witch Alpha was called. He did not know if they were even alive anymore. Judging from all this, the blood of a witch was enough to fight Qin Xiu. Moon God was the best out of all the witch race, so perhaps she did have enough power to battle Qin Xiu. Otherwise, with her personality, why else would she challenge Qin Xiu? "I don't know." Han Yufei shook her head. In the 17th sky, Moon God stepped forward. She was like a god walking in the pale moonlight. She did not wield any fire. If a sky full of creatures did not know what this fight meant, they would think she was merely playing around. Qin Xiu looked at Moon God. He did not look as full of himself as usual. He bowed and said, "Sister Moon, it has been many years. How are you?" A sky full of creatures was shocked. They did not think there was another person who could make Qin Xiu behave like this. Moon God coldly said, "But now I am not doing so good. Who dared to make you upset?" Qin Xiu smiled at her. "It was you," Moon God coldly said. Qin Xiu knew she was going to say that. He did not bite back. He merely said, "If I made you upset, you can just beat me. I will not fight back." "Do you think I will feel guilty for you saying that?" Moon God coldly asked. "That is not what I meant," Qin Xiu seriously said. "Sister Moon, you were always so good to me and my sister. If you want to kill me, I will not fight back." Moon God coldly said, "You do not need to talk so much crap. We don't owe each other favors anymore. If Wanner had not begged for your life, I would not have cared if you had died right in front of me. In that case, I will return the favor for Wanner," Qin Xiu said. "How dare you speak her name?" Moon God coldly said. "If I knew you would turn out to be such a heartless person, I would have rather upset her than save your life." Han Sen now understood why Moon God wanted to fight Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu wanted to revive his real sister, Qin Wanner. The witch Wanner was Qin Wanner reincarnated, but she was not Qin Wanner. The reborn Qin Wanner, who had the soul of the witch Wanner, was sacrificed. That was something the witch and Moon God could not accept. Qin Xiu's personality was, at the very least, one with a lot of determination. The witch Wanner was super nice to him, but he was still really stubborn about wanting to revive Qin Wanner. He did not hesitate to sacrifice the witch version of Wanner. Han Sen could not tell if Qin Xiu was right or wrong in this, but to witch Wanner, Qin Xiu was a sinful man. "If Moon God wants to punish Qin Xiu, please do it," Qin Xiu coldly said. "I will not fight back." "Good. I want to see what you have spent the past many years learning. I want to see how you can dare say what you are saying directly in front of me." Moon God looked very cold. She waved her hand and looked as if she was going to palm Qin Xiu. Moon God and Qin Xiu were a few thousand feet apart. Moon God was not fast. She pushed her palm out slowly. It did not seem scary, and there did not seem to be a powerful light carrying it. This palm is called ice. Her palm was like jade or crystal. It was like it had been made from an ice jade statue. It was so pretty that it was heavenly. It was like the best product of the earth. People would have thought that palm was like light. It seemed powerless. It did not touch Qin Xiu. It was a few thousand feet away from him. It did not look like a threatening move. They thought Moon God was not going to be able to hurt Qin Xiu. Han Sen's eyes suddenly turned bright. He saw the real behavior of the Cold Sutra. His jade skin came from Moon God's Cold Sutra. People could not see the amazing thing they should have witnessed, but he could. With Moon God's powerless palm in the air, Qin Xiu's body formed frost. He was frozen in ice and jade. He became an ice jade statue. Han Sen thought the sheep fairy's hollow structure was amazing. Compared to Moon God, the sheep fairy's hollow structure was far inferior. Moon God's ice jade structure was mysterious. It was like it was forever crystal. Even the world's strongest power would not be able to break her ice jade seal. The ice jade crystal was also using a special way to minimize itself. The freezing power became deeper, and the ice jade became more concentrated. If this continued, Qin Xiu's body would become dust because of the ice jade. In the next second, Han Sen heard a catch noise. The so-called forever ice jade crystal had a crack. The crack was spreading. It spread through the whole ice jade crystal. Pang! A sky full of crystal jade slices went everywhere. The crystallized Qin Xiu body shattered. Qin Xiu's face appeared. Qin Xiu was standing where he was. He did not move, but Moon God used her Cold Sutra's sealing power at max. It was unable to hurt him. Qin Xiu is very powerful. When Han Sen was able to use a Geno art, and when he was the best at using jade skin, he was still inferior to Moon God. Even Moon God's attacks did not work on Qin Xiu. Han Sen's jade skin would likely fail if he used it. Of course you are strong. It is no wonder you look down on everything now. Moon God was still very cold. The coldness in her eyes became colder. Thank you, Sister Moon, Qin Xiu said. If you want to do this again, just do it. There is no point in you trying to provoke me this way, Moon God coldly said. I will return the 3 palm for honor. Earlier was just the first one. There are another 2 to come. If Sister Moon thinks this is fun, then not just 3 palm strikes will do. You can do 300 or even 3,000, and I will be happy to oblige. Qin Xiu sounded oddly sincere. Humph! Moon God coldly grunted. She seemed to hate the things Qin Xiu was saying. Her hands, which looked like beautiful jade, were palming into Qin Xiu's chest. This time, Moon God used her left hand. This hand was completely different from the other hand. The palm from earlier was so cold and heartless that it froze everything. The main power was a cold sealing power. Moon God's second palm was not cold. The hand was like crystal or jade. It looked like it was carved out of the most beautiful jade stone statue. The jade-looking palm cut through space. It destroyed the space it traversed. Wherever the hand touched, it was destroyed. The destructive powers were very strong. They were stronger than Han Sen's reverse the story of genes. This palm is called Jade Shatter, Moon God coldly said. When the palm went forward, its presence was felt across the universe. The jade hand was on Qin Xiu's black crystal armor. The black crystal armor was delivered a crack. Moon God's jade palm went into the armor. This was the first time Han Sen had seen a crack develop on the black crystal armor. But that palm was unable to break the black crystal armor. It only left a mark on it that was the shape of a hand. Qin Xiu lowered his head and looked at the palm on his chest. He sighed. Sister Moon, you are much stronger after being reincarnated. This jade shatter is something not even a sky full of god spirits could repel. A god base would be instantly destroyed by this. I must say, I am looking forward to your 3rd palm strike. While he spoke, the palm marking on the black crystal armor recovered. Moon God ignored what he had said and coldly said, There is no need for you to look forward to it because you will see it now. After that, Moon God reached out her hands. She did not unleash another palm at Qin Xiu. She put her hands together with her fingertips facing each other. She made a circular gesture in the air. Moon God raised her hands. The hollow circular part was aimed at Qin Xiu. She coldly said, "This palm is called Moon Break." After Moon God said that, Qin Xiu's face changed. Qin Xiu had been standing there the whole time, not moving an inch. Now he was actively retreating. He was too late. A buzzing noise sounded. A whole portion of space vanished where Qin Xiu was. It was like the time and space there had been dug away and deleted. Qin Xiu had been a step too close. The black crystal armor on his arm had been eaten by the force of that power. Most of the arm armoring and the muscles of his arm had been torn off. They vanished with the collapsed part of space. It was like a big, scary, invisible mouth had ripped his arm off. "Sister Moon, you have already maxed out and broken the world. I must congratulate you." Qin Xiu's face did not change. He did not seem to care about the wounds on his arm. He looked sincere in his bow and congratulations to her. As he bowed, the wounds on his arm and the broken black crystal armor had already recovered. No trace of the wounds he had just incurred was found. Han Sen frowned and thought, "The Geno prototype armor has a real body inside it. What does this mean? Did Qin Xiu give up his body and use a pure spirit body to enter the Geno prototype armor? If this was true, there should not be any actual body inside it." "I must congratulate you as well," Moon God coldly said. "It looks like you did it. You reached reboot level. You made your body. This is as I expected all along. There is nothing particular joyous or special about this. But tell me, Sister Moon, do you still want to fight me?" Qin Xiu was neither happy nor sad. He looked like this was what was always supposed to happen. "I said that I would deliver 3 palms, and now I have delivered my 3 palms," Moon God said. "You do not need to try me." She then walked away. She broke space and departed the 17th sky. The 33 skies by Sima was unable to stop her exit. When Moon God left, the shadow of the Geno tablet faded away. The 17th sky returned to how it used to be. No weird lights continued to shock the sky and all that jazz. Han Sen felt a little strange after bearing witness to that encounter. He did not know why Moon God did not attack him more. She was very high profile and had gone all the way up there to fight him, yet she had only wanted to attack the man 3 times. It did not seem as if that was something Moon God would do. While Han Sen was lost in thought, he saw the space in front of him ripple like water. A beautiful body like a mirror flower water moon was spreading through space ahead like a shockwave. It was Moon God arriving, the one who had just struck Qin Xiu 3 times. Han Yufei looked at Moon God. She looked a bit shy. She stood straight and called out her name politely. "Sister Moon." "Little Yufei, you are still so lazy. With your potential, if you were not glued to your research all the time, your accomplishments and strength would be no inferior to mine." Moon God sounded as if she was trying to lecture her, and as if she had raised her all her life but had failed. "Our paths were always meant to diverge," Han Yufei said while lifting the frame of her black glasses. She stared at Moon God. "It does not mean the path you walked was right and mine was wrong. Whatever, it is good enough to learn that you are happy. Since you were young, I was never able to control or steer you in any particular direction that wasn't your own." After saying that, Moon God proceeded to ignore Han Yufei. She looked at Han San and said, "Have you learned my 3 palms?" Han San was shocked and asked, "The 3 times you hit Qin Xiu, was that something you actually wanted to show me? So, have you learned them?" Moon God asked again. "I understand a bit of what you showcased, but even if I did understand them fully, it would be pointless. My body has a problem. Thus, I will be unable to use them." Han Sen had to answer her this way. He was just trying to be polite, but he actually understood what he had seen completely. The 3 palms were 3 different levels of the Cold Sutra. The first 2 levels were called Ice and Jade Shatter. Han Sen was able to do those. The last one he saw was Moon Break. It should have been something Moon God had created after she reached a break world rate of 100. Han Sen was able to understand it just fine, but his body would not allow him to use it whenever he pleased. Moon God asked, "Have you been able to understand Qin Xiu's power yet?" "I understand some, but not all of it," Han Sen said. His body was only created when he reached reboot class. Isn't that right? Moon God nodded and said, yes, that is correct. Upon reaching reboot class, it means he has achieved an undying body. Even without a god temple or a base, he can infinitely reboot. He can reset his body to a certain time and space. No matter what kind of damage he takes, his body will be rebooted to that time. So, no matter how strong your powers are, you are unable to kill him. You can make his body turn into nothing, but he can still return to the time he was first able to revive. After briefly thinking, Hansen asked, is there no other way to kill him? Like, can we use time power and prohibit him from going back to that time? Rebooting is not a simple time power, Moon God said. Even if you achieved mastery over time and space powers, you cannot affect his reboot powers. Otherwise, why else do you think only reboot class people can assert control over the Geno Hall? Why would they be the ones labeled the masters of the universe? Reboot class means you have an immortal body. In this entire world, there are only 5 people who are reboot class. There are 5. Hansen looked at Moon God. He could not imagine how there could be 5 such people. Moon God said, in the past, the Geno Hall leader was the only reboot god spirit. He was the first and he was the beginning of the reboot class. Without him, there could not be another 4 reboot class people. After a pause, Moon God said, the second reboot class person is someone you seem to know rather well. That person is Bauer, who happens to have that leader's blood. She will become reboot class. It is only a matter of time before she does. The third person is the current God Hall leader. Before the old leader rebooted the universe, he put his power into the Geno Hall. He controlled the Geno Hall, and that is why the universe has been able to maintain peace for so long. So, are you saying the fourth is Qin Xiu? If that is so, who might the 5th person be? Hansen asked. If you knew Qin Xiu was reboot class, then you should also know who that person is, Moon God said to Hansen with a smile. Can you not guess the other reboot class person? Which alpha? Hansen's heart jumped as he said it out. Back in the day, whoever earned the leader's blood was not just a human alpha. There was the alpha of the witch, but Hansen did not know what happened to the witch alpha. Hansen peered at Moon God's face. He knew he was correct, so he asked, is the witch alpha still alive? Is she still here in the current incarnation? Moon God smiled. Do you think Qin Xiu only let me hit him because he owes me a favor? Are you saying he is afraid of the witch alpha? Hansen's heart was shaking. That is only half correct. He needed to return a favor to me, but he was also scared. However, the witch alpha is dead. Now, there is only Tai Yi of the witch. When Moon God mentioned those 2 words, Tai Yi, she looked a bit cocky. Tai Yi is the witch alpha in a reincarnated form. Hansen's mouth opened wide. He remained frozen for quite a while. Moon God sighed. Not exactly. The witch alpha died and was reincarnated. When she was reincarnated, there was a problem. Her soul split into 2. Tai Yi is one of those halves. Was it really split in 2? In that case, the other one... Hansen wanted to ask who it was, but then he thought about someone. He screamed and asked, is the other one Sky God King Kun? You seem to know a lot, but King Kun is of the witch. Moon God looked at Han Senator. She was surprised he knew about the existence of Sky God King Kun. Hansen knew who King Kun was, but he was shocked all the same. He did not believe the allegation, so he said, that can't be right. King Kun and Tai Yi are different. How could he be another half of the soul of the witch alpha? Moon God sighed. Sometimes an identity does not mean anything. Even though he is half of the witch alpha incarnate, he might not be able to reach the end. But that is fine. King Kun does not matter as it is the business of the witch. You do not need to be involved. Tai Yi will handle it. After pausing, Moon God said to Hansen, you saw my 3 palms. You saw Qin Xiu's body. This is good. Use my 3 palms to practice with Bauer. If she can evade Moonbreak, she can battle Qin Xiu. Otherwise, do not bother joining the Geno Tablet fights. I would like to practice with Bauer, but I am afraid my body will not allow it, Hansen said with a wry smile. I watched your fight with Moment God. Your body has evolved sufficiently to make use of the Cold Sutra. As Moon God spoke, she checked Han Sen out. It is a rather difficult situation to explain. My body does have a problem though. I can only use the strength I need to use when I am provoked by adversarial powers. Usually, I am quite harmless. Han Sen explained the situation to her. When Moon God heard what he had to say, she frowned sternly and continued checking Han Sen out. Eventually, she said, "What you are saying is that you are stronger when you fight something stronger. As in, if the enemy is stronger, you will become stronger." "I guess that is what I meant," Han Sen confirmed with a nod. "I must confess, that is rather interesting. That means if I put power onto you, you will become as strong as me." Moon God squinted her eyes. It was hard to determine what she was thinking about. "I am not too sure about that because I do not know how strong I can become when I encounter strong opponents," Han Sen said. "In that case, let's test your limits to the fullest. I can try to hit you 3 times. Moon God tried this the moment she spoke. She had only just said that, and she had already used her palms to attack Han Sen. That palm was the ice attack she used before. Moon God's palm quickly came near Han Sen. His body immediately became tense. His skin and bones became ice jade crystals. He threw a palm out toward Moon God. The skill he used was like the ice one Moon God had just used. 2 hands looked like icy jades, and they were quietly going to collide with each other. The temperature in the area was falling fast. Wang Yuhang and Han Yufei retreated for a moment. If they weren't fast enough, their bodies would be frozen by the sudden clash of frosty powers. Han Sen's and Moon God's palms collided. An icy air arose from their hands. Han Yufei and Wang Yuhang, in much shock, noticed Moon God's hands were coated in frost that was spreading all across her body. Han Sen, on the other hand, was totally fine. No frost or icy air was harming him. He looked the same as he always did. Han Sen's ice is better than Sister Moon's ice. Han Yufei was shocked by what she was witnessing, but she was also happy. If my child has these sort of genes, I wonder how strong it will be ere the end. Moon God was shocked by this too. She was the one who created the Cold Sutra. Now, she was at the 100% ceiling of breaking the world. In that universe, many people were close to breaking the world, but very few could maximize their break world rate. Han Sen's ice was stronger than her break world ice. Even Moon God could hardly believe this to be true. "Let me try my jade shatter." Moon God pulled back her hand. The palm of her other hand came rushing to strike Han Senator. She reduced her power output to the smallest so one could not feel the jade hand possess any power. Moon God's jade shatter was unleashed, so Han Sen's body adjusted. He used the same skill she did. The same jade shatter was returned upon Moon God's hand. The 2 white, jade-like hands palmed together. The power was small, so not much movement was created. Between the 2 hands, a fragment of space collapsed. "Catcha!" Moon God's jade hand was delivered a crack. It was gonna crack, yet Han Sen's hands were totally fine. Even his jade shatter power is greater than Sister Moon. Han Yufei was well and truly surprised by this. Moon God was shocked too. She fell back and looked at her hands. She saw a few small lines. If she kept going, her hand would undoubtedly be shattered by Han Sen's countering force. "Your body is strong. Now try and endure my moon break." Moon God frowned. She did not believe Han Sen was able to use her best power to beat her. The 2 hands collided to create a circular shape. The center had a focal point that was aimed at Han Senator. A scary power gathered up inside the hand-formed ring. Almost at the same time, Han Sen did the same thing. He put his hands together in a circular shape and aimed at Moon God. There was a weird power inside his hands now. A scary power exploded between Han Sen and Moon God. The space between them was like it was being consumed by an invisible and quiet monster. They were 30 feet apart. After that moment, the 2 of them were standing next to each other. Their ringed hands combined. Pang! Moon God's hands were bounced away by some force of power. She took a few stumbled steps back to try and stabilize her body. She looked at Han Sen with a look of sheer disbelief. Her mouth could not utter a single word. Han Yufei's pretty eyes were whelmed by surprise. The more powerful Han Sen's body was showcased how much stronger her own child would be. After a while, Moon God could not help but ask, "What is up with your body?" She could not believe Han Sen was able to beat her with what she was best at. She had never dreamed something like this could be possible. "I want to know what happened to my body too." Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. He looked as if he had been wronged or something. Moon God looked as if she was thinking about something. By the way, she now peered at Han Senator. She addressed Han Yufei and said, "Yufei, you must have done some research on his body. Did you find anything out? What are the results?" "I did research his body," Han Yufei confessed. "The results. You have to let me see them." Moon God reached her hands out. "Therein is a problem," Han Yufei said while shaking her head. "There are no conclusive results." "What do you mean there weren't any conclusive results?" Moon God asked with a frown. After thinking a moment, Han Yufei said, "Do not look at me like that. There really was nothing to be discovered. His genes cannot be analyzed. I used the most advanced technology and power at my disposal, but nothing I tried seemed to work. His genes are like stones that cannot be broken by the mightiest tool. I do not have the answers we are all looking for. From what I am best able to tell, the evolution of San Mu's genes has exceeded even Qin Xiu." "No way," Moon God said with a frown. "Why not?" Han Yufei asked. "You cooperated with Qin Xiu. You should know his history. He has a reboot God spirit gene. His genes are atop a pyramid. Aside from Bauer, not even Tai Yi can compete against him." Moon God did not think Han Sen's genes were as good as Qin Xiu's. "I do not think so. With evolution comes an innumerable number of possibilities. Qin Xiu's genes are great, but you cannot deny the possibility that there exists another creature that is greater than he. Han Sen could seriously be the one." Han Yufei doubled down on her own opinion. Moon God looked at Han Sen weirdly. "There are special occasions where such a thing can come to pass, but these special occasions are all based on something. Han Sen does not have the genes of a past life. All of his evolution came from this life. To become better than Qin Xiu in such a short amount of time is too much." "Maybe." Han Yufei did not argue, but everyone was able to tell Moon God had been unable to convince her. Moon God did not carry on with this subject. She addressed Han Sen and said, "You are good. Your body is strong. I cannot say for certain that you are greater than Qin Xiu, but in this universe you certainly rank amongst the best. Few could ever hope to rival you. With the way your body is, fighting alongside Bauer would be beneficial. You could aid her a lot." After Han Sen thought about it, he thought what she said made sense. With Bauer's power, she would be able to activate the power inside Han Sen's body. Perhaps he could see where the limitations of his body resided. "We are only 4 days away from the Geno tablet fights," Moon God said. "You should make the most of the time you have to practice. I will be leaving. I hope I will see you guys live." She then walked away. She did not try to stay. After a few steps, she vanished into thin air without a trace. Han Sen wanted to go back to the sanctuaries to find Bauer. Han Yufei stopped him and asked, "Han Sen, what are you planning on doing?" "I do not know what I can even do. I think I will go back to the sanctuaries. It is as Moon God said. I should use my body to fight Bauer. Perhaps I will be able to help her." Han Sen was half lying and half speaking the truth. Han Yufei's eyes were like a pair of sharp blades. It was like her vision was slicing up Han Sen's heart. She smiled coldly and proceeded to ask, "Is this about you helping Bauer, or will Bauer be helping you? Is there a difference between the two?" Han Sen was shocked, but he pretended to remain calm. Han Yufei looked at him with disdain. "With your personality being what it is, I do not think you will permit Bauer to take the risk. I don't think you ever planned on allowing Bauer to participate in the Geno tablet fights. You will get Bauer to fight you for your sake. She will help you. It is not you helping her." Wang Yuhang, who was on the sidelines, laughed loudly. He did not say anything, but he obviously agreed with the assessment. "Can I be seen through that easily?" Han Sen asked with a wry smile. Wang Yuhang smiled. "Do I have to explain it to you?" We have known each other for a very long time, and I know exactly what kind of person you are. Things like this should not be guessed. Fine. You guys do whatever you want. I am going back to the sanctuaries for the time being. Han Sen felt bad as he bid them goodbye. Han Yufei patted him on the shoulder and said, "Do not worry. You can go. Even if you die, all will be fine. Your genes and blood pulse will live on." Han Sen thought Han Yufei meant what she said purely because of the fact he already had kids, so he did not think too much about what she said to him. "I do not want to die yet. Stop cursing me. Okay? I am leaving. Do not mention anything about this to the others." After Han Sen gave them a warning, he waved goodbye and returned to the sanctuaries. Han Sen wanted to fight Bauer and obtain a better understanding of himself, but chaos denied Han Sen's desire. She said Bauer and the gene seed were in a critical time, and that combination was very much nigh. She had to focus on her combination with the gene seed. There was no time for Han Sen to meddle and get involved. Han Sen felt pretty glum about that, so he gave up on his proposed idea. He tried doing something else to understand his body more. If Han Sen had counted on luck and effort in the past, his genes now made him into some sort of super genius. No matter what he did, he could just learn things. He released Holy Pirate and played a game of chess with him. He beat him 19 times in a row. Even though Han Sen was not very good with music, learning an instrument sounded much simpler. He was quickly able to learn all sorts of songs and melodies. It was like he had swiftly become a musical maestro. Even Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yin Yin thought Han Sen's musical talents were beyond incredible. They thought the Han Sen they were seeing was someone else in disguise. Being too smart is actually troublesome. Han Sen soon found out that everything was fast becoming a bore. In the past, everything he did was new, so losing was fine by him. Now, no matter what Han Sen did, he could not lose. Everything was boring to him now. Many of the things Han Sen once found interesting were now dreary and dull. He was no longer in the mood to do them. For days went sluggishly by. Han Sen did not make much progress in the realm of understanding himself. He only knew his body was able to be the best at whatever he sought to do, but he still did not know where his limitations, if there were any, lay. He still did not know. Never mind. When I fight Qin Xiu, I will know where the limitations of my body reside. Han Sen looked at the clock. The Geno fights were on the cusp of starting. Bauer had yet to combine with the gene seed. Han Sen felt relieved by that. That is good. Bauer has not combined yet. She will not be able to take part in the Geno tablet fights. That has saved me a lot of trouble. Han Sen looked at Bauer and left the sanctuaries. Many of the elites in Space Garden were waiting for Han Senator. He picked up Linger. With Ji Yenran standing next to Little Flower, they waited for the Geno tablet fights to begin. Ji Yenran held Han Sen's hands. She lowered her head and said, "No matter what, you must make it back. You must remember that there are people waiting for you to come back. Do not worry. If I am unable to fight, I have a skill that enables a quick escape. In this world, not a single person can break that skill of mine." Ji Yenran rolled her eyes. She took out a pen and grabbed Han Sen's hand. She wrote down 3 names: Ji Yenran, Han Fei, and Han Linger. Who is Han Fei? Han Sen was shocked. It was then that he remembered it was Little Flower's real name. If Ji Yenran had not written it down, Han Sen would have forgotten all about it. Ji Yenran lowered her head and said, "If you cannot hold on, just look at these 3 names." Han Sen would not have to look at Ji Yenran's eyes to know they were red. Tears were holding on and trying their best not to fall. "Do not worry. With you guys backing me up, there is not a single person that can kill me." Han Sen's heart was wanting a fight. Boom! Space suddenly lit up. The 33 skies unleashed a god light. It was like a weird, bright, flickering light was coming out of a headstone. Atop the big gravestone-like structure was a Geno tablet. It glowed with a god light. Could not be explained how weird it looked. Han Sen, Ningyu, and Wang Yuhang's bodies had some sort of power of attraction. They were pulled back into their skies in rainbow light. The names of 32 leaders flickered across the Geno tablet. The 32 names shone a sky full of worlds. The main and reverse universe creatures remembered this. Han Sen was brought back to Time Sky. The stone clocks of Time Sky were fixed to the hour of 12. The bell sounds shocked the sky and the ground. "This scene is so bad luck," Han Sen sadly said. "It is like it has sent me to my funeral." A beam of light came from the 33 skies. It shone on Han Sen and took his body to the Geno Tablet's 33rd sky. All the names of all the 32 skies leaders lit up on the Geno Tablet's face. When the names were lit up, the leader's shadow arose from the Geno Tablet. It was like a demon god was floating in the 33 skies. It made a sky full of worlds see the leader's name and face. There were people there Han Sen knew. Besides Qin Xiu, there was also Human King, Big Sky Demon, Ancient Devil, Berry Path God, Wang Yuhang, Ningyu, Demon Alpha, and others who were all figures with whom Han Sen was well acquainted. The Geno Tablet fights were a simple affair. The 32 leaders would be split up into teams and forced to kill each other. There would be 16 winners. Then, the 16 would become 8, the 8 would become 4, and the 4 would become 2. The last 2 would square off to determine the final winner. Han Sen was hoping he could engage Qin Xiu in his first fight and show his true trump card. He did not want to have to engage friends and be forced to kill them. That would not be a favorable result to things. Things did not go how Han Sen wanted them to. The Geno Tablet took Han Sen to the 33 skies. Before long, he noticed he was standing before Demon Alpha. When Demon Alpha saw Han Sen, she was given a fright. She did not expect her first fight would pit her against Han Sen. The other leaders had their own enemies to contest with. Although they were in the 33 skies, the Geno Tablet's powers had split them up into 16 separate arenas. No one was able to enter the arenas of others. The creatures of the two universes watched. The creatures of the universe of kingdoms were watching Qin Xiu's fight. Although most people did not know Qin Xiu was Wu Wei Dao Alpha reincarnated, the Qin kingdom's name was still something that shocked the universe. It was held in very high regard far and wide. The creatures of the Geno universe were more interested in watching Han Sen and seeing what he would do. The name dollar was something embedded in the soul of every single living creature of the Geno universe. They wanted Han Sen to win no matter what. Berry Path God did not have much luck. When he saw his enemy, his face immediately became dim. His opponent was Qin Xiu, my favorite vice president. Qin Xiu looked at Berry Path God and coldly said, "Ah, so, are you going to fight me? I am here. It does not matter who I am forced to fight. I am not going to fall back and cower like a fool." While Berry Path God was talking, he waved his hand. A lot of stuff came flying out of his body. Many bronze objects, such as stoves, tripods, pots and pans, bowls, and other types of stuff, came flying out. They suppressed all 8 directions around him. They combined with the power of the 33 skies to glow with a godlight and cover the whole arena. If Han Sen had seen these items, he would recognize them as the stuff chaos had left behind. Berry Path God was the one to receive them all. Now those items were glowing with a god light. They became a rainbow halo that suppressed the sky and the ground. They covered Qin Xiu too. Berry Path God, do you really think all of this stuff can be used to fight me? Qin Xiu put his hands in the air. He let the items release a god light to shoot and fall upon him. They were brushed off with ease. They did nothing damaging. Berry Path God coldly said, "This stuff alone cannot fight you, but with this, things might be a little bit different." After that, Berry Path God waved his sleeves. A scroll came out of it. It displayed a picture. When the picture left Berry Path God's sleeves, it combined the sky and the ground. The battleground combined with the drawing. The battleground was inside the painting, and the painting was the battleground. Qin Xiu looked around and emotionlessly said, "You have the Sky Path painting. Mr. Leader created the Sky Path painting because it would benefit me," Berry Path God said. "With the help of these other relics, the Sky Path painting can combine with the sky and the ground for me. The sky and the ground are now in my hands. Even if you have the power of a god, without the help of the universe, to use just your own power to fight me will not be enough." The whole of the sky and the whole of the ground listened and adhered to his command. The substance chains became a real dragon. They arose from the ground. It was like 10,000 dragons were stealing an orb. It was roaring at Qin Xiu. Berry Path God is so powerful, a God Chaos Party elder remarked as he watched what Berry Path God was doing. He was in a lot of shock. He has used the sky and the ground for himself. Now, the picture disconnects the powers and the rules from the outside. Qin Xiu looks like he is now fighting in Berry Path God's world. He will be restricted by the rules of that world and unable to draw on power from the outside. It is hard to say who will win. People who did not think Berry Path God would win were now in shock. Berry Path God has achieved combining the sky and the path into one. Although he uses power from the outside, it is enough to shock the universe. Qin Xiu is in real trouble here. I thought this would be a boring fight, but Berry Path God seems to be doing better than anticipated. It is no wonder why he was considered a vice president of the God Chaos Party. Everyone thought they would witness a big fight, but Qin Xiu just raised his hand. When the hand spread its fingers, many substance chains became real dragons. They went to his hands. Then all the power in the sky and the ground went into his hands. It was like that place was not actually a hand. It was a bottomless black hole. All of the power from the sky and the ground was absorbed into Qin Xiu's hand. Berry Path God looked shocked. He madly exploded his power. He wanted to control the sky path painting and the power of all the items to stop Qin Xiu. It was pointless to resist. The old items were flying to Qin Xiu's hands as if he had an invisible big hand. They all went into his hands. Even the sky path painting was torn apart by the force of suction. It was like the sky and the ground was ripped to pieces by Qin Xiu's hands. The scariest thing about all of this was that Berry Path God's body was also drawn closer to Qin Xiu. His Berry Path power was leaking out of him like water. It was all going into Qin Xiu's hands. No! Impossible. Berry Path God tried his best, but he was unable to get away from the scary force of suction. His Berry Path power became weaker and weaker as his body was shriveled to become fragile. Berry Path God could not escape. He and the sky path painting went into Qin Xiu's hands as silence fell all around the arena. The elites of the two universes were all frozen. That was the vice president of the God Chaos Party. He had the power to shock the sky. He was one of the strongest beings in the universe, but he was unable to block Qin Xiu's hands. So scary. It is no wonder Qin Xiu almost ruled the universe of kingdoms. He is so strong. Berry Path God has been destroyed by Qin Xiu. In this Geno tablet fight, no one else will be able to take the number 1 position. What about that guy from the Geno Hall? Can he stop Qin Xiu? I am only afraid that guy can stop Qin Xiu and no other. Suddenly, everybody thought Qin Xiu was really hard to beat. They thought he was as mighty as a god.